Chapter 48, 65. In a restaurant in Nethersea City, Gu Fei, Wu Jixian, and the others sat by the window watching the show. The waiters and the shopkeeper had long since hidden themselves. The fat shopkeeper hid under the counter, hugging his head and shivering. The waiters under the shopkeeper had long since gone into hiding. After the pure Yin demons took over the ancient city, they had once launched a purge, wiping out all hostile forces. As long as they didn't submit, they would be destroyed. This was the style of the pure Yin demons. Therefore, the current Nethersea city was filled with people who had submitted to the pure Yin demons. If anyone dared to resist, they would be mercilessly destroyed. However, the pure-blooded demon race of Great Yin wasn't as united as they seemed on the surface. The pure Yin demons had long since split into two camps. One was led by the great elder of the pure Yin demons, Demon Sovereign Joying. The other was led by the pure Yin demons clan master, Yin Jiqian. Among the two camps of the pure Yin demons, the camp led by the great elder had the upper hand, while Yin Jiqian's camp was at a disadvantage. The two camps had been at odds for a long time, but there had never been a standoff like today. Yin Fan was an extreme existence of the clan master's bloodline. Yin Beihan, on the other hand, was Devil Sovereign Join's right-hand man. Yin Beihan used his heavenly demon shield to envelop He Xiong and Feng Ji, who were trying to escape. Even Yin Fan was enveloped by the heavenly demon shield. This made Yin Fan very displeased. Yin Beihan, don't go too far. Yin Fan gritted his teeth and roared at Yin Beihan. So what if I'm going too far? Yin Beihan said coldly, do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality? Yin Fan said angrily, shed all pretense of cordiality. So be it. I've tolerated you for a long time. Yin Beihan's face was gloomy. He had always wanted the Great Elder to become the clan master of the pure Yin demons, but the Great Elder couldn't bring himself to do it. Now, the conflict between the two camps of the pure-blooded Great Yin Devil race had finally erupted. Is that so? Are you not going to tolerate it anymore? Yin Fan's voice turned cold. Infighting among the pure moon demons was definitely not a good thing for the pure moon demons. This was because the other pure-blooded demons had also established a foothold in the Nether Continent. They then began to expand to other places, conquering more places and enslaving more creatures. The reason the 6 pure-blooded demons had emerged once more was to fight for territory and cultivation resources so that their race could continue on Eternal World. Some of the pure-blooded demons had already begun to expand beyond the Nether Continent. The pure-blooded moon demons would definitely have to pay a heavy price for infighting at this time. Kill, Yin Beihan ordered. In the next moment, countless pure-blooded extreme Yin demons from the great clan elder's camp charged towards Clan Lord Extreme Yin's men. Who's afraid of whom? Yin Fan gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He directly broke through the heavenly devil barrier and charged towards Yin Beihan. He didn't care about He Xiong and Feng Ji at all. This fellow, He Xiong, couldn't care less. He simply slipped away. Roar. Suddenly, a roar rang out. Then, a demonic bear pounced at He Xiong. Seeing this, He Xiong was shocked. At this time, countless demonic figures were fighting within Nethersea City. Many of the pure-blooded demons of extreme Yin had fallen in an instant. Scram! He Xiong punched the demonic bear that was charging at him. The demonic bear, on the other hand, unleashed a magic power. It opened its mouth and spat out an extremely cold extreme Yin demonic flame. This demonic bear was actually a pure-blooded extreme Yin demons as well. Evil creature! A furious roar rang out. Immediately after, a tall figure appeared before the demonic bear. It was an old man with a head full of white hair. He wore animal skins, and his face was covered with age spots. He was very old, but his eyes were still as bright as the stars in the sky. His back was still ramrod straight. Master He Xiong was overjoyed when he saw the old man. He quickly retracted his fist. The old man waved his right hand and directly dispersed the demonic flame that the demonic bear had spat out. Swoosh! The demonic bear slapped its paw at the old man. Numerous talismans could be faintly seen on its paw. Those were the demonic marks of extreme Yin that the demonic bear had cultivated. The demonic marks interweaved and formed a powerful force. It seemed like a ball of divine flames was burning on the demonic bear's paw, and it emanated an oppressive and cold aura. The space around the old man suddenly shook when the demonic bear's paw slapped down. After that, numerous ripples that were visible to the naked eye swept out from his body. A practically translucent talisman appeared between his brows. Swoosh! A shapeless gust of wind rose abruptly and transformed into numerous invisible wind blades that slashed towards the demonic bear. They were like numerous invisible blades that sliced through space and emitted a wave of rapid sounds. However, the demonic bear was very strong. It actually shattered all the wind blades with its paw, and a ball of raging flames charged out from the center of the demonic bear's palm. The pinnacle of the extreme Tao. The old man was shocked. He did not expect a mere demonic bear of extreme Yin to have the cultivation of the pinnacle of the extreme Tao. Pure-blooded demons were indeed powerful. Pure-blooded demons could be considered as the oldest demons in the eternal world. Among the pure-blooded demons of extreme Yin, the beast-shaped demons were even more ferocious. Bang! The ball of raging flames in the demonic bear's paw exploded, and a tyrannical force erupted. The old man was immediately sent flying. Boom! He smashed into a pavilion 5 to 6 feet behind him. Master He Xiong cried out in surprise and rushed forward. Ha! Old Jiang, you're only SOSO. At that moment, a man came out from behind the demonic bear of extreme Yin. This man had black hair and a black beard. He wore black armor and held a long spear in his hand. His body was surrounded by a murderous aura. The demonic spear in the old man's hand pierced through the demonic bear's body and came out from its chest. He Xiong's master, surnamed Jiang, was a pinnacle extreme Tao demon from the nether continent. When he saw the black-robed old man, he was both shocked and angry. The old man's cultivation had actually broken through to the half-step eternal realm. The black-bearded old man shook the demonic spear in his hand, and the tiny demonic bear that was propped up by the demonic spear exploded with a boom, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated into the void. Seeing this, He Xiong and his disciple were both shocked. Interesting. Chapter 48, 66. Nether Continent, Nether Sea City. The pure Yin demons' internal strife broke out, which surprised Gu Fei, who was watching from the sidelines. The pure Yin demons had just escaped from Nether God Island, and now they had an internal strife. It seemed that the internal strife among the pure Yin demons had reached the point where fire and water could not tolerate each other. The whole Nether Sea City had fallen into chaos. The two camps of the pure Yin demons were fighting fiercely. For a moment, war cries rose from all directions. Countless people in the city went into hiding. When had these ordinary people ever seen such a scene? They hid in their houses and shivered. The other forces in the city also took the opportunity to move. At this time, the pure Yin demons patriarch, Yin Fan, and the grand elders Yin Beihan were fighting fiercely. He Xiong and the others were trapped in the two camps, which was very dangerous. Even He Xiong's master, Jiang Zhenhua, was nearly killed by the sharp claws of a great Yin demonic bear. However, a black-bearded old man suddenly appeared and pierced the great demonic bear with his spear. Then, with a shake of his right hand, the great demonic bear that was on the demonic spear was destroyed in both body and soul. "It's you!" Jiang Zhinyue was surprised when he saw the black-bearded old man. Mo-kun? He Xiong was also surprised when he saw the man. Mo-kun was the city lord of Nethersea City. He disappeared after the pure demons occupied Nethersea City. Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared here. This guy was a half-step into the eternal realm. "Kill!" Mo-kun swept the demonic spear in his hand, and the heads of the 3 pure demons flew up. Their headless bodies fell from the sky. There were many members of the extreme pure blood devil race. This race had been trapped in the underworld god demon palace for countless years. Although they were trapped, this race was able to reproduce. The pure demons had tens of millions of people. In addition to Nethersea City, the pure demons also occupied 5 cities near Nethersea City. In this Nethersea City, there were tens of thousands of pure demons. Among these tens of thousands of pure-blooded Taiyin demons, most of them belonged to the great clan elder. Therefore, in this chaotic battle, the people of the clan master's heavenly lineage were quickly defeated and were gradually forced to retreat from Nethersea City. He Xiong and Jiang Zhinyue took advantage of the chaos to escape, while Feng Ji had already disappeared. Only Mo-kun held the demonic spear in his hand and slaughtered his way out of Nethersea City. "Where do you think you're going?" Beihan directly rushed towards Mo-kun and blasted a palm towards him. The void in front of his palm was instantly frozen. The extremely cold extreme palm force swept towards Mo-kun with great momentum. Scram! Mo-kun punched out, and a violent fist force erupted from his fist. The fist force turned into a black dragon and directly collided with Beihan's moon palm force. Rumble! The space that Beihan's Taiyin palm had frozen was instantly shattered by the black dragon, and it slammed into Beihan's body. Boom! With a loud bang, Beihan was sent flying hundreds of miles away, and he kept coughing up blood. If it wasn't for the protective demonic light that suddenly surged out of his body, he would have been smashed into pieces by Mo-kun's punch. Fan also rushed over, but when he saw that Beihan was seriously injured by Mo-kun's punch, he immediately became terrified. He turned around and fled faster than anything else. Mo-kun, hand over your life. At this moment, an angry roar came from the distant sky. "Humph!" Mo-kun sneered and directly turned into a beam of demonic light that pierced through the sky. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a demonic shadow descended from the sky, and a terrifying demonic might spread in all directions. Countless demonic creatures instantly felt as if a demonic mountain was pressing down on them. All the demons were extremely terrified. "Damn it!" The demonic shadow roared angrily. At this moment, the demonic shadow suddenly stared at Gu Fei and the others, who were watching the show in the city. "Come here." As the demonic shadow spoke, he stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion towards Gu Fei and the others. In the next moment, Gu Fei and the others were directly pulled out of the restaurant by an invisible force. Then they instantly flew out of the city and arrived in front of the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow was startled. In the next moment, a fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Bang! The demonic shadow's face was ruthlessly punched. This punch caused the demonic shadow to question his life. How was this possible? Were these people all eternal sovereigns? Bang! The demonic shadow's face was punched again, and this time his face caved in. The demonic shadow was both shocked and angry. He wanted to pull away from Gu Fei, but Gu Fei followed him like a shadow. muffled sounds of collisions rang out. Gu Fei punched again and again, directly smashing the demonic shadow's face. This caused the demonic shadow to be both shocked and angry. He even wanted to escape, but everything seemed to be under the control of this puny human. Can't even withstand a single blow. With a slap, Gu Fei sent the eternal sovereign of the pure-blooded extreme Yin demons flying more than 10 miles away. Boom! A huge hole was smashed in the city wall of Nethersea City. The show is over. Let's go. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his right hand and directly disappeared into the void with Wu Jixian and the others. Who is that? At this moment, a demonic consciousness descended from the sky, and a faint demonic shadow appeared in the sky above Nethersea City. Clan Lord, all the pure-blooded extreme Yin demons in Nethersea City were stunned when they saw the demonic shadow in the sky. They had just driven all the people from the Clan Lord's bloodline out of Nethersea City. Extreme Yin was furious. At this time, the Eternal Demons' Demon Path magnates were thinking of ways to take back the territory taken by the pure-blooded extreme Yin demons. Nethersea City was originally the territory of the Eternal Demons, and Mo Kuan was also a half-step Eternal Sovereign of the Eternal Demons. In the central region of Nether Continent, the largest city of Nether Continent was under the attack of the 6 pure-blooded demons' Eternal Sovereigns. The entire Nether Sky City was shrouded in endless demonic chi. With Nether Sky City as the center, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles was shrouded in demonic chi. The Eternal Sovereigns of the extreme Yin demons were held back here. At this time, Nether Sky City had gathered the most powerful demon path magnates of Nether Continent. Even if the 6 pure-blooded demons, Eternal Sovereigns, joined forces, they would not be able to break into Nether Sky City in a short time. Just as Gu Fei and the others arrived, the battle between the Eternal Sovereigns was still going on. So, they were all hiding here. Only now did Gu Fei understand why no Eternal Sovereigns had appeared in Nethersea City. Even the guy who appeared in the end was just a divine consciousness incarnation of the pure-blooded, extreme Yin Demons Clan Lord. This is the real show. Compared to this, everything else is just child's play. Gu Fei exclaimed. Chapter 48, 67. Compared to the small skirmishes in Nethersea City, Underworld Sky City was the real battlefield. All the eternal devil Tao of the Nether Continent had probably gathered near Underworld Sky City. Underworld Sky City was the largest city in the Nether Continent. This was a super huge city that had existed since ancient times. Just the city walls alone were tens of thousands of meters tall, and the entire ancient city was built with incomparably hard black demon stones. From afar, this ancient city was like an unreachable ancient demon mountain towering between the heavens and the earth. Outside Underworld Sky City, it was a mess. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere. The ground was full of craters, and the surrounding mountain ridges had been razed to the ground. The ground was littered with corpses, and the demon blood on the ground still exuded a powerful demonic aura. Clearly, this was the blood of a supreme existence. The demon blood of an eternal devil could kill an extreme supremacy, and a drop could also transform an endless sea of demons. Gu Fei and the others carefully hid at the side. Around Underworld Sky City, one powerful aura after another soared into the sky. Each demonic figure could affect the weather, and the terrifying demonic nature caused one's heart to palpitate. At this time, the ordinary demons had already retreated. This was a battle between eternal devil Tao giants, and beings below the eternal realm could no longer interfere. Gu Fei noticed that within Underworld Sky City, there were also 7 or 8 powerful auras of eternal beings rushing out. Nether Continent was the world of the devil Tao, and the eternal beings of Nether Continent were all famous existences. But now, They were sullenly hiding in Underworld Sky City. Underworld Sky City seemed peaceful, but in fact, the entire superhuge city had already been enveloped by the killing array laid down by the 6 great pureblood demons. However, Underworld Sky City's city-protecting array was not to be trifled with. This great array had been reinforced by successive generations of city lords, and its power was extremely formidable. It would not be easy for the eternal beings of the 6 great pure-blood demons to attack. At this time, the surroundings of Underworld Sky City were eerily quiet. At the same time, the flames of war rose in other parts of Nethercontinent. The 6 great pure-blood demons were seizing territory and dividing their own territories. The Eternal Devil Sect, the 6 Daos Evil Alliance, the Eternal Demons, and the Heavenly Devil Cult had no choice but to retreat from the Netherworld continent. However, the Devil Dao definitely wouldn't let the matter rest, especially the Eternal Devil Sect. The entire Eternal Devil Sect was shaken by the news. The Eternal Demon Lord immediately gathered the experts of the Eternal Demon Sect and charged towards the Nether Continent. It was the same for the Eternal Demons. All the experts of the Eternal Demons were led by the tribe leader as they charged towards Underworld Continent. The Heavenly Demon Cult and the 6 Daos Evil Alliance also began to move. The 4 armies of the demonic path charged toward the Netherworld continent, shaking the world. Even the supreme factions of the righteous path were alarmed. The attention of the martial extreme immortal sect, the eternal Buddhist tribe, the heavenly Tao Footloose sect, the Beigong family, the Tao clan, and the other superpowers of the righteous path were all drawn to the Nether continent. Soon enough, a piece of news that could shake the entire eternal world spread out from the Nether continent. The pure-blooded demons of Nether God Island had broken free. The reason why the 4 superpowers of the demonic path had attacked the Nether continent was to fight for territory with the pure-blooded demons. The Nether continent was the primogenitor of the demonic path. There were countless cultivation resources there, and the 4 superpowers of the demonic path had territories there. The cultivation resources of the Nether continent were incomparably important to the 4 superpowers of the demonic path. Once they lost the resources there, the 4 superpowers of the demonic path would likely suffer. However, whether or not they could reclaim their territory from the hands of the pure-blooded demons was something that no one knew. The outcome of the battle in Underworld Sky City was very crucial. The leaders of the demonic path wanted to hold on until the arrival of the 4 superpowers of the demonic path. Then, they would work together to defeat the 6 pure-blooded demons in one fell swoop. Gu Fei had also seen through the intentions of the eternal ones of the demonic path. They wanted to hold on until reinforcements arrived. However, since he could see through the intentions of the eternal ones of the demonic path, there was no way the higher-ups of the 6 pure-blooded demons could not see through them. Those fellows in Underworld Sky City are in danger. Gu Fei smiled. Master, are you saying that the demons in the city will be defeated? Wu Jidao frowned. Yes, the pure-blooded demons are not simple. They all have unbounded demonic artifacts. Gu Fei said, if the 6 pure-blooded demons were to take out their unbounded demonic artifacts regardless of the consequences, how could the leaders of the demonic path in Underworld Sky City withstand them? Unbounded demonic artifact. The faces of the 4 great generals of Hong Tian turned solemn. They had once followed the great emperor of Hong Tian, who was a supreme existence of the unbounded demonic artifact. They naturally knew how powerful and terrifying an unbounded demonic artifact was. However, it was not easy to use an unbounded demonic artifact, and one would have to pay a huge price to do so. Rumble, at that moment, a demonic hand larger than a mountain suddenly appeared in the sky above Underworld Sky City and slammed down on the city below. Terrifying demonic flames poured down from the gigantic demonic hand, causing the void to distort and distort. The pure-blooded demons had finally made their move. Boom! With a loud bang, the demonic hand stopped in the sky above Underworld Sky City. A layer of demonic light appeared in the void, and countless ancient demonic runes intertwined. The entire Underworld Sky City was shrouded in this layer of demonic light. Humph! A sneer was heard. In the next moment, the demonic hand disappeared in the void, and a demonic figure appeared in the sky above Underworld Sky City. This demonic figure was the clan leader of the Fire Demon clan, Huatunkong. "Everyone, what are you waiting for?" Huatunkong shouted to the surroundings. Immediately, one after another, powerful demonic figures appeared in the sky above Underworld Sky City. Powerful demonic aura spread out, and the sky above Underworld Sky City suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Among the 6 demonic figures, a terrifying wave of demonic yuan qi erupted from each of them. "Break!" Huatunkong roared and slashed down at the light shield below. Swoosh! The saber radiance pierced through the sky and slashed at the light shield of Underworld Sky City. In the next moment, the saber radiance shattered, and his right hand that was holding the saber was numb from the impact. With his strength alone, there was no way he could shake the light shield of Underworld Sky City. "Everyone, give him a hand!" The Grand Elder of the pure-blooded lunar demons shouted. He stepped forward and placed his right hand on Huatunkong's back and channeled his yuan qi into Huatunkong's body. The clan leader of the Wood Clan and the clan leader of the Earth Clan also stepped forward and placed their hands on Huatunkong's back. An extremely tyrannical energy fluctuation erupted from Huatunkong's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Chapter 48:68. The 6 pure-blooded demons joined forces, vowing to break the great defensive array of Nether Sky City and kill their way into Nether Sky City. They would kill off all the demonic cultivators of the human race and completely occupy the Nether Continent. The pure-blooded demons were exalted existences, proclaiming themselves as the noblest race in eternal world. The demonic cultivators of the human race were nothing more than their slaves. In the distant past, the pure-blooded demons had enslaved the human race, viewing the human race as the lowest race in eternal world. Even after countless years had passed, the way the pure-blooded demons viewed the human race remained the same. They continued to view the human race and demonic cultivators as lowly races that they could enslave. However, the present human race was no longer the same human race. The human race had become the main characters of Eternal World. The pure-blooded demons, on the other hand, had gone extinct, although it could not be said that there were no more pure-blooded demons left in Eternal World. They were definitely on the verge of extinction. The rise of the human race was unstoppable. Even if the pure-blooded demons were to emerge once more, it would be an unstoppable trend. It was simply impossible for the pure-blooded demons to dominate the world once more. However, the higher-ups of the 6 pure-blooded demons believed that they were the main characters of Eternal World. They had returned to unify Eternal World once more and become the masters of this world. Thus, they would kill the human and demonic cultivators of the Nether Continent if they did not surrender. Even those who surrendered ended up as vengeful spirits under their blades. At that very moment, in order to break the great defensive array of Nether Sky City, the experts of the 6 pure-blooded demons joined forces. The patriarchs and great elders of the 5 pure-blooded demons poured their demonic energy into Huatunkong's body. Break! Huatunkong's body was brimming with power. He did his best to pour demonic energy into the god-decimating blade in his hand. Next, he gave his all to hack down at the barrier of light formed by the great defensive array. Wang! The god-decimating blade in Hua Tunkong's hand released a ringing sound. Next, the peerless demonic artifact released a trace of the peerless demonic Tao power. The god-decimating blade was showing signs of awakening. Once the limitless demon tool was awakened, it would be a disaster for all the powerhouses of the demon Tao in Underworld Sky City. Within Underworld Sky City, the 8 Devil Tao bigwigs all felt an extremely dangerous aura enveloping the entire city. The other human devil cultivators also felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. Swoosh! A terrifying saber light sliced the light barrier that enveloped the entire Underworld Sky City into two. The terrifying saber light descended from the sky and landed within the Underworld Sky City. In the next moment, wherever the saber light passed, dust flew into the air and buildings collapsed. The entire Underworld Sky City seemed to have been split in half by this descending saber. Some unlucky fellows were directly cut down by the saber light that descended from the sky. They disappeared in an instant, their bodies and souls destroyed. Even the human demonic cultivators that were over 100 feet away from the light were reduced to bloody mist by the blade chi. Even their souls were directly dispersed. His body and soul would also be destroyed. All the demonic cultivators in Underworld Sky City raised their heads in horror to look at the huge saber mark in the sky. With the saber mark as the center, the light barrier that enveloped the entire Underworld Sky City gradually dissipated into the void. The city barrier array is broken? Someone shouted in horror. We're dead. Countless human demonic cultivators in Underworld Sky City were terrified to the extreme. This was because everyone knew that once the city barrier array was broken, the pure-blooded demons outside would kill their way in. The pure-blooded demons outside had already issued a final ultimatum to the human demonic cultivators in the city. If they didn't surrender, they would slaughter the entire city. Now that the city barrier array was broken, the pure-blooded demons were about to kill their way in. Run! The human demonic cultivators in the city immediately fled in all directions. They weren't facing the enemy, but fleeing for their lives. However, it was a pity that none of the human race demonic cultivators in Underworld Sky City were able to escape. A demonic cultivator had just rushed out of Underworld Sky City when he was directly shattered in the void, his body and soul destroyed. Bam! 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 A series of dull collisions rang out, and the demonic cultivators who escaped Underworld Sky City were all blasted into a mist of blood by a mysterious force, their bodies and souls destroyed. What's going on? Countless human demonic cultivators in the city were all shocked to the extreme. We're dead. We're dead. Everyone in the city was panicking and shocked. What are you panicking for? If those fellows outside dare to kill their way in, we'll fight them to the death. A powerful devil Tao bigwig stood out. He was tall and had a full beard. His appearance was incomparably ferocious, and he held a large black axe in his hand. The axe was covered in dense demonic runes. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the axe. It's the Thunder Axe Demon Lord. Someone exclaimed. The Thunder Axe Demon Lord was one of the 4 great demon lords of the Sky Demon cult. He was originally the managing elder of the Sky Demon cult in the Nether Continent. He was originally living a carefree life in the Nether Continent. However, everything was destroyed by the sudden appearance of the pure-blooded demons. This made him hate the pure-blooded demons to the core. Master, even though they have fallen to the demonic path, they are still members of the human race. Should we? High up in the sky, Wu Jidao, who was standing behind Gu Fei, said softly. You're being too soft-hearted. Wu Jixian said angrily. To Wu Jixian, righteousness was righteousness, evil was evil, and demons were demons. Big brother, Wu Jidao wanted to say something else, but he ultimately held it in. Let's take a look first. Gu Fei drew upon the power of the heaven and earth of the Hong Sky realm and carefully hid in the clouds. The power of the Hong Sky realm was definitely at the boundless grade. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to utilize this power. Right now, all he could do was draw upon the aura of the Hong Sky realm to conceal his own aura. Using the power of the Hong Sky realm to fight was a very difficult task for the current Gu Fei. A mere ant dares to compete with the bright moon? What a joke! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the Nether Sky City. This humanoid pure-blooded demons was shrouded in demonic flames. A powerful eternal demonic might erupted from the body of this pure-blooded demons. Hu Tunkong had arrived. However, Hu Tunkong's heaven-slaying, god-exterminating blade wasn't in his hands. An unbounded grade demonic tool couldn't be used casually. An eternal entity would have to pay a huge price to use an unbounded grade demonic tool. Just now, the 6 eternal entities of the pure-blooded demons had joined forces to make Hu Tunkong's heaven-slaying, god-exterminating blade release a trace of unbounded grade power. However, the heaven-slaying, god-exterminating blade didn't awaken. Die. Chapter 48, 69. The 6 pure-blooded demons surrounded the largest city of the underworld continent, Underworld City. The experts of the 6 pure-blooded demons did not hesitate to join hands to help Hu Tunkong activate the annihilating god-slaying demon blade to break the Underworld Sky City's city-guarding formation. The clan leader of the pure-blooded fire demon clan, Hu Tunkong, directly killed his way into Underworld City. The Demon Dao leaders in Underworld City naturally would not sit still and wait for death. The Thunder Axe Demon Lord directly killed his way out and slashed his axe at Hu Tunkong's head. The Thunder Axe Demon Lord was not someone with an undeserved reputation. He was one of the 4 great guardian demon lords of the heavenly demon cult. Even among the demon lords, he was definitely an expert. When his axe slashed down with all his might, a dazzling demonic light burst out from the devil axe. It was as though the axe could split the entire world into 2 halves. Humph! Hu Tunkong sneered. He clenched his right fist, and a layer of demonic armor appeared on his fist. This layer of demonic armor protected his fist and arm. He directly punched towards the devil axe that was slashing down. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. Hu Tunkong's fist actually smashed against the blade of the devil axe. His fist and arm were protected by the demonic armor, and the devil axe was actually sent flying upwards. What? The Thunder Axe Demon Lord was shocked. He desperately held the devil axe in his hand. Streaks of electric light emerged on his body, intertwining and swimming around his body. His palms that were holding the devil axe were cracked from the impact, and fresh blood seeped out from his hands. The Thunder Axe Demon Lord borrowed the strength of his opponent's fist to retreat. However, Hu Tunkong followed like a shadow, like a ray of fire. He flashed across the void and blasted another punch towards the Thunder Axe Demon Lord. Hu Tunkong's speed was extremely fast. The Thunder Axe Demon Lord only had time to block with his devil axe. Bang! Hu Tunkong's punch directly hit the devil axe and directly sent the Thunder Axe Demon Lord and his devil axe flying. The Thunder Axe Demon King was both shocked and enraged. Although the other party's fist did not truly land on his body, it still caused the blood in his body to churn. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. This guy was too powerful. Just 2 punches were enough to make the Thunder Axe Demon Lord lose his temper. However, it was already a matter of life and death. Even if the Thunder Axe Devil Lord wanted to escape, it was impossible. The surroundings of Underworld Sky City had already been surrounded by layers of killing formations. The 6 pure blood demons, Lord wanted to exterminate him. "You're still not making a move. Are you waiting to be killed?" the Thunder Axe Fiend King bellowed. Humph! A cold laugh rang out. In the next moment, the entire underworld sky city surged with a torrential demonic aura. In just an instant, the entire underworld sky city was enveloped by the demonic aura. The illusory sky demon, Lord, made his move. This illusory sky demon lord was one of the 8 great demon lords that were trapped in underworld sky city. His illusory techniques were superb, and no one could sense his existence in this monstrous demon chi. Muffled sounds of collision resounded continuously as the illusory heavenly demon lord and Hua Tunkong started fighting. The illusory sky demonic lord appeared and disappeared mysteriously, which made Hua Tunkong very unhappy. "Get lost!" Hua Tunkong's demonic body shook, and an endless amount of demonic fire erupted from his body. It was as if a demonic sun had suddenly appeared in the sky, and the monstrous demonic fire dispersed all the demonic energy in the surroundings. A blurry demonic figure appeared under the demonic flames. "Kill!" Hua Tunkong threw a punch at the demonic shadow. Boom! With a muffled sound, the demonic shadow was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Demonic blood splattered in the air. The illusory sky demon master was sent flying by Hua Tunkong's punch. This scene immediately stunned the other demon masters. How could this guy be so powerful? He could simply crush them. Were pure-blooded demon masters really stronger than them? Looks like pure-blood demon masters are much stronger than human demon masters. Gu Fei, Wu Jixian, and the others who were hiding in the clouds in the distant sky could not help but sigh when they saw this scene. It seemed that it was an indisputable fact that pure-blood demon masters could crush human demon masters. It was no wonder that those pure-blood demons regarded the human clan as an inferior race. It was not without reason. These pure-blood demons were innately stronger than the human clan. However, the human clan could surpass these pure-blood demons by relying on their hard work and become the protagonist of the world. Although pure-blood demons are strong, our human clan is not weaker than any other race. Wu Jixian said with a dignified look. That's right. Gu Fei could not help but nod when he heard this. He himself was a very good example. He had never been a genius, nor was he a demon. However, didn't he still make it to where he was now? Did he have the achievements he had now? Most of the people who had started their cultivation at the same time as him had already turned into a pile of soil. It was not a big deal to have an innate advantage over the human clan. The most important thing was their hard work. No matter how talented they were, if they did not work hard, they would not be able to become a peerless expert. However, it was obvious that both Phantom Sky Demon Master and Thunder Axe Demon Master were no match for Hua Tunkong, the leader of the Pure-Blood Fire Demon clan. TSK, these human demon slaves are too weak. They are indeed weak. Hua Tunkong alone can sweep them all away. At this time, in the sky east of Underworld Sky City, a few extremely powerful demonic auras appeared. These demons were all eternal beings, and they were the eternal beings of the pure-blood demons. The other 5 pure-blood demons are here. Wu Jixian sneered. The eternal beings of the pure-blood demons were the great elder of the lunar pure-blood demons clan, Demon Venerable Juin, old ancestor Jin Hung of the Golden Demon clan, and Water Spirit, which of the Water Demon clan, Mu Hengxing of the Wood Demon clan, and Yi Tianming of the Earth Demon clan. The 5 eternal beings of the pure-blood demons stood together. The entire area they were in was filled with vast demonic chi. In the void, there seemed to be demonic shadows faintly appearing. At this time, in Underworld Sky City, Hua Tunkong of the Pureblood Fire Demon clan was fighting against the illusory Sky Demon Lord and the Thunder Axe Demon Lord endlessly. He was oppressing these two human demon lords by himself. However, in Underworld Sky City, there were not only 2 demon masters, but 6 other demon masters who had yet to make a move. In terms of numbers, the human demon masters had the upper hand. However, in terms of combat strength, the human demon masters were completely inadequate. The other pureblood demon masters had yet to make a move. Hua Tunkong alone was enough to crush the human demon masters. At this time, the other human demon masters had no choice but to make a move. A black phoenix rushed out from somewhere in Underworld Sky City and charged towards Hua Tunkong. A terrifying demonic aura burst out from the black phoenix's body. Chapter 4870. The pure-blooded demons were undoubtedly powerful. Hua Tunkong, the clan leader of the pure-blooded Fire Demon clan, could single-handedly destroy the Thunder Axe Demon Master and the Phantom Sky Demon Master. Underworld City had already been breached by the pure-blooded demon masters. If the other demon masters of the human clan did not take action, they might really be wiped out. To be able to live to this day and become a demon master who controlled the life and death of living beings, how could they not be able to see this? A phoenix cry pierced through the sky. A black phoenix rushed out from a corner of Underworld City and spat out a mouthful of demonic fire towards Hua Tunkong. This was the natal demonic fire that the Black Phoenix Demon Master had cultivated for countless years. Within the demonic fire, there were countless interweaving demonic patterns, and every ancient demonic pattern was releasing a terrifying fire elemental power. Even the clan leader of the Fire Demon clan, Hua Tunkong, was stunned when he saw the demonic fire that the Black Phoenix Demon Master spat out. From the aura of the Black Phoenix Demon Master, he could tell that the demonized Black Phoenix was not a pure-blooded demon phoenix. However, its combat power was much stronger than the Thunder Axe Demon Master and the Phantom Sky Demon Master. Playing with fire in front of me? Hua Tunkong sneered. He hugged the air in front of his chest, and the demonic fire that was burning towards him was instantly sucked into the void in front of him. This was the Fire Demon clan's Na Tian technique. Hua Tunkong's hug seemed to have sucked the entire universe into the void in front of him. The natal demonic fire that the Black Phoenix spat out turned into a fireball in front of Hua Tunkong, releasing a terrifying heat. Within the fireball, the shadow of a Black Phoenix was struggling, trying to escape. However, the Black Phoenix in the ball of demonic fire quickly dissipated, and even the demonic patterns in the demonic fire began to dissipate. This was a sign that the Black Phoenix Demon Master's demonic fire was being refined. The Black Phoenix Demon Master was shocked when he saw this. The natal demonic fire that she spat out had already consumed more than half of her demonic essence. That was her demonic essence after all. However, no one would have thought that Hua Tunkong was so powerful that he could even refine her demonic fire. Such pure demonic energy. Many thanks. Hua Tunkong grinned and directly swallowed the Black Phoenix Demon Lord's natal demonic fire that he was about to refine. Kill. Demon Master Black Phoenix attacked Hua Tunkong like a madman. Demon fire rushed out from her body and turned into a chain of fire, entangling Hua Tunkong. At the same time, the Thunder Axe Demon Master and the illusory Sky Demon Master also made their moves. They did not dare to hold back at all. One must know that if this fellow did not die, they would be finished. Who would want to die? Rumble, the Thunder Axe Devil Master, leaped up into the sky and cleaved down on Hua Tunkong's head with his axe. The devil axe in his hand emitted endless lightning as it tore through the void. A terrifying destructive aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. The Thunder Axe Demon Master used all of his strength in this strike. The heavenly illusory Demon Master was the same. Boundless demonic chi appeared once again. Within the demonic chi, the illusory sky demon master's silhouettes were everywhere. Countless figures surrounded Hua Tunkong. The three great demon masters of the human race were ruthless. This was no small matter. The void shook, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Ha! What's the use of all of you coming at me together? Hua Tunkong seemed to have gone mad. A ball of demonic fire burst out from his body and instantly enveloped him, turning into a light barrier. The Thunder Axe Demon Master's frightening axe directly struck the light barrier. The light barrier only shook violently for a moment, but the devil axe in the Thunder Axe Demon Master's hand was shaken and flew out of his hand. What? Seeing this scene, all the demon masters of the human race were dumbfounded. At this moment, a clanging sound was heard. Demon fire condensed into chains of fire and entangled Hua Tunkong and his demonic fire barrier. Go to hell! The illusory sky demon master was enraged. Countless demonic lights turned into frightening demonic spears and pierced towards Hua Tunkong, who was entangled by the chains of fire. With a clanging sound, dozens of demonic spears pierced into Hua Tunkong's demonic fire barrier. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. They were curious if Hua Tunkong would be seriously injured. One should know that Hua Tunkong was a pure-blood demon master. He was extremely powerful. Could the demon masters of the human race hurt him? Especially those demon masters who were hiding in the dark of Underworld City and had yet to make a move. If the three great demon masters of the human race could not defeat a pure-blood demon master, then it would be embarrassing. Far in the sky, there were still 5 pure-blood demon masters who had yet to make a move. Once they made a move, how could they survive? Rumble. At this moment, the demonic fire barrier that was entangled by the Black Phoenix Demon Master's demonic fire chain suddenly shook violently. A violent demonic energy burst out from within the demonic fire barrier. A horrifying destructive aura appeared between heaven and earth. What's going on? Could it be that even this cannot hurt this guy? The Black Phoenix Demon Master, the Phantom Sky Demon Master, and the Thunder Axe Demon Master widened their eyes and were extremely shocked. The 3 great demon masters of the human race joined forces and attacked with all their might. If they could not hurt this guy, then there was no need to fight anymore. They could just run for their lives. Roar. An earth-shattering roar was heard. In the next moment, Hua Tunkong's protective demon fire shield was suddenly shattered. The destructive power erupted, whether it was the Black Phoenix Demon Master's demon fire chain or the demon spear of the illusory Sky Demon Master. They were all directly shattered in the void. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the surrounding void and spread in all directions. In the endless demonic fire that exploded, a demon figure walked out step by step. He was naked from the waist up, and his blood-red hair was dancing like flames. Demonic fire was swallowing and spitting out from his 7 orifices. An extremely domineering aura exploded from his body. You all deserve to die. Hua Tunkong stared at the 3 great demon masters of the human race and gritted his teeth. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. These humans who were like ants actually hurt him. This made him very angry. Damn it! The Black Phoenix Demon Master and the others were shocked and angry. Could it be that the pure-blood demon masters were really invincible? There was no such thing as invincible existence in this world. Gu Fei saw this scene from afar and had his own opinion. Was Hua Tunkong really invincible? Not necessarily. At least Gu Fei had the confidence to fight him. However, there was only one Gu Fei in this world, and there were 6 pure-blood demon masters. Kill! Hua Tinkong was completely enraged. Countless demonic fire energy exploded and burned the void. It directly enveloped the Black Phoenix Demon Master and the other 2 demon masters. This, Chapter 48-71. Although Black Phoenix, Thunder Axe, and Sky Fantasy weren't the strongest demon lords of the human race, their cultivation bases weren't to be trifled with. However, the 3 of them combined could not defeat Hua Tinkong, the leader of the pure-blooded demons of the 5 elements. This made the human demon masters despair. No one would have thought that a pure-blooded demon master could be so powerful and abnormal. Rumble, the void trembled as Hua Tinkong counterattacked. His first move was the Burning Sky demonic fire. It was terrifying to the extreme and directly enveloped Black Phoenix and the other 2 demon masters. This was not an ordinary demonic fire, but a demonic fire that Hua Tinkong had cultivated for countless years. This demonic fire was monstrous and much stronger than Black Phoenix's natal demonic fire. Powerful and ancient demonic tattoos were faintly discernible and intertwining within the demonic flames. The fire elemental energy that was released caused the surrounding space to distort. Hua Tinkong was really angry. Moreover, the other pure-blood demon masters were watching from the side. If he couldn't even deal with these few pure-blood demon masters, he would be laughed at by the other pure-blood demon masters. The pure-blooded demons of the 5 elements were once the rulers of a region. Even in the distant past, they were the overlords of the world. Although the human race rose later on, the pure-blooded demons still did not care about the human race. However, in the war that year, the pure-blooded demons were forced to escape into the underworld demon palace and were eventually sealed in the underworld realm of the underworld demon palace. Even though they were free now, they still didn't put the weak humans in their eyes. At this time, angry roars came from within the demonic fire. Black Phoenix and the other 2 demon masters, who were enveloped by the demonic fire, were terrified. This demonic fire could actually burn their protective demonic light and cause it to dissipate in the void. They could only desperately rush towards the places where the demonic fire could not reach. However, how could Hua Tinkong let them go so easily? In the midst of the demonic flames, fire spears appeared one after another, piercing towards the 3 demon masters of the human race at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! The Black Phoenix Demon Master, the Illusory Sky Demon Master, and the Thunder Axe Demon Master were shocked. They used all their strength to block the piercing demonic spears. A ball of demonic fire emerged from Black Phoenix's body. The demonic spears piercing towards him were blocked by the layer of demonic light that emerged from his body, and all of them were sent flying. However, Heavenly Illusion and Thunder Axe Demon Master were not so lucky. Although they also blocked most of the demonic spears, there were still some that slipped through the net. Heavenly Illusion Demon Master was pierced by the demonic spears and nailed to the void. Then his entire body exploded, burned by the demonic fire. The once formidable Heavenly Illusory Demonic Lord was finished just like that. The Thunder Axe Demon Master was also heavily injured. Half of the godchild was pierced by the demonic spear and was badly mutilated. Demon Axe Demon God. The Thunder Axe Fiend Master immediately turned and fled. Since they couldn't continue playing, they naturally had to flee. This was a very realistic problem. Even the demonic path's big shots feared death. Moreover, the longer they lived, the more they feared death. You bastards, if you don't make a move, then just wait for death. The Thunder Axe Fiend Master roared as he fled. However, a ray of devilish light flashed. In the next moment, It pierced through the lightning axe fiend lord's body, and then his body exploded into a mist of blood. Even the lightning axe demon lord's soul was scattered in space. This was truly the death of both his soul and body. He could not be any more dead. A magic axe fell from the sky. Hua Tunkong unleashed his might and directly killed 2 of the human race's demon masters. This caused the human race's demon masters who were hiding in the dark to be completely dumbfounded. That was because this scene was just too shocking. That was a devil master of the human race, an existence at the eternal realm. If there were no accidents, they would be able to continue living. Even if the world was destroyed, he would still be able to continue living. He could even create his own world and become the master of a world. When the illusory sky demon master and the thunder axe demon master died, the worlds they created also collapsed and disappeared in an instant, leaving nothing behind. This was the demon lord's self-destruction. He would be killed by someone and then leave nothing for the enemy. However, this time, the thunder axe demon master's demonic axe was left behind. However, Hua Tunkong did not take away the demonic axe. Instead, he directly punched out and smashed the demonic axe into pieces. The spirit of the demonic axe dissipated in the void. The eternal realm demon weapon was already a different kind of life. As long as the spirit of the demonic weapon was not destroyed, the demonic axe would not be considered destroyed. The spirit of the demonic weapon was the soul of the weapon. To the demonic axe, it was the soul of the axe. Once the soul of the axe was destroyed, the demonic weapon would be completely finished. This guy, when the Black Phoenix Demon Lord saw this scene, he was quite frightened. Surrender or die. Hua Tunkong stared at Black Phoenix Demon Master with a murderous look. A shadow of a fire dragon appeared on his body, revealing a terrifying aura of destruction. Go to hell! Black Phoenix Demon Master roared and attacked with all her strength. Her entire body turned into a fireball and directly rushed towards Hua Tunkong. She's courting death. Far above the clouds, Gu Fei sighed when he saw this scene. There was a great disparity between the strong and the weak. Even if Black Phoenix Demon Master wanted to fight Hua Tunkong, it would be in vain because Hua Tunkong did not need to fight Black Phoenix Demon Master at all. Master, do you want to? Wu Jizhan, who was standing behind Gu Fei, was already itching to fight. Although Black Phoenix Demon Master was a demon, he was still a demon of the human clan. Hua Tunkong was not a demon of the human clan. He was not of the human clan. Naturally, Hua Tunkong would not show mercy to the human clan. Those guys have not made a move yet. Why are you so anxious? Gu Fei smiled. Those guys? Wu Jizhan's face revealed a trace of disdain when he heard this. It was still unknown whether those human clan demon masters hiding in Underworld City would be willing to make a move. Boom! At this moment, a demonic mountain suddenly fell from the sky and directly smashed Hua Tunkong into the ground. Dust rose high into the sky, and the ground shook, forming a huge pit. Even the pure-blooded demons in the sky were shocked by this scene. The Demon Mountain Demon Master has made a move. Someone exclaimed. This Demon Mountain was not a true human clan demon master, but he had the bloodline of a pure-blooded demon master. The gigantic Devil Mountain towered between the heavens and earth, emitting a terrifying destructive aura. Its demonic might was unparalleled. Rumble, at this moment, the Demon Mountain shook and slowly rose from the ground. A figure could be seen lifting the entire Demon Mountain. That person was Hua Tunkong. This guy, even the 4 primordial battle generals standing behind Gu Fei, were shocked when they saw this scene. Chapter 48-72. The clan lord of the pure-blooded fire demon clan, Hua Tunkong, easily killed the human demon lord Tian Huan and Lei Fu. This shocked demon Lord Black Phoenix to the extreme. At this moment, a demonic mountain descended from the sky, smashing the pure-blooded fiend fire races Hua Tunkong into the ground. The Demon Mountain's demon lord made his move. The Demon Mountain's demon lord's body was a huge mountain. Even a mountain range would be smashed into pieces by him. However, Hua Tunkong of the Fire Devil race actually managed to lift the entire mountain. Rumble, an incomparably huge demonic mountain rose from the ground. Below the demonic mountain, a demonic figure emitted boundless waves of demonic energy. Roar! Hua Tunkong roared again and again as he lifted the huge demonic mountain. Kill! Demon Lord Black Phoenix went all out. In the next moment, he turned into a black demonic light and shot towards Hua Tunkong, who was lifting the demonic mountain. What? Hua Tunkong was taken aback. He did not expect Demon Lord Black Phoenix to have such a powerful attack. He actually turned himself into a demonic light. The speed of Demon Lord Black Phoenix was too fast, so fast that even Hua Tunkong, the clan lord of the pure-blooded fire demon clan, could not avoid it. Boom! The Black Phoenix demon lord turned into a demonic light and slammed into Hua Tunkong. Then Hua Tunkong was sent flying, coughing out blood. His body was still covered in demonic fire, causing his flesh to split open. Roar! Hua Tunkong roared towards the sky. His demonic aura was earth-shattering. The terrifying Black Phoenix true fire on his body was directly dispersed by the demonic energy that erupted from his body. He was truly angry. He could not believe that he was injured by these little guys. At this moment, Demon Lord Black Phoenix's figure appeared in the distance. You, come over here and die. Hua Tunkong's right hand grabbed towards Demon Lord Black Phoenix. Demon Lord Black Phoenix felt his body tighten, and his body flew uncontrollably towards Hua Tunkong. Hua Tunkong grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Demon Lord Black Phoenix was shocked and angry. At this moment, the gigantic demon mountain disappeared into the void, and a black, burly man appeared in the void. The dark-skinned man was 30 feet tall and held a huge axe in his hand. He looked like a giant from ancient times. He waved the demonic axe in his hand and chopped towards Hua Tunkong's head. Clang! Hua Tunkong didn't dodge. He just let the Devil Mountain's Devil King's axe strike his head. The sound of metal colliding resounded. The Demon Mountain's Demon King's demon axe felt as if it had struck a piece of immortal divine metal. The huge axe bounced back and almost flew out of his hand. What Devil Mountain's Devil King was truly shocked. This guy was simply invincible. Eat my fist. Hua Tunkong moved at the same time as he shook off the devil axe of the Devil Mountain Devil King. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Devil Mountain Devil King and punched him. The Devil King of the Devil Mountain roared angrily. His entire body flew out and crashed into a pavilion. Instantly, dust flew everywhere, and it was a mess. This was Underworld City, and there were countless demonic creatures in the city. The Devil Mountain's Devil King crashed into a pavilion, and the countless creatures hiding in it suffered. They were the fish in the moat. Go to hell! Hua Tunkong exerted strength in his right hand and wanted to grab the Black Phoenix Devil King. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed in front of him. Then, Hua Tunkong's right hand that was grabbing the Black Phoenix Devil King's throat was broken. Roar! Hua Tunkong roared crazily. In the next moment, he felt his body tighten. A thorny vine wrapped around his body. Both his hands and legs were tightly bound by the vine. At the same time, several black shadows rushed out from the darkness and instantly attacked Hua Tunkong. What Hua Tunkong didn't dare to hold back. He immediately exploded and broke the vine that wrapped around his body. However, The other black shadows had already launched their strongest attacks at him. The Devil Kings hiding in the side finally found an opportunity to attack. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bam! Boom! A dull collision sound was heard almost at the same time. The 5 great Devil Kings launched their attacks at the same time and all hit Huatunkong's body. This Gu Fei, who was watching the show from the side, couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. These guys had been pretending to be weak all along and only made their move now. These guys were really good at enduring. Moreover, in this underworld city, there were not only 8 great Devil Kings, but 9 great Devil Kings. One of the Devil Kings hid so well that even Huatunkong couldn't sense his existence. In fact, even Gu Fei couldn't sense the existence of this Devil King. That was the devouring Heaven Devil King. He could devour everything in the world, anything he wanted to devour. The aura on his body was restrained and not released. Moreover, the devouring Heaven Devil King's cultivation technique was also very powerful. It was the devouring Heaven Demons clan's ultimate cultivation technique. This clan was good at hiding. Among the 5 great Devil Kings that suddenly attacked, the devouring Heaven Devil King, who could really threaten Huatunkong, was this devouring Heaven Devil King. His void god, slaying saber, actually chopped off Huatunkong's head and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing this scene, the other Devil Kings were stunned. Huatunkong is finished. The pure-blooded Devil Kings, who were watching the battle from afar, were also stunned. That was the clan leader of the pure-blooded Fire Demon clan, and he was killed just like that. An existence like Huatunkong naturally wouldn't die so easily. However, the 5 great Devil Kings, Black Phoenix Devil King and Devil Mountain Devil King, attacked with all their strength and directly blew Huatunkong's headless body into pieces. Even Gu Fei didn't expect the battle to end like this. The insufferably arrogant, pure-blooded Fire Demon clan leader, Huatunkong, actually ended up like this. Just as everyone was in shock, the devouring Heaven Devil King suddenly screamed in pain. His stomach suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and a devil shadow rushed out from his body. It was a primordial spirit. The primordial spirit directly rushed up to the sky and wanted to escape. This was Huatunkong's primordial spirit. The current him didn't dare to fight anymore. He had lost his devil body and only had his primordial spirit left. If he didn't escape now, his body and soul would really be destroyed. Huatunkong naturally didn't want to die. His primordial spirit escaped at an extremely fast speed, and none of the human Devil Kings could stop it in time. Seeing that Huatunkong's primordial spirit was about to escape, a big hand descended from the sky and grabbed Huatunkong's primordial spirit. This, Chapter 48:73. Huatunkong was the leader of the pure-blooded Demon Fire clan. His demonic cultivation base had almost surpassed the Eternal Realm. Moreover, he was a pure-blooded demon ancestor. He had already surpassed countless big shots of the Demon Tao. It was also because of this that the Black Phoenix Demon Master, the Heavenly Illusion Demon Master, and the Thunder Axe Demon Master, the 3 great demon masters of the human race, were not a match for him even if they joined forces. Even the Phantom Sky Demon Master and the Thunder Axe Demon Master were killed by him. The Black Phoenix Demon Master was also severely injured. However, the demon masters of the human race, who had been hiding in Underworld Sky City, could no longer sit still. If Huatunkong were to defeat them one by one, they would definitely die. Therefore, they took action. The 5 demon masters attacked at the same time. Even the devouring Heaven Demon Master, who had been hiding in the void and could not be sensed by Gu Fei, also took action. The devouring Heaven Demon Master was the strongest demon master in Underworld Sky City. He cut Huatunkong's demonic body with one slash and even swallowed Huatengkong's primordial spirit. However, Huatengkong's primordial spirit was extremely strong. It broke through the abdomen of the devouring heaven demon master and rushed out. For an existence like Huatengkong, once he wanted to escape, there was really not many people who could stop him. Huatengkong's primordial spirit soared into the sky and was about to escape. At this moment, a big hand came down from the sky and grabbed Huatengkong's primordial spirit. Seeing this scene, all the demonic giants and even the other pure-blooded demon ancestors who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. The big hand grabbed Huatengkong's primordial spirit and took it back. At this moment, they realized that the owner of this big hand was a black-robed young man. Moreover, the pure-blooded demon ancestors in the sky were shocked and in disbelief. This black-robed young man turned out to be a human and not a demonic cultivator of the human race. Human race? Huatengkong's primordial spirit kept struggling in the black-robed youth's hand, trying to escape. However, it was all in vain, because a terrifying force had emerged from the black-robed youth's hand and imprisoned his primordial spirit. Human race, what do you want? Do you know who I am? Huatengkong's primordial spirit was shocked and enraged at the same time. His devil body had already been slashed by the devouring heaven devil lord, and now he was blasted into dregs by a group of human devil lords. If his primordial spirit was also destroyed, then his body and soul would truly be destroyed. Body and soul annihilation. This was the most terrifying way of dying for countless cultivators. This was because this way of dying was simply too thorough. It would cause a living being to completely disappear from the world. This was especially true for cultivators. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they feared death. I don't care who you are, the black-clothed youth said indifferently. Huatengkong was even more shocked when he saw the indifferent look in the young man's eyes. I am the clan leader of the pure-blooded Fiend Fire clan. If you dare to do anything to me, don't even think about living in this world. Huatengkong's primordial spirit said with a stern expression. Really? The black-clothed youth still had a cold expression on his face. Why aren't you coming to save me? Huatengkong's heart grew cold. If he were to die, the pure-blooded Fiend Fire clan would suffer. Naturally, he was not the only pure-blooded Fiend Fire clan member who was an eternal being. Could pure-blooded demons, like the pure-blooded Fiend Fire clan, only have one eternal being? However, Huatengkong was the clan leader of the pure-blooded Fiend Fire clan. If he were to die, it would surely cause a huge uproar within the clan. Additionally, the 6 pure-blooded demons had only just emerged from the nether plane. Losing one pure-blooded Fiend Fire clan member would not be a good thing for the other pure-blooded demons. They had long since received news that the various forces from the demonic Tao outside the Nether Continent were charging towards the Nether Continent in an attempt to take back the territories that the 6 pure-blooded demons had taken away. Most importantly, the forces from the demonic Tao were not the only ones in Eternal World. The forces from the righteous Tao were far stronger compared to the forces from the demonic Tao. In other words, not only did the forces from the demonic Tao in Eternal World want to destroy the 6 pure-blooded demons, even the forces from the righteous Tao in Eternal World wanted to destroy the 6 pure-blooded demons. No matter how strong the 6 pure-blooded demons may be, they would have to reconsider whether or not they could make an enemy out of the entire world. One could only imagine how much pressure the 6 pure-blooded demons were facing. Swoosh! Suddenly, a demonic beam of light shot towards the black-clad youngster from afar. You want to fight? The black-clad youngster's figure suddenly turned blurry. It was as though he wanted to become one with the surrounding void. The demonic beam of light shooting towards him simply passed through his blurry figure, failing to harm him in the slightest. This seeing that one of the eternal pure-blooded demon forefathers who was attacking from afar became dumbfounded. "Master," the four eternal sovereigns who were standing around the black-clad youngster took a step forward at the same time. As long as the black-clad youngster gave the order, they would attack the pure-blooded demon forefathers. The black-clad youngster was none other than Gu Fei. The primordial spirit of a pure-blooded demon forefather was much more precious than any immortal medicine. If he could refine it, even Gu Fei would gain great benefits. The primordial spirit of a pure-blooded demon forefather was right in front of him. How could Gu Fei let it escape? Kill! The eternal sovereign of the demons in the distant sky roared and took a step forward. He instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei and threw a punch at Gu Fei. Roar! A terrifying roar was heard. As the eternal sovereign of the demons threw a punch, a ferocious and terrifying demonic beast rushed out of his fist and pounced on Gu Fei. The powerful, eternal, level demonic power erupted from the demonic beast. Its ferocity was monstrous. "How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of my master?" Wu Jixian stepped out from behind Gu Fei and blocked the demonic beast that was pouncing on Gu Fei with a palm strike. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, resulting in a loud explosion. An energy storm swept out in all directions. Gu Fei's hair danced in the wind as he moved to the side. The remaining three great Hongtian generals also retreated. Since their boss was taking action, they naturally would not intervene in the battle between their boss and the eternal sovereign of the demons. "You're courting death." The eternal sovereign of the demons roared and attacked with all his might, trying to kill Wu Jixian. However, Wu Jixian had obtained part of the inheritance of the great Hongtian emperor and the 9 secrets of the immortal path imparted to him by Gu Fei. It would not be easy for the pure-blooded demons to kill Wu Jixian in a short time. Wu Jixian and the pure-blooded eternal of the devil race began fighting. How is this possible? Chapter 48:74. Pure-blooded demons were high and mighty to begin with. In the distant past, pure-blooded demons were synonymous with power. That was because pure-blooded demons were simply too talented. Other living beings could cultivate for millions of years and still fail to become sage ancestors, but pure-blooded demons could easily dominate the world and become powerhouses in their own right after cultivating for thousands of years. Rumble! At that moment, high in the sky near Underworld Sky City, 2 figures were moving rapidly in a fierce battle. This was a battle between immortals and demons. Immortal Wu Ji was an eternal of the immortal Tao. Throughout the ages, there weren't many who could achieve eternal. Back then, the great emperor of Hongtian didn't actually achieve the immortal Tao. At that moment, Gu Fei was still holding Hua Tengkong's primordial spirit. Hua Tengkong had long lost the domineering aura of the past and was now begging Gu Fei for mercy. However, Gu Fei had no intention of sparing this fellow. In the next moment, his martial body was like a bottomless black hole, devouring the power of Hua Tengkong's primordial spirit. "Stop him!" The other eternal pure-blooded demons immediately attacked Gu Fei. Buzz! A demonic halberd descended from the sky and directly chopped down at Gu Fei's head. An extremely powerful demonic power erupted from the demonic halberd. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure instantly disappeared into the void. The demonic halberd that descended from the sky struck empty air, and the demonic power that erupted from the halberd shook the void. Spatial ripples visible to the naked eye spread in all directions like transparent water waves. At that moment, a demonic figure appeared and grabbed the halberd. In the next moment, the halberd seemed to come to life, and the demonic aura it exuded became even more astonishing. It's Jin Heng, one of the 5 elemental pure-blooded demons, the ancestor of the Golden Demon clan. Someone who knew Jin Heng's background cried out in alarm. Jin Heng wielded the supreme demonic weapon of the Golden Demon Clan, the Golden Demonic Halberd. It was an infinity-level demonic weapon that surpassed eternal. Jin Heng didn't hesitate to use the Golden Demonic Halberd when he fought against the peerless demonic corpse. "Where do you think you're going?" Jin Heng roared and directly chased after Gu Fei. He held the Golden Demonic Halberd in his hand and looked majestic. He stepped on the demonic clouds, and wherever he passed, demons would flee. Gu Fei, on the other hand, seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll through the void. His speed didn't seem very fast, but Jin Heng just couldn't catch up to him. Gu Fei and Jin Heng, one fleeing and one chasing, circled around in the sky. "Come and fight me if you have the guts." Jin Heng held the demonic halberd in his hand and roared at the fleeing Gu Fei. "We'll talk after you catch up to me." Who was Gu Fei? How could he fall for Jin Heng's provocation? Not only did he not stop to fight Jin Heng, but he also ran even faster. "Master, this is Wu Jidao, Wu Jizhan," and the others were dumbfounded. Their master was not someone who would easily back down. He had always been extremely domineering. What was going on today? Why was Master avoiding the battle? Wu Jidao and the others almost couldn't help but attack. But Gu Fei seemed to be playing a game. He didn't attack, and just continued to devour Hua Tengkong's primordial spirit. Jin Heng, on the other hand, was getting anxious, because if Gu Fei completely refined Hua Tengkong's primordial spirit, Hua Tengkong's body and soul would truly be destroyed. Hua Tengkong's primordial spirit was a good thing. Jin Heng didn't necessarily have to save Hua Tengkong, but he definitely had to obtain Hua Tengkong's primordial spirit. That was because even for a pure-blooded demon's ancestor, Hua Tengkong's primordial spirit was like a peerless tonic and had an irresistible temptation. Cowardly as a mouse, Jin Heng scolded. Gu Fei didn't fall for it. He directly ignored Jin Heng's words. No matter how Jin Heng scolded, Gu Fei still didn't fight back. "Master, is this a game?" Wu Jidao and the others were stunned. Damn it! Jin Heng was enraged. He was truly enraged. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the golden demon, halberd in his hand. The next moment, there was a buzzing sound. The golden demon, halberd in his hand, vibrated, releasing an aura that was powerful enough to make Gu Fei's heart palpitate. The golden demon, halberd, had yet to awaken. The blood from the ancient metal demon master's tongue was not enough to awaken the supreme demon weapon of his race. However, even if this demon weapon released a trace of the aura of the unbounded realm, it was enough to give Gu Fei a hard time. Whoosh! The golden demon halberd in Jin Heng's hand exploded with a powerful force. It moved quickly in the void, and in the blink of an eye, it was above Gu Fei's head. However, Gu Fei moved his feet and disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was behind Jin Heng. The ancient metal demon lord didn't even think about it. The halberd in his hand swept behind him. However, Gu Fei seemed to know that Jin Heng would use this move. His upper body leaned back, and his entire body slid backward for thousands of meters. Damn it, I used up a mouthful of blood from my tongue. If I don't kill you, wouldn't it be a big loss? The ancient metal demon lord's anger burned to the highest heavens. Sky-breaking strike. The ancient metal demon king went all out. In the next moment, countless shadows of the golden demon halberd appeared in the void. Countless golden demon halberds slashed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt his vision go dark. Then he was surrounded by the ancient metal demon lord's shadows, wielding the golden demon halberd. It was as if there were countless ancient metal demon lords attacking at the same time. Interesting. Facing the ancient metal demon lord's all-out attack, Gu Fei still looked calm. He didn't seem nervous at all. Chaotic reversal. He immediately used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path, the chaotic reversal secret technique. The next moment, the countless golden demon halberds slashing at him were all reversed. Both the shadows and the real body were reversed. This shocked the ancient metal demon lord to the extreme. He never thought that there would be someone in this world who could reverse his attack. That works. Far in the sky, the other patriarchs of the pure blood demons who saw this scene were shocked. It should be noted that Jin Heng was the patriarch of the pure blood golden demon clan. His cultivation was almost invincible among those of the same level. Moreover, he wielded the supreme demonic weapon of the golden demon clan, the golden demon halberd. This little fellow from the human race could actually reverse Jin Heng's attack. This was too inconceivable. What kind of secret technique is this? The patriarchs of the pure blood demons were a little jealous. Master's chaotic reversal secret technique. When Wu Jixian saw Gu Fei use this secret technique, his eyes lit up. The chaotic reversal secret technique his master used was many times more powerful than the one he used. At that moment, Wu Jixian was distracted, and his opponent's fist landed on his left shoulder. He was sent flying dozens of miles away, and his bones were almost broken. He used the transform formula to dispel the power of his opponent's punch. He's unscathed after taking my punch. The pure blood demon lord who punched Wu Jixian stared at Wu Jixian, who was dozens of miles away, in shock. Again, Wu Jixian's battle intent surged as he charged at the pure blood demon lord. Chapter 4875. Nether Continent, Nether Sky City, was the #1 city among the countless cities in the entire Nether Continent. This was an ancient city that had existed for countless years. But now, this ancient city seemed to have been cleaved in half by a saber. A huge saber mark was left in the ancient city. At this time, in the sky above Nether Sky City, Gu Fei and the pure-blooded golden demon clan's old ancestor Eternal Jin were engaged in battle. Meanwhile, Wu Jixian and another pure-blooded demon ancestor were engaged in a fierce battle. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path, the chaotic chaos secret technique, to reverse all of old ancestor Eternal Jin's attacks. How is this possible? Old ancestor Eternal Jin hurriedly waved the golden demonic halberd in his hand to protect himself. Even so, he was still sent flying by his own strength. At this time, Gu Fei counterattacked. Great sky annihilation. He used his trump card right from the start. Rumble, a huge hand appeared in the sky, emitting a horrifying aura of destruction. In the next moment, the huge hand descended from the sky, slapping towards old ancestor Eternal Jin at extreme speed. This old ancestor Eternal Jin was taken aback. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Just as a protective demonic light surged from his body, the huge hand in the sky had already slammed down. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant hand from the sky slapped Elder Jin down from the sky. Then he was slapped into the forest below. A cloud of dust rose up from the forest. When the demonic experts who were watching the battle saw this, they were dumbfounded. That was old ancestor Eternal Jin of the Golden Demon Clan, and he was slapped down from the sky by a human brat. Roar! A roar came from the forest, and a horrifying demonic aura exploded from the forest. The terrifying demonic power instantly shrouded the entire forest. The forest that was shrouded by the demonic aura was losing its vitality rapidly. Countless flowers and trees were withering, and their life essence was being devoured by the demonic aura. Swoosh! Suddenly, an extremely sharp demonic light shot up from the forest below and slashed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's figure suddenly became blurry, and the devil light slashed through his blurry figure. It was as if it was slashing through the void and couldn't hurt him at all. Preposterous! With a roar, a demonic figure holding a demonic halberd soared into the sky from the forest below, directly charging towards Gu Fei in the sky. 3 pure ones in one breath. Gu Fei's mind moved, and the next moment, his body became blurry again. Then, 3 figures rushed out from his body and charged towards Eternal Gold Ancestor. They were Gu Fei's 3 clones, each of which had 70 to 80% of his battle prowess. It was as if 3 Gu Fei had appeared at the same time. Humph! Mere clones dare to show off in front of me. Eternal Gold Ancestor roared, waving the demonic halberd in his hand to attack Gu Fei's 3 clones. However, very quickly, Eternal Gold Ancestor's face turned ugly. The battle prowess of his opponent's 3 clones was not much different from his real body. It was as if he was surrounded by 3 Eternal Ones. Moreover, what made Eternal Gold Ancestor uneasy was that his opponent's real body had yet to make a move. He saw Gu Fei's 3 clones attack at the same time, forcing Eternal Gold Ancestor to retreat in a fluster. This shocked and angered him. Blood massacred 10 directions. Eternal Gold Ancestor was enraged. The next moment, countless shadows of the golden demonic halberd appeared in the void, slashing towards Gu Fei's 3 clones at the same time. This move sealed all escape routes for Gu Fei's 3 clones, forcing Gu Fei's 3 clones to fight Eternal Gold Ancestor head-on. However, Gu Fei would not fight this guy head-on. The golden demonic halberd in Eternal Gold Ancestor's hand was a peerless demonic weapon at the infinite grade. Even if the demonic weapon had not awakened and could not unleash the power of the infinite grade, even an Eternal One would be severely injured if struck by it. That was not a problem for Gu Fei. A moment later, Gu Fei's 3 clones disappeared into the void, disappearing without a trace. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Eternal Gold Ancestor lost his target, which made him so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. This guy's mystic abilities and secret techniques were too strange. The 9 secrets of Immortal Tao were 9 supreme secret techniques of the Immortal Tao. These 9 supreme secret techniques were originally at the extreme grade, but after Gu Fei's constant evolution, he had upgraded them to the eternal grade. The 9 secrets of Immortal Tao should be renamed to the 9 secrets of Eternal Immortal Tao. The moment Eternal Gold Ancestor's attack was unleashed, Gu Fei's 3 clones appeared out of thin air again, unleashing the great sky obliteration palm at Eternal Gold Ancestor at the same time. A terrifying power of destruction erupted from the hands of Gu Fei's clones, instantly enveloping Eternal Gold Ancestor. Eternal Gold Ancestor hadn't suffered much from Gu Fei's palm attack, but this time was different. The power of the 3 great sky obliteration palms instantly enveloped Eternal Gold Ancestor. A moment later, Eternal Gold Ancestor was sent flying, a trace of blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Ascend. At the same time, under Gu Fei's control, his 3 clones used the Ascend secret technique. Then, 3 extremely powerful waves of power erupted from the 3 clones. Gu Fei's 3 clones' battle prowess doubled, and they attacked Eternal Gold Ancestor again. Damn it! Eternal Gold Ancestor gritted his teeth and went all out. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the golden halberd in his hand. Buzz. The golden halberd vibrated and hummed. A trace of the power of an unbounded realm awakened. Although it was only a trace, it was enough for Eternal Gold Ancestor. Swish! The golden halberd in Eternal Gold Ancestor's hand turned into a shadow, instantly sweeping through Gu Fei's 3 clones. Then, Gu Fei's 3 clones dissipated into the void, as if they were never there. Huh! Eternal Gold Patriarch had slain Gu Fei's 3 clones in one go. This had shaken Gu Fei's real body quite a bit. You can go die too. Eternal Gold Ancestor roared and attacked again. The demon halberd in his hand turned into an undying demon light, slashing in front of Gu Fei. It looked like it was going to cut him in half. However, just as Eternal Gold Ancestor's demon halberd was about to hit Gu Fei suddenly disappeared. Patriarch Eternal Gold's strike had missed. He wanted to retract his attack, but he was unable to do so at all. All he could do was continue slashing out. Chapter 48:76. Gu Fei's 9 secrets of the immortal path was so mysterious that it forced the pure-blooded golden demon Old Ancestor Eternal Metal to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He did not hesitate to use up his vital energy to activate the golden demon halberd in his hand. He wanted to kill this human. However, Eternal Metal only managed to kill 3 of Gu Fei's clones. These clones were not the real clones Gu Fei had cultivated. They were merely 3 clones that he had created using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the 3 pure ones. However, the fact that the ancient metal demon lord had broken Gu Fei's 3 pure ones was a huge blow to Gu Fei. Kill! The ancient metal demon lord waved the golden demon halberd in his hand and swung it down at Gu Fei's head. However, the next moment, Gu Fei's figure blurred and disappeared into the void. This shocked the ancient metal demon lord. How is this possible? The ancient metal demon lord was both shocked and angry. His opponent's cultivation and combat power were too terrifying. He did not hesitate to use up his vital energy to increase his combat power, but this guy was not afraid at all. At that moment, Gu Fei suddenly appeared behind the ancient metal demon lord. Without any hesitation, he threw out the great sky-devastating palm. A violent, destructive palm force burst out from his right palm and instantly enveloped the ancient metal demon master. What? The ancestor of the pure-blooded Golden Devil clan was taken aback. Without thinking, he rushed forward. At the same time, the golden demon halberd in his hand swept behind him. However, when Gu Fei made a move, it was a thunderous strike. Both his speed and power were at their peak. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's palm landed on the ancient metal demon lord's back. The next moment, the sound of bones breaking came from his body. The ancient metal demon lord was sent flying by Gu Fei's palm. He coughed up blood, and the golden demon halberd in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Master is mighty! Seeing this, Wu Jizhan, Wu Jidao, and the others excitedly shouted. In the distant sky, the patriarchs of the pure blood demons were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This human was strong enough to defeat the patriarchs of the pure blood demons. Damn it! Eternal Gold Ancestor was both shocked and angry. The next moment, he felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. A terrifying destructive power invaded his body. Boom! Ancestor Eternal Gold's devil body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Soon, the blood mist converged again, and a figure appeared from within the blood mist. It was the old ancestor of the pure-blooded Golden Demon clan, Jin Heng. He instantly reformed his body and grabbed the golden halberd in his hand. However, in the next moment, the demonic body that he had just reassembled exploded again, turning into a bloody mist once more. This shocked everyone who witnessed this scene. Even Eternal Gold Ancestor was depressed to the extreme. Once again, Eternal Gold Ancestor reformed his body. However, no one expected his newly reformed body to explode again. What's going on? In the distant sky, the patriarchs of the pure blood demons were dumbfounded. Then, Under the watchful eyes of countless powerful beings, Patriarch Eternal Gold's demonic body exploded 9 times before it stopped. 9 times on the spot. This Eternal Gold ancestor was unprecedented, and no one would be able to do it in the future. Eternal Gold ancestor was doubting his life. At this moment, Gu Fei finally understood the power of the great sky obliteration palm. If it was an ordinary demon king, Gu Fei's palm would have destroyed both his body and soul. Unfortunately, Eternal Gold ancestor was the patriarch of the pure blood demons. His cultivation base far surpassed ordinary eternal demon kings. Therefore, he was lucky because he managed to resist the 9 waves of destructive power that exploded in his body. However, the current Eternal Gold ancestor was extremely weak. His face was as pale as paper, and his entire body was soaked in sweat. He was panting heavily. He had injured his vitality. Without half a year of recuperation, it would be impossible for him to fully recover. 9 explosions in one palm. Master has cultivated old master's palm technique to such a high level in such a short time. Wu Jixian, who was fighting his opponent, was also shocked when he saw this. The killer move created by the great sky heavenly emperor was an unbounded supreme cultivation technique. When cultivated to the extreme, one palm could destroy the world. Wu Jixian had once been imparted by the great sky heavenly emperor. Again, Gu Fei did not plan to let Eternal Gold ancestor go. He took a step forward and instantly appeared above Eternal Gold ancestor's head. Sky-trampling step. Without any suspense, Gu Fei directly used his trump card. His foot stomped down on Eternal Gold ancestor. Eternal Gold ancestor was directly stomped down by Gu Fei. Boom! The entire mountain range shook, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. One mountain after another collapsed, and dust filled the sky. Roar! Eternal Gold ancestor roared, crazily. Within the mountain range, endless demonic chi erupted. A huge demonic shadow stood up. Its head reached the sky, and its feet were on the ground. Its blood-red eyes were like 2 blood-red stars in the sky. As an eternal demon master, and a pure-blooded one at that, he was actually stepped on by a puny human. To him, this was definitely the greatest humiliation. It should be known that in the eyes of pure-blooded demons, humans were the lowest race. They had been enslaved for countless years. Now that a servant had stepped on his master's head, how could he stand it? One could imagine how sullen Eternal Gold ancestor was. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Eternal Gold ancestor has been forced to use his universal aspect. This human brat is incredible. Far in the sky, an eternal demon master among the pure-blooded demons who was watching the battle exclaimed. As soon as the huge demonic shadow appeared, the entire world's spiritual energy frantically gathered towards it. The demonic shadow opened its mouth and inhaled. The endless power of the stars in the sky was immediately triggered, gathering into a dazzling starlight. It was like the Milky Way hanging down from the 9 heavens. The starlight turned into a Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. Then it was swallowed by the huge demonic shadow. The demonic might of the demonic shadow continued to rise. Soon, the void around the demonic shadow trembled. In the void, ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out in all directions. Lowly human, you deserve to die. Eternal Gold ancestor roared. In the next moment, the huge demonic shadow slapped Gu Fei, who was in front of him. Rumble, the demonic palm, which was many times bigger than a mountain, moved in the void, producing a thunderous sound. A terrifying aura of destruction erupted from the demonic palm. All living beings were terrified. Chapter 4877. Outside Underworld Sky City, The battle between Gu Fei and the patriarch of the pure-blooded Golden Demon clan, Patriarch Eternal Metal, had reached its climax. Gu Fei had forced Eternal Metal to reveal his transcendence of heaven and earth. As soon as Eternal Metal's transcendence of heaven and earth appeared, the spiritual energy of the entire world gathered towards his transcendence of heaven and earth. Just like that, Eternal Metal's combat power continued to soar. Boom, boom. Eternal Metal made his move. A huge demonic hand slammed down on Gu Fei's head. An extremely violent demonic power burst out from the right hand of the ancient gold ancestors' heaven and earth dharma. It shook the extremely stable space of the world. The void of eternal world was incomparably stable. Shaking the void of eternal world was no easy feat. Thus, one could imagine just how strong Patriarch Eternal Gold's dharma idol was. However, under the cover of the demonic hand, Gu Fei remained calm. Man and sword become one. When Gu Fei saw that the demonic hand was about to reach him, his body burst with purple-gold godly light. The next moment, his entire body seemed to have turned into a terrifying sky sword that shot up into the sky. The sword light that Gu Fei had turned into pierced through the demonic hand that was descending from the sky. The cold sword energy spread out, and the temperature of the world dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword energy. What Eternal Metal was shocked. His transcendence of heaven and earth was no longer working. The sword light that Gu Fei had turned into went straight for Eternal Metal's transcendence of heaven and earth. The sword light shot out for millions of miles, as if it was going to split the world in half. The power of Gu Fei's sword was truly terrifying. Even Eternal Gold Ancestor couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei's sword Dao cultivation was not to be underestimated. With a sword in hand, he could break all magic skills. It was extremely overbearing. Furthermore, he cultivated the 9 heaven punishing swords, which was the most murderous sword Dao in all heaven and earth. Back when he was in the Eternal Stratum, he had evolved the 9 heaven punishing swords, transforming it into an Eternal Stratum sword Dao. One sword slaying the heavens. Gu Fei, who had turned into an immortal sword light, instantly arrived in front of ancient gold patriarch's heaven and earth dharma idol. Without hesitation, he slashed at it. Ha ha! How dare you speak of punishing the heavens? What a joke! Eternal Gold Ancestor laughed in disdain. At the same time, the huge demonic shadow dissipated. An endless demonic energy swept out in all directions, causing everyone nearby to stagger back. I may not be able to kill heaven, but killing you is very easy, Gu Fei said calmly as he attacked. Swoosh! Wherever the sword light passed, it broke through the layers of demonic chi and headed straight for Elder Jean, who was hidden within the demonic chi. Its speed was extremely fast. Damn it! Eternal Gold Ancestor roared. He waved the gold demon halberd in his hand to block. Clang! The sword and halberd collided, and an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. The sword light that Gu Fei had turned into flew away, and his figure appeared in the void. Eternal Gold Ancestor was sent flying 100 miles away. His hands, which were holding the gold demon halberd, were trembling, and blood was oozing out of them. This guy, Eternal Gold Ancestor, couldn't help but be shocked because Gu Fei's battle prowess was just too shocking. Gu Fei was the only other human he had ever encountered besides the great Sky Emperor back in the day. Back then, the Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor was definitely the most powerful human in history. This was an undeniable fact. Although Gu Fei had not reached the same level as Emperor Hong Tian, he was not far from it. As long as he could take one more step, he would be the second Emperor Hong Tian. At this time, Gu Fei's blood was tumbling inside his body. The gold demon halberd in his opponent's hand was a peerless demonic weapon. Even if it had not been awakened, it was still not to be underestimated. All right, I'm done playing. As Gu Fei spoke, his aura soared. A terrifying power burst out of his body. This power was wild and strong, as if it could shatter the sky. This eternal gold ancestor could feel the power bursting out of Gu Fei's body. His face changed. He did not expect that this human had not used his full strength. Ascension and extremity breaker. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Gu Fei used his full strength to use the Ascension secret technique. The potential of his martial body was stimulated, and the power that was released was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Kill! Gu Fei became one with his sword again, and he charged at Eternal Gold Ancestor. The immortal sword light instantly pierced through Eternal Gold Ancestor's body. It was so fast that Eternal Gold Ancestor could not dodge it. He could only use his gold demon halberd to meet it. However, the sword light that Gu Fei had turned into suddenly sped up, dodging Eternal Gold Ancestor's halberd. What Eternal Gold Ancestor was shocked. At such a close distance, he was unable to react at all. He could only watch as the sword light pierced through his chest in an instant. You Eternal Gold Ancestor stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. Just now, Gu Fei had not only used the Ascension secret technique, but he had also used the Extremity Breaker secret technique. The sword light's speed and power had soared. That was how he was able to pierce through his chest. What happened? Eternal Gold Ancestor lost. How is this possible? Just then, up in the sky, the group of pure-blooded demon ancestors were shocked. They could feel Eternal Gold Ancestor's life force quickly draining away. Then, they saw a scene that made them all terrified. They saw Eternal Gold Ancestor's body turn into dust, dispersing into the sky. A demon halberd fell from the sky. Gu Fei grabbed the demonic halberd with his right hand, and the halberd flew directly into his hand. This, seeing Gu Fei take away Eternal Gold Ancestor's golden demon halberd, the other pure-blooded demon ancestors could not stay calm. The next moment, 5 demon shadows appeared around Gu Fei, surrounding Gu Fei. A powerful demonic aura exploded from the 5 demon shadows. The entire place was filled with demonic aura, and the sky darkened. Hand over the demon weapon, or die. The 5 pure-blooded demon ancestors rushed toward Gu Fei. Ha! I was scared. You want to threaten me? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Facing the 5 pure-blooded demon ancestors, Gu Fei laughed. Then go to hell. The 5 pure-blooded demon ancestors did not waste any time and attacked Gu Fei. Anti-void. Gu Fei immediately performed the anti-void secret technique. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void without a trace. What? He can escape like this? The 5 pure-blooded demon ancestors were dumbfounded. They had suppressed the place. Logically speaking, this human should not have been able to escape. But now he had escaped. Humph. Chapter 48-78. Outside Underworld Sky City. Although Gu Fei had killed Old Master Jean of the pure-blooded golden demon race, he had used the Ascension secret skill and the Extreme Break secret skill. The energy within his body had been greatly depleted. Now that he was surrounded by the 5 pure-blooded demonic ancestors, he could only escape. Gu Fei was not one of those inflexible people. He would not fight to the death, even though he knew that he could not win. To him, it was not shameful to run if he could not win. Only a fool would continue to fight if he could not win. Gu Fei waved his right hand and kept Wu Jidao, Wu Jizhan, and Wu Jishan into his inner world. He then rushed out into the sky. Stop him. Do not let him escape. The 5 pure-blooded demonic ancestors chased after him. However, Gu Fei cultivated 8 steps of extreme speed. Furthermore, given his current cultivation state, Even a pure-blooded demonic ancestor would not be able to catch up to him easily. He's gone. Still fighting? Gu Fei charged into the battlefield between Wu Jixin and the pure-blooded demonic ancestor. With a single punch, he sent the pure-blooded demonic ancestor flying 10,000 miles away. He then grabbed Wu Jixin and disappeared into the void. What? The 5 pure-blooded demonic ancestors were dumbfounded. This human's ability to escape was way higher than their combat strength. The 5 pure-blooded demonic ancestors naturally would not let Gu Fei off so easily. One after another, they sent out their strong consciousnesses in all directions, trying to find Gu Fei. However, they were disappointed. They could not sense any aura from Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei had even taken away Hua Tunkong's essence spirit. The pure-blooded demons had truly suffered a huge loss in the battle at Underworld Sky City. Not only was Hua Tunkong the leader of the pure-blooded demonic fire race dead, even Old Master Jin of the pure-blooded golden demon race had died in the hands of Gu Fei. Whether it was Hua Tunkong or Jin Heng, they were both important figures among the 6 pure-blooded demons. And yet, they were both killed by the same person. And that person was from the lowest race in their eyes, the human race. After Gu Fei escaped, the 5 pure-blooded demons immediately unleashed their fury on the living beings in Underworld Sky City. Boom! A pure-blooded demon ancestor slammed his palm toward Underworld Sky City. Instantly, the houses collapsed, and dust rose into the sky. The city was in a mess, and it was unknown how many living beings were killed by this palm. At this time, Hua Tunkong had already killed 2 of the 9 demon masters hiding in the city. The heavenly illusory demon master and the thunder axe demon master were really unlucky. There were still 7 great demon masters left out of the 9 great human demon masters. However, even though the human demon masters had more people than the pure blood demon masters, this wasn't a competition of numbers. Previously, just Hua Tunkong alone was enough to wipe out all the human demon masters. Now, the cultivation of the 5 pure-blooded demons was not any weaker than Hua Tunkong. In this way, the demon masters of the human race would still be annihilated. Kill them all and take revenge for Hua Tunkong and Jin Heng. The clan leader of the pure blood earth demon clan, Yi Tianming, roared and charged toward the demon masters of the human race. Who's afraid of who? One of the demon masters of the human race immediately went up to him. However, after just one exchange of blows, this demon master was nailed to death in the void by Yi Tianming's spear. It was over. Seeing this scene, all the demon masters present took in a deep breath of cold air. They were shocked beyond words. Another one of the 7 demon masters of the human race was gone. At this time, the faces of the demon masters of the human race turned ugly. The entire void around Underworld Sky City was sealed by the pure blood demons. Only Gu Fei could escape. Even if Black Phoenix Demon Master and the others wanted to escape, they couldn't. If they could escape, they would have escaped when Gu Fei was fighting with Jin Heng. Why would they wait until now? Fight them to the death. The demon masters of the human race roared. How? The other demon masters were in despair. Even Devouring Heaven Demon Master's expression was solemn. Black Phoenix, Demon Mountain, Devouring Heaven, Lai Hua, Dark Wind, and Su Yang, the 6 demon masters had placed their hopes on the reinforcements. As long as the reinforcements could arrive in time, they would be saved. Kill. The pure blood demon masters were about to attack. However, right at this moment, a loud rumble was heard. The entire sky shook as an extremely powerful demonic aura surged in from the outside. What? The pure-blooded demonic ancestors were all shocked. At this time, outside of the layers of killing formations laid down by the pure blood demon ancestors, one teleportation channel after another appeared in the void. Countless figures walked out from those teleportation channels. The demonic superpowers outside of Underworld Continent had finally arrived. Huge warships rushed out of the circular light gate. Countless demonic soldiers stood on the warships, and a monstrous, murderous aura instantly filled every inch of the void. The army of the 6 pure blood demons was in an uproar. The leading pure blood demon master was shocked. These human demonic cultivators had actually arrived so quickly. Haha, good. Let's kill them all at once. Saves us the trouble. 9 demon master stared at the demonic armies that were rushing out of the teleportation channels and laughed maniacally. That's right. The important figures of the pure blood demons had finally appeared. Powerful demonic figures stood in the sky. The demonic aura that emanated from each figure seemed to be able to crush the surrounding void. Countless living beings felt a great pressure. A warship larger than a mountain appeared in the sky. The flag on the warship fluttered in the wind. On it, the word Eternal was written. That was the main warship of the Eternal Demon sect. It was huge, and it was an eternal warship. There were formations on the warship. Huge cannons aimed at the pure blood demons' battle formation. The cannons shone with demonic light. At that moment, a huge mountain shrouded in demonic energy rushed out from the teleportation channels. Terrifying demonic figures stood on top of the mountain. It was the sacred mountain of the 6 Daos. The evil alliance of the 6 Daos had arrived. Next, the half-human, half-demon eternal demons arrived as well. Next, a huge black phoenix appeared in the horizon. Its spread wings covered half the sky. Endless demonic flames burned the void, causing it to distort. The dark phoenix demon's clan lord had arrived. The sect lord of the 6 Daos demon sect led a group of his subordinates. They rode their warships and charged out from the teleportation channels. Instantly, the entire nether continent was filled with demonic energy. A terrifying demonic aura enveloped the entire continent. Even the continents next to the nether continent were affected. The entire nether continent had seemingly transformed into a terrifying demonic domain. A huge show is about to begin. Up in the sky, Gufei had not gone far. How could he miss out on such a huge show? This was a war that could affect the entire structure of Eternal World. It also concerned the life and death of the demonic cultivators of the human race. The human demonic cultivators seemed to be in danger. Gufei sensed that there were many eternal demon masters among the human demonic cultivators. However, there were too few existences that could fight against the pure blood demon ancestors. Even if he killed Huatunkong and Patriarch Eternal Gold, the human demonic cultivators were still not enough. At that moment, the human demonic cultivators had surrounded the army of the pure blood demons. Ha! You're all here? I'll give you 2 choices. One is to surrender and become our slaves. The other is to die. Demon Sovereign 9 Yin's crazed voice spread throughout the sky. What countless human demonic cultivators were enraged. Chapter 4879. Above the heavenly domain, near Underworld Sky City, countless human race demonic Tao army rushed out from the huge original gate of light. All the demonic Tao superforces of Eternal World arrived at the same time and surrounded the army of the 6 pure-blooded demons. Haha, just in time. The demon masters of the 6 pure-blooded demons also appeared. One after another, extremely powerful demonic figures appeared in the world. The demonic aura emanating from each figure was enough to make countless living beings tremble. Demon Sovereign 9 Yin wielding the extreme demonic hammer, Water Spirit Demoness wielding the sky-splitting sea sword, Mu Hingxing wielding the demonic halberd, and Yi Tianming wielding the peerless dragon spear. The appearance of the patriarchs and patriarchs of the pure-blooded fiends filled the entire world with a terrifying devilish aura, causing the entire sky to tremble. The whole world turned dark. An endless demonic aura lingered in this part of the world. Hua Tengkong died, and his primordial spirit was refined by Gu Fei. Jin Heng also died in Gu Fei's hands. The pure-blooded Fire Demon Clan and pure-blooded Golden Demon Clan also sent out eternal experts to fight. The patriarch of the pure-blooded Golden Demon Clan was a golden-haired, tall, and fierce-looking middle-aged man. He was Jin Hao, and he held the heaven-exterminating demonic god-slaying blade in his hand. The pure-blooded Fire Demon Clan sent out a young man with red hair and red eyebrows. He was Hua Qimei. After Hua Tengkong died, he took the position. Hua Qimei was Hua Tengkong's second brother, although he had amazing talent and was also a pure-blooded eternal demon master. His big brother, Hua Tengkong, suppressed him, preventing him from taking the position. Now, after Hua Tengkong's death, he finally had a day to stand out. However, what made Hua Qimei depressed was that he had to face the life and death situation of his clan just after taking the position. This made him very depressed. As for the human demon army, the eternal demon sect master and eternal ancestor, the heavenly demon cult sect master annihilation, the evil sovereign of the Six Paths Evil Alliance, the dark nether demon sovereign of the eternal demons, and the dark phoenix demon ancestor of the dark phoenix demons led the human demon masters to confront the pure-blooded demons. Forefather Ming Mia, Forefather Ji Huang, Forefather Di Sun, and Forefather Long Gone appeared in the sky, releasing an extremely powerful demonic aura. The pure-blooded demon masters did not dare to be careless. At this time, Gu Fei was watching the show from afar. How could he miss such a great show? None of the demon clan's powerhouses or the human clan's powerhouses could sense Gu Fei's presence. You want us to surrender and become your slaves? Dream on. The sect master of the Eternal Devil Sect, Patriarch Eternal, roared. That's right. I'd rather die in battle than live in grievance. A human demon lord roared. Ha! Good, very good. If you have the guts, then die. Demon Lord Nine roared and waved the Great Een demonic hammer in his hand. The army of pure-blooded Great Een demons charged directly at the demonic human army. Kill these ants of the human race. The army of pure-blooded Great Een demons was full of vigor. Kill. Patriarch Eternal waved his arm and shouted. The warships of the Eternal Devil Sect were immediately filled with shocked voices. The demonic cannons on the warships opened fire. With a deafening roar, balls of demonic light shot out from the demonic cannons towards the army of pure-blooded Great Een demons. Defend! The leader of the army of pure-blooded Great Een demons roared. A ball of demonic light immediately appeared and enveloped the army of pure-blooded Great Een demons. Boom! A ball of demonic light landed on the layer of demonic light above the army of pure-blooded Great Een demons and exploded. The layer of demonic light protecting the army of pure-blooded Great Een demons shook violently. Boom! 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 Balls of demonic light fell from the sky and landed on the army of pure-blooded Great Een demons. However, they were all blocked by the layer of demonic light that enveloped the army of pure-blooded Great Een demons. What are you waiting for? Demon Lord Nine roared at the leaders of the other pure-blooded demons. Kill! Hua Qimei of the pure-blooded Fire Demon Clan was the first to respond. He led the army of pure-blooded fire demons towards the demonic human army. Then let's fight. Ha ha! Let's kill to our heart's content. The army of the 6 pure-blooded demons moved. The army of pure-blooded demons was like a terrifying black torrent that swept towards the demonic human army. Their killing intent was shocking and unstoppable. The army of pure-blooded demons might not be comparable to the demonic human army in terms of numbers, but the army of pure-blooded demons was the elite of the elite. At this moment, the army of pure-blooded Great Een demons was like a dagger that directly stabbed into the formation of the demonic human army. Haha, all of you can die. Demon Lord 9 Een roared crazily. He held the Great Een demonic hammer in his hand and smashed a warship of the eternal demon sect into pieces. Countless demonic cultivators on the warship were shaken into a bloody mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Demon Lord 9 Een opened his mouth and inhaled. Countless demonic essence was swallowed into his body. He was harvesting the essence of the human demonic cultivators. The other pure-blooded demons were also harvesting the life essence of the human demonic cultivators. For a moment, the demonic human army was showing signs of collapsing. Damn, is the demonic human army so weak? Gufei couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene from afar. He had already expected that the demonic human army would be unlucky, but he didn't expect it to be defeated so quickly. Of course, the strong attack power of the army of pure-blooded demons was also the reason why the demonic human army was defeated. Hold on, fight to the death with these guys. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed. Angry roars rang out in the demonic human army. Following the human demon master's attack, after a period of panic, the human demon Dao army gradually stabilized and began to counterattack wildly. For a moment, the heavens near Underworld City were filled with battle cries. The army of pure-blooded demons and the demonic human army clashed. It was extremely tragic. After all, the demonic human army had the advantage in numbers. There were still countless demonic cultivators killing their way out of the circular light gate. Hurry up and call for the Heaven Exterminator Demon Army. The human demon lord roared. Although the demonic human army had temporarily blocked the army of pure-blooded demons, they were still in danger of being defeated, especially after the pure-blooded demon lord made his move. The demonic human army was at a disadvantage again. With a sweep of the sky-splitting, sea-splitting sword, a large number of human demonic cultivators were killed. Even the demonic yuan qi on these demonic cultivators was completely devoured by the sky-splitting, sea-splitting sword. The leader of the Earth Demon clan, Yi Tianming, held a peerless dragon spear and pierced through a demonic mountain. Countless human demonic cultivators were instantly turned into meat paste. Yi Tianming opened his mouth and inhaled, also devouring the demonic essence of the dead human demonic cultivators into his body. All the pure-blooded demon lords were harvesting the lives of the human demonic cultivators. In their eyes, the demonic essence of the human demonic cultivators was a great supplement. Rumble. At this time, in the ancient demonic land of Eternal World, the underground palaces that had been sealed for countless years opened. Within the underground palaces, ancient demonic figures stood in an orderly manner. Towering killing intent rushed out of the underground palaces. For a moment, the sky changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Heaven Exterminating Demon Army. Chapter 4880. Eternal World, Nether Continent. A great drama was unfolding. The 6 pure-blooded demons, who had escaped from Nether God Island, were engaged in a life-and-death battle against the human and demonic cultivators of Eternal World. Countless human demonic cultivators and pure-blooded demons were engaged in a desperate battle. Up in the sky and down on the ground, human figures and ferocious-looking pure-blooded demons were everywhere. Even the most ordinary member of the pure-blooded Golden Demon clan was impervious to weapons and possessed astonishing combat power. The army of pure-blooded golden demons charged straight into the human and demonic cultivators' ranks. Everywhere they went, they were invincible, and all the human and demonic cultivators were killed off. One corpse after another fell from the sky. It did not take long for the ground to be dyed dark red by the demonic blood raining down from the sky. The smell of blood permeated every inch of the void. Smelling the pungent smell of blood, the pure-blooded demons grew even more frenzied. Due to that, the human and demonic cultivators' ranks were forced to retreat by the army of pure-blooded demons. They were on the verge of collapsing and could not even get into formation. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions rang out from the warships of the human and demonic cultivators' ranks. The demonic cannons on the warships opened fire with all their might, and balls of demonic light shot towards the army of pure-blooded demons. Every ball of demonic light that fell into the army of pure-blooded demons would instantly kill tens of pure-blooded demons. Kill. An eternal-level demon lord from the pure-blooded would demon clan charged towards the warships. Vines shot out from his body and lashed out at the human warships. However, the human race warship was protected by a formation. When the vines were about 100 feet away from the warship, they were blocked by an invisible force. Balls of demonic light appeared on the warships. These were eternal-level warships. Only eternal-level warships could block the attacks of eternal ones. However, a few extreme Tao-level human demonic warships suffered misfortune. One warship after another was blasted apart by the vines, and all the human and demonic cultivators aboard the warships were instantly killed. Damn it! Patriarch long gone of the demonic path charged at the pure blood would devil eternal. The pure-blooded would demon clan eternal sovereign naturally didn't dare to be negligent. After all, this fellow was someone who had fought endlessly with Gu Fei in the past. An eternal-level battle erupted. The pure-blood demons and demon cultivators in the vicinity hurriedly moved away. Not everyone had the qualifications to interfere in a battle of this level. If they didn't want to die, then they had to hide. Ancestor Mingmia, Ancestor Ji Huang, and the other strongest experts of the demonic Tao of the human race also made their moves. Terrifying eternal-level energy fluctuations spread out. Countless living beings were about to suffer, whether it was the army of pure-blooded demons or the army of demonic cultivators. All of them immediately distanced themselves from the eternal sovereigns who were fighting. It must be known that once they were caught in the shockwaves of a battle of this level, there would only be one outcome: death in body and soul. Even if the human demon lord took action, the human demon Tao army was still at a disadvantage, and the battle situation did not improve. Invite the heaven-exterminating demon army. It was unknown who shouted. Soon enough, in Eternal World, in the nether continent adjacent to the nether continent, an underground palace filled with demonic energy suddenly opened up. Next, an endless amount of killing energy burst out from the opening of the underground palace. The underground palace was very large, and one demonic silhouette after another stood inside it. This was the heaven-exterminating demon army, an invincible army that had been nourished by the essence energy of the earth veins. After being tempered by the essence energy of the earth veins for countless years, every member of the heaven-exterminating demon army possessed an extremely formidable demonic body. The 100,000 soldiers of the heaven-exterminating demon army then walked out of the underground palace. Instantly, the weather changed, and the sun and moon went dim. Even the weather was affected. Next, the 100,000 soldiers of the heaven-exterminating demon army charged up into the sky and disappeared into the void. It did not take long before a circular gate of light appeared in the nether continent, in the sky region near Nether Sky City. Rumble, a terrifying killing energy spread out from the gate of light. Next, a square formation appeared in front of everyone. That square formation killed its way into the army of pure-blooded demons. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Wherever the square formation passed, the pure-blooded demons were either killed or blasted into pieces. This demon lord Joeen, and the others could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene. How could the humans be so powerful? This demonic human army was too powerful. They were like terrifying Grim Reapers, harvesting the lives of countless pure-blooded demons. Every thrust of the spear killed a pure-blooded demon immediately. When the pure-blooded demons' demonic weapons landed on their bodies, they did not even leave a mark. Indestructible demonic body. How is this possible? Some pure-blooded demon lords exclaimed. Every soldier in this demonic human army had an extremely powerful, indestructible demonic body. Even pure-blooded demons could not train such a powerful army of demons. That's awesome. In the distant sky, Gu Fei, who had been watching the show, could not help but be amazed at the endurance and perseverance of the demonic human experts. This invincible demonic army had been built with time and effort over countless years. The Heaven Extermination Demon Army was nourished by the essence of the earth veins of eternal world day and night. After countless years, the demonic body of every member of the Heaven Extermination Demon Army had transformed into an indestructible demonic body. Therefore, this was not something that ordinary people could do. The commander of this demonic army, the Heaven Extermination Demon Lord, was a ruthless person. He was ruthless to his enemies, and even more ruthless to himself. One had to know that to stay in the dark underground palace for an endless amount of time, who could endure it? It was not luck or coincidence that this demonic army had such heaven-defying combat power. The Heaven Extermination Demon Lord was even more ruthless. He twisted the head of a pure-blooded demon lord and devoured all the blood essence and vitality of the pure-blooded demon lord. The Heaven Extermination Demon Lord, who was bathed in the pure-blooded demon blood, became even more ruthless and ruthless. This guy, the surrounding pure-blooded demon lords, were stunned by this scene. Even a ruthless person like Demon Lord 9 could not help but be moved. At this moment, Demon Lord 9 realized that he was not ruthless enough. The Heaven Extermination Demon Lord was definitely an exception. His demonic body was extremely powerful, and his cultivation seemed to have surpassed the eternal realm. In this way, the Heaven Extermination Demon Army that he led could definitely sweep everything. Haha, pure-blooded demons, you guys are out of luck. Seeing this, the demon masters of the human race immediately shouted in excitement, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Heaven Extermination Demon Lord roared crazily and led the 100,000 Heaven Extermination Demon Army towards the pure-blooded demons. Chapter 48:81. The Demon Lord of Heaven Devastation was a madman of the demonic path. He had once single-handedly slaughtered the righteous path cultivators into a state of terror. In the distant past, the Demon Lord of Heaven Devastation was a madman. He was a savage and ruthless fellow who could destroy cities in a fit of rage. In just one day, he had wiped out 7 powerful clans, causing rivers of blood to flow. He was a madman to the extreme. Due to that, the Demon Lord of Heaven Devastation incurred the wrath of the masses and was besieged by the various forces of the righteous path. No matter how ferocious he could not fight against all the forces of the righteous path in eternal world alone. In the end, the Demon Lord of Heaven Devastation fled in defeat. He swore that he would build an undefeatable demon army for revenge. When the time came, he would uproot all the forces of the righteous path in eternal world. The demon lord of heaven devastation had truly gone mad. He wanted to establish a world of demons, an eternal world. In that world, demons would be the exalted overlords. The heaven destroyer devil lord had disappeared since then. But who would have thought that this guy was really crazy enough to seal himself and his 100,000 devil army in the dragon vein, transforming the essence of the earth into devil chi, and refining himself and his 100,000 devil army day and night. Countless years later, the demon lord of heaven devastation had once led his 100,000 demon lord of heaven devastation out from the earth vein. That battle had nearly sent eternal world back to the dark era. Wherever the 100,000 demon lord of heaven devastation went, countless living beings would perish. Back then, all the forces of the righteous path in eternal world felt insecure. None of them could have imagined that the 100,000 demon lord of heaven devastation would suddenly disappear. Now that the demon lord of heaven devastation had reappeared, his 100,000 demon lord of heaven devastation had become even more terrifying. This time, however, the enemy of the demon lord of heaven devastation was not the forces of the righteous path in eternal world. Instead, it was the army of the 6 pure-blooded demons that had escaped from Nether God Island. Rumble, the demon lord of heaven devastation, led the 100,000 demon lord of heaven devastation into the army of the 6 pure-blooded demons. Instantly, the army of the demons fell into chaos. Even demon Monarch 9, Een, turned to attack the demon lord of heaven devastation. Ha! Come! The white-haired heaven devastator demon lord laughed maniacally as he waved the mace in his hand and smashed it towards demon lord 9 Een. Indeed, that lunatic's weapon was a mace, and it wasn't an ordinary mace. It was a top-grade eternal magic tool. Clang! Heaven exterminating demon lord's mace clashed with 9 Een demon lord's demonic spear, and both of them were sent flying. 9 Een demon sovereign felt a sharp pain coming from his hands that were holding the demonic spear. He looked down and saw that his hands were covered in blood. It turned out that cracks had appeared on his palms from the shock. Again, the heaven exterminating devil lord roared and charged towards the 9 Een devil sovereign. This guy, 9 Een devil lord, couldn't help but be moved. This demon human was truly strong. He couldn't help but admit that this demon human was qualified to fight against him. Boom! Demon sovereign Joeying's body exploded with an extremely strong demon power of Een. The space around him seemed to solidify. The heaven exterminating devil lord, who was about to attack, was instantly frozen. However, in the next moment, there was a loud boom. Heaven exterminating demon lord broke the ice on his body and charged out. Heaven exterminating demon lord waved the mace in his hand and smashed it towards 9 Een demon lord's head. Clang! Demon lord 9 Een only had enough time to raise the demon spear in his hand and block it, directly blocking the heaven exterminating demon lord's mace. However, heaven exterminating demon lord's powerful strength directly smashed 9 Een demon lord down from the sky. Boom! 9 Een demon lord was like a meteorite as he smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. At this moment, the 100,000 troops of heaven exterminating demon lord didn't stop because of the battle between heaven exterminating demon lord and 9 Een demon lord. 100,000 heaven exterminating demon lord went on a rampage in the army of the 6 pure blood demons, causing the pure blood demons to panic. However, the army of pure blood demons quickly stabilized themselves. The army of the 6 pure blood demons surrounded the 100,000 troops of the heaven exterminating demon army. The two armies fought crazily, and their battle cries were earth-shattering. At this moment, The other human demonic Tao armies took the opportunity to launch a counterattack against the army of pure-blood demons. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have turned into a real hell. Pure-blood demons and human demonic cultivators kept falling from the sky. Corpses covered the ground, and demon blood dyed the mountains, and earth red. This was a battle of life and death between the human demonic Tao forces and the pure-blood demons. Everyone knew that only one side could survive between the human demonic Tao forces and the pure-blood demons. All the human demonic Tao cultivators and the pure-blood demons were fighting crazily. The corpses of the human demonic Tao cultivators and pure-blood demons fell from the sky like dumplings. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly realized that at the periphery of the battlefield, there were many powerful figures. These figures were very mysterious. However, Gu Fei could sense that they were all eternal stage experts from the righteous path. This battle had alarmed the entire eternal world. Given the scale of this battle, it would be impossible for others to not be alarmed. "Master, should we retreat?" Wu Jixian, who was standing behind Gu Fei, suddenly said. The battle between the two demonic Tao forces had reached a white-hot stage. If they were to continue staying here to observe the battle, it was highly likely that they would end up getting sucked into the battle. The reason for that was because some pure-blood demons had discovered them and were charging towards them. Die! Wu Jixian took action and killed off the blind fellows. However, his actions provoked the demon, lord-level existence of the pure-blood demons. The patriarch of the pure-blood Wood Demon clan, Mu Hengxing, wielded the heaven-splitting demonic halberd and charged towards Gu Fei. This fellow, seeing Mu Hengxing charging towards him, Gu Fei could no longer sit still. Mu Hengxing was the patriarch of the pure-blood Wood Demon clan, a peerlessly powerful existence. Additionally, he was wielding the heaven-splitting demonic halberd. Given Mu Hengxing's cultivation base, it was impossible for him to awaken the heaven-splitting demonic halberd. However, even if the heaven-splitting demonic halberd was not awakened, it was still very powerful. "Master, let me face him." Wu Jixian was eager to give it a try. An opponent of this level was not easy to encounter. "Be careful." Gu Fei led Wu Jidao and the others away. At that moment, Wu Jixian had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Thus, he needed to find someone to practice against. Swoosh! In the next instant, he disappeared into the void. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. What? Chapter 4882. The pure-blooded demons and the human demonic cultivators were engaged in a battle of life and death in the heaven domain near Underworld Sky City. High up in the sky, one teleportation gate after another kept sending out an army of humans and demonic cultivators. At that very moment, every human and demonic cultivator in Eternal World was rushing towards the Nether Continent, especially the Eternal Devil Sect, the Sky Devil Cult, the Six Paths Evil Alliance, and the other superpowers of the Devil Tao. They had already mobilized their entire sects and alliances to attack the Nether Continent. The pure-blooded demons wanted to continue enslaving the human demonic cultivators. Dream on! This time, the human demons would no longer compromise. They would no longer be slaves to the pure-blooded demons, even if they died in battle. People of the demons were arrogant and unruly. How could they become the slaves of pure-blood demons? Every single eternal demon master of the human race was not to be trifled with. They all had their own dignity and would not easily lower their heads to others. This battle was unavoidable. Meanwhile, the 7 eternal-level human demon masters trapped in Underworld Sky City were also frantically attacking the demonic array outside Underworld Sky City, trying to coordinate from the inside and the outside to defeat the pure-blood demon army in one fell swoop. However, how could the killing formation set up by the 6 pure-blooded demons be broken so easily? The pure-blooded demons only needed to send an extreme grade demon lord to control these demonic Tao-killing formations, and they would be able to trap the Black Phoenix Demon Lord, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, and other human demon lords in Underworld Sky City. Damn it! Black Phoenix Demon Lord, Heaven Devouring Demon Lord, and the others were both shocked and furious. At this time, a strange scene appeared in the vicinity of Underworld Sky City. The 7 demon lords of the human race were trapped in Underworld Sky City, while outside the city, the armies of the 6 pure-blooded demon races were surrounded by the allied forces of the human race and Demon Tao. It was like 3 rings, one ring after the other. Outside Underworld Sky City, the 2 forces fought until the heavens and earth turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their light, and the creatures of the 2 camps fell from the sky like dumplings. This was the true meaning of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. On the contrary, Underworld City, which was surrounded by the layers of killing formations of the pure blood demons, was relatively peaceful. The 7 human demons trapped in Underworld Sky City also stopped, no longer attacking the pure-blooded demons' killing formation, because doing so would just be a waste of energy. They were quietly waiting in Underworld Sky City for the formation to break, and then they would charge out in one go. However, no one knew when the allied forces of the human clan and demonic Tao outside would be able to break through the layers of killing arrays outside Underworld Sky City and rescue them. At this moment, the 9 demon lord directly shattered the ground and rushed up into the sky, killing towards the heaven-exterminating demon lord. He was actually smashed down from the sky by this lowly human demon slave. This was simply a great humiliation to him. Hee, I don't believe I can't smash you to death. The heaven-exterminating demon lord laughed sinisterly as he brandished the mace in his hand and charged forward. Clang! Heaven Extermination Demon Lord's mace and 9 demon Venerable's demonic spear collided. In the next moment, 9 demon Venerable's demonic spear shattered. Devil blood gushed out of Devil Sovereign 9 Yin's body as the broken pieces of the devil spear pierced through his devil body. Roar! 9 demon Venerable roared crazily, and a huge shadow of the extreme abyssal dragon emerged from his body, bearing its fangs and claws at the heaven-exterminating demon lord. Dragon? Ha! I love slaying dragons. The heaven-exterminating demon lord's eyes turned crazy. The mace in his hand once again smashed towards 9 demon Venerable. 9 demon Venerable was shocked and furious. He clenched his teeth, spitting out a ray of demonic light, which violently collided with the heaven-exterminating demon lord's mace. Boom! With a loud bang, the heaven-exterminating demon lord was actually sent flying thousands of miles away along with his mace. What the heaven-exterminating demon lord could only feel the mace in his hand trembling. The force just now was simply too strong, and the mace in his hand almost flew out. He lowered his head and saw that there was a dent on the mace where the demonic light had collided with. This was a top-grade eternal demon artifact. Moreover, it had been nourished by the essence energy of the dragon vein for countless years. It was no longer an ordinary top-grade eternal demon artifact. It would not take long for this mace to transform into a semi-peerless demon artifact. At this moment, the demonic light fell into 9 demon Venerable's hand. The demonic light dissipated, and a black and swarthy hammer appeared in his hand. The extreme demonic hammer looked ordinary. Before it was awakened, no one would have imagined that this was the peerless demon artifact that shook the entire eternal world countless years ago. Could that be the heaven-exterminating demon Lord's eyes turned even crazier? Kill! At this moment, 9 demon Venerable roared and charged forward again. Kill! The heaven exterminating demon Lord grinned and charged forward. The two experts fought again, and violent demonic power spread out in all directions. All the demonic experts nearby dodged. Great clan elder, this guy, the leader of the pure-blooded extreme demons, Jiqian, watched from afar. In his heart, he hoped that 9 demon Venerable would suffer. 9 demon Venerable had been suppressing him for who knows how long. As long as 9 demon Venerable was killed, he would be able to make a name for himself. At that moment, the heaven-exterminating demon lord's 100,000-strong army was still rampaging through the army of the 6 pure-blooded demons. Everywhere they went, countless pure-blooded demons would fall from the sky. Boom! A pure-blooded demon lord attacked the heaven-exterminating demon army, and demonic light illuminated the world. However, there were also human demon lords who attacked. Their demonic hands covered the sky, and they blocked the attacks of the pure-blooded demon lords. The number of demon lords on the human side was much higher compared to the number of pure-blooded demons. Since they were not a match for the pure-blooded demon lords, they would attack together. As long as they could eliminate the demon lords of the pure-blooded demons, it was fine. In the eyes of the demonic cultivators, it was fine as long as they could win. As for how and how they won, it was not important, because of the heaven-exterminating demon lord and his heaven-exterminating demon army. The human and demonic alliance's disadvantage was reversed. The two camps were locked in a stalemate. At that moment, the leader of the Wood Demon clan, Mu Hingxing of the pure-blooded demons, had his eyes on Gu Fei. Before Gu Fei could make a move, Wu Jixian had already made his move. Wu Jixian used the 9 secrets of the immortal path and instantly disappeared into the void. This shocked Mu Hengxing because he could not sense any aura of Wu Jixian at that moment. It was as if Wu Jixian had suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? Mu Hengxing could not help but be moved. At the next moment, countless figures appeared in the void around him. These figures seemed real and illusory at the same time. Even he could not sense which one was the other party's real body. Bam! With a muffled sound, Mu Hengxing felt his back tremble. He had actually been punched by someone, and his body was sent flying forward involuntarily. Roar! Mu Hengxing was shocked and furious. Without thinking, he swept the heaven-splitting demon halberd in his hand behind him. However, the countless figures dissipated under his halberd. The other party's real body had already hidden somewhere. Cowardly scoundrel! Chapter 4883. A war broke out in the nether continent between pure-blooded demons and the allied forces of the human race and demonic path. The war engulfed the entire nether continent, with the vicinity of Nether Sky City as the main battlefield. The area within a radius of 50,000 kilometers became the battleground for the two sides. All the human and demonic path forces in Eternal World were dragged into the war. This war was definitely the biggest one since the Dark Age. Since the end of the Dark Age, there had never been a war that could engulf an entire continent. This was the first time. Additionally, it was a war between pure-blooded demons and the allied forces of the human race and demonic path. Even now, the forces of the righteous path had yet to participate in the war. Truth be told, the scale of the war was simply too great. It had long since alarmed the entire world of cultivation in Eternal World. All the forces of the righteous path were watching. News of the emergence of pure-blooded demons had long since spread throughout Eternal World. The powerful beings who had only reached the Tao after the end of the Dark Age did not know how terrifying pure-blooded demons were. However, the ancient antiques, who had lived since the Dark Age knew. For these ancient antiques, pure-blooded demons were an absolute nightmare. In the distant past, pure-blooded demons viewed humans as the lowest race. Humans were born as slaves, enslaved by pure-blooded demons. The pure-blooded demons would destroy a human tribe at a moment's notice. If they were unhappy, they would kill. Back then, humans lived under the shadow of the pure-blooded demons and were enslaved for countless years. In the beginning, the human race was very weak. However, the human race kept improving. Finally, when a great human emperor emerged from the human race, the situation in Eternal World changed. The first great emperor of the human race had started out as a slave, one step at a time. After experiencing countless life and death tribulations, fighting against heaven and earth, he became known as the primogenitor human emperor. The primogenitor human emperor was extremely powerful. He led the human race to carve out a path of blood, creating a new world for the human race. He slew the pure-blooded demon ancestor and killed the pure-blooded demon emperor, shedding his last drop of blood for the human race. However, he did not die. He held on until the birth of the second great emperor of the human race. Only then did he die with a smile. At the end of his life, he transformed into the world and continued to protect the human race. He fought for the human race's most crucial time to rest and recuperate, which would decide the fate of the human race. And so, the human race became one of the main characters of Eternal World. Although the human race was weak, they were unyielding and unyielding. Countless years had passed. Pure blood demons had appeared and wanted to unify the world. How was that possible? In the present Eternal World, humans were definitely the main characters. Pure-blooded demons wanting to challenge the position of humans was easier said than done. This was no longer the world of the pure-blood demons. Moreover, the enemies of the pure-blood demons were not limited to the human clan. The demon clan, the Buddha clan, the Tao clan, the Ghost clan, and many other powerful clans were the enemies of the pure-blood demons. Gu Fei noticed that a good number of experts from alien races had appeared around the battlefield. However, they did not take action. Instead, they simply observed. The Yao clan was a great race. The Dragon clan, Phoenix clan, Kirin clan, Black Tortoise clan, and Vermilion Bird clan were the 5 strongest races among the Yao clan. The auras of the 5 great races had also appeared. Will this battle set off the entire Eternal World? Will all the forces get involved? When Gu Fei thought of that, he reflexively frowned. It was then that Wu Jixian and the patriarch of the Wood Demon clan, Mu Hengxing, began fighting. It had to be said, the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was truly a defiance of heaven. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao that the Tao ancestor created led directly to the essence of the Grand Tao. They were originally the ultimate Tao techniques. However, thanks to Gu Fei's further development, they had successfully transformed into eternal techniques. Wu Jixian was also an eternal cultivator of the immortal Tao. Thus, it was as though the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had been created specifically for him. If that was the case, Mu Hengxing would be out of luck. As the patriarch of the Wood Demon clan, Mu Hengxing's cultivation base was definitely above that of Wu Jixian's. Moreover, he wielded the heaven-splitting demonic halberd. Wouldn't a mere eternal cultivator of the human race need only a few moves to blast him to bits? However, the truth was the exact opposite. Mu Hengxing possessed all sorts of skills. However, he was unable to utilize them. That made him feel so depressed that he nearly vomited blood. This fellow appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Even he was having a hard time locking onto this fellow. Moreover, the most despicable thing was that this fellow would occasionally attack him, infuriating him to no end. Wu Jixian had been using the anti-void secret technique to fight Mu Hengxing. Thus, it was impossible for Mu Hengxing to lock onto him. Great heaven world annihilation palm. Wu Jixian silently appeared behind Mu Hengxing. Then he unleashed a palm attack at Mu Hengxing, unleashing a formidable world annihilation palm attack. Even Mu Hengxing's expression involuntarily changed. Mu Hengxing was not someone to be trifled with. He had been waiting for Wu Jixian to make his move. As long as Wu Jixian made his move, he would be able to instantly lock onto him. Swish! An air-piercing sound resounded. Mu Hengxing did not even need to turn around. The heaven extermination demonic halberd in his hand was like a venomous dragon. It broke through Wu Jixian's palm attack and pierced towards Wu Jixian's forehead. Mu Hengxing had been accumulating power for this attack for a long time. Once he made his move, he naturally wanted to kill Wu Jixian in a single strike. The speed of this attack was extremely fast. This shocked Wu Jixian greatly. The heaven extermination demonic halberd that was piercing towards him at an extremely fast speed emitted astral energy, causing him to feel a stinging pain on his face. He only had enough time to tilt his head. The heaven extermination demonic halberd had already grazed past his right cheek. The crescent-shaped blade of the halberd had cut through his right shoulder, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At this moment, the heaven extermination demonic halberd in Mu Hengtian's hand spun. The crescent-shaped blade of the halberd had directly slashed towards Wu Jixian's neck. My life ends here. Wu Jixian was scared out of his wits. The opponent's series of actions were too fast. It was so fast that he did not even have the time to gasp for breath. However, just when Wu Jixian thought that he would definitely die this time, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the heaven extermination demonic halberd that was about to slice towards his neck. Wu Jixian was shocked and overjoyed to have escaped from death. He turned around and saw that the person who had grabbed the heaven extermination demonic halberd was his master, Gu Fei. "All right, you've done very well. You can step back now," Gu Fei said to Wu Jixian. "Yes, master." Wu Jixian took a glance at Mu Hengxing and stepped back. The pure-blooded demon ancestor was indeed powerful. Wu Jixian had to admit that even if he had cultivated to the peak of the eternal realm, he was still not strong enough to fight against a pure-blooded demon ancestor like Mu Hengxing. He would only be able to fight against Mu Hengxing if his cultivation advanced further and broke through the eternal realm. "You're courting death." Mu Hengxing stared at Gu Fei, who was holding his heaven extermination demonic halberd. He sneered and shook the heaven extermination demonic halberd in his hand. He wanted to shake off Gu Fei's right hand that was holding the heaven extermination demonic halberd. However, Gu Fei's hand seemed to have taken root in the heaven extermination demonic halberd and did not move an inch. What? Chapter 4884. Wu Jixian's maturity was still lacking. He was not a match for the pure-blooded Wood Demon Clan's patriarch, Mu Hengxing. If it weren't for Gu Fei, he would have died under Mu Hengxing's heaven-exterminating demonic halberd. Naturally, Gu Fei couldn't just watch as Mu Hengxing killed Wu Jixian. Gu Fei instantly appeared beside Wu Jixian and grabbed the heaven extermination demon halberd. At the same time, Wu Jixian immediately retreated. Mu Hengxing wanted to shake off Gu Fei's right hand that was grabbing the heaven extermination demon halberd. However, Gu Fei's hand seemed to have taken root in the heaven extermination demon halberd and did not budge. Roar! Mu Hengxing bellowed. A powerful demonic force was transmitted from his hand into the heaven extermination demon halberd. Buzz! The heaven extermination demon halberd vibrated. Gu Fei only felt an even stronger force transmitted from the halberd. He. Gu Fei was overjoyed. He directly devoured this force. He cultivated primordial chaos qi, which could refine all the spiritual qi in the world for his own use. Mu Hengxing was the patriarch of the pure-blooded Wood Demon clan. His demonic arts were exceedingly powerful, and his demonic essence was naturally pure to the extreme. Gu Fei swallowed his demonic essence, and it was simply too refreshing. What Mu Hengxing sensed that the demonic essence he released had disappeared without a trace. He could not help but be shocked. Could my demonic essence have been devoured by this guy? The disappearance of the demonic essence alerted Mu Hengxing. Preposterous! Mu Hengxing was enraged. In the next moment, an even stronger demonic force erupted from the heaven extermination demon, Halberd. Again, at this moment, Gu Fei felt that this fellow was simply too adorable. To think that he would be giving essence energy to him for free. The demonic energy was also devoured by Gu Fei into his body and refined into his own yuan qi. His martial body was like a bottomless black hole. Even after devouring the demonic energy, his yuan qi did not increase by much. As expected, Mu Hengxing was startled and angered at the same time. His attack just now was just to probe Gu Fei. It turned out that his devil essence had really been swallowed by this human. To think that this human would dare to devour his devil energy. Wasn't he afraid of being demonized? The pure blood demon ancestor's demonic nature was extremely strong. Any living creature that was enveloped by this demonic nature would trigger a heart demon and turn into a demonic creature. However, this human showed no signs of turning into a monster. Kill! Mu Hengxing bellowed. One after another, vines rushed out from behind him and pierced towards Gu Fei. Every vine was like a peerless demonic spear. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. You're not continuing? Gu Fei smiled. He then let go of the demon halberd of annihilation and instantly disappeared into the void. This Mu Hengxing was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It was this move again. These humans were simply too cunning and despicable. However, in the next moment, bang! Mu Hengxing's left eye was punched. This punch made him dizzy, and his left eye turned black. This punch from Gu Fei had also stunned the clan master of the pure blood Wood Demon clan. How is this possible? Mu Hengxing was furious. He couldn't even sense the other party's attack. How did he do it? When Gu Fei executed the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, it was many times more brilliant than Wu Jixian's. How could Mu Hengxing dodge Gu Fei's punch? Bang! Mu Hengxing's right eye was punched again. Good things come in pairs. This time, there were 2 black circles on his face. Kill! Mu Hengxing was going crazy. Countless demonic spear-like vines rushed out from his body and pierced in all directions. This was an indiscriminate attack. He didn't care where Gu Fei was. This attack was meant to force Gu Fei out. However, Gu Fei's body was in heaven and earth. He executed the anti-void secret technique to the extreme. Those vines couldn't pierce him at all. They couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Gu Fei moved like a ghost and appeared above Mu Hengxing's head without any warning. Then he stomped his foot down on Mu Hengxing's head. Heaven-trampling step, 1 foot trampling the sky. Gu Fei executed his trump card. As his foot stomped down, a terrifying destructive power surged from his foot. In the next moment, the countless vines that rushed out from Mu Hengxing's body collapsed in the void. Damn it! Mu Hengxing roared. He only had time to raise the heaven extermination demonic halberd in his hand to block Gu Fei's foot. Gu Fei stepped on the heaven extermination demonic halberd in Mu Hengxing's hand and stomped Mu Hengxing down from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's foot stomped Mu Hengxing into the ground. Rumble, a powerful force erupted, causing the ground to undulate like waves. Seeing this scene, Wu Jixin and the others were shocked. Master is indeed master. He's too powerful. Rumble, an even more powerful demonic power burst out from the ground, causing the ground to shake violently and cracks to appear on the ground. Boom! With a loud sound, the ground exploded and dust flew. A demonic shadow rushed out from the ground. However, what awaited Mu Hengtian was Gu Fei's huge foot. Bam! Gu Fei stomped on Mu Hengxing's face and stomped Mu Hengtian to the ground. His stomp was really ruthless. There was a footprint on Mu Hengtian's face, and his nose collapsed, bleeding profusely. This was the real face stomp. While Gu Fei and Mu Hengxing were fighting, the human race's demon alliance and the pure-blooded demons army were still fighting crazily. Be it the human race's demon alliance or the pure-blooded demons army, they were constantly falling. The smell of blood filled every inch of the void. Countless battle formations and killing formations were activated and operating crazily. The thunderous roar of the demonic cannons never stopped. The demon master of the pure-blooded demons army was extremely powerful. He kept blasting the warships of the human race's demon alliance. Every time a warship was destroyed, countless demonic cultivators of the human race died. The human race's demon alliance and the pure-blooded demons army were still locked in a stalemate. Even a few of the teleportation gates in the sky were destroyed. On the side of the human race's demon alliance, the 100,000-strong Heaven Extermination Demon Army was the most eye-catching. This demon army was extremely powerful. Wherever they passed, countless pure-blooded demons army would fall. At this moment, the Heaven Extermination Demon Master was torturing the high and mighty demon Supremacy 9-een. Demon Supremacy 9-een was almost doubting his life. Damn it! Demon Supremacy 9-een was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The current human race was no longer as weak as it was in the past. Although the pure-blooded demons army was powerful, the main characters of this world were the human race. In the distant sky, there was a mysterious figure watching the battle. Chapter 48-85. The human clan demon alliance was no match for the pure-blood demons. Gradually, they were unable to withstand the attacks of the pure-blood demons. Even the 100,000 Heaven Exterminating Demon Army trained by the Heaven Exterminating Demon Lord was gradually being depleted. Now, there were only 70,000 or 80,000 Heaven Exterminating Demon Army left. The rest of the human clan demon army was even worse off. The Eternal Demon Sex army was almost completely annihilated. Only a few 100,000 of them were left. Whether it was the Heavenly Demon Cult, the Six Paths Evil Alliance, the Eternal Demons, the Demonic Phoenix Clan, or the Demonic Dragon Clan, they had all suffered heavy casualties. The Demonic Phoenix Clan was not a pure blood demons. The same went for the Demonic Dragon Clan. They were not pure blood demons. In the eyes of the pure blood demons, these demons were the same as the human clan. They were all inferior races. Just as the allied forces of the human race and demonic path were about to collapse, a huge circle of light suddenly appeared in the sky. This circle of light covered the void for hundreds of thousands of miles. Then, one after another, extremely powerful demon shadows rushed out of the halo. Each demon shadow seemed to have existed since time immemorial. They exuded an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. Chaos ancient demons. Someone exclaimed. These chaos ancient demons were chaos demons. They were originally pure blood demons. But now, There were no longer any pure-blood chaos ancient demons. The current chaos ancient demons were actually an ancient branch of the human demons. The primal chaos elder fiends that emerged from the portal in the sky charged straight at the pure-blooded devils. These ancient demons were not to be trifled with. Each of them was an existence in the eternal realm. Although there were only a dozen of them, it was enough to shock the pure-blood demons. Rumble. As the ancient devils rushed out of the teleportation gate, the entire sky shook. In the next instant, countless demonic beasts rushed out of the circular teleportation gate. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They saw an army of demonic beasts rushing out of the portal in the sky. Countless demonic beasts rushed towards the pure-blood demons like a tide. These lowly races, these trash aren't dead yet. Those pure-blooded demon masters did not take the magical beast army seriously at all. They opened their inner worlds and released many pure-blooded magical beasts. Roar! A pure-blooded golden demonic lion roared at the sky, turning a large group of demonic beasts that were charging at it into a bloody mist. They disappeared completely annihilated in body and soul. A pure-blooded lunar frost dragon spat out dragon breath, instantly freezing everything within 10,000 miles. A small portion of the magical beast army was instantly frozen. However, there were also powerful magical beasts within the magical beast army. A chaotic demon dragon charged out from the magical beast army and met the pure-blooded lunar frost dragon head-on. The two magical dragons began to fight. The pure-blooded golden demon lion had also met its match. It was a demon phoenix. The demon phoenix flapped its wings, and a monstrous wave of demon fire shot towards the golden demon lion. That pure-blooded golden demonic lion actually ignored the demonic fire that was burning towards it. It directly passed through the demonic fire and pounced towards the demon phoenix. At the same time, the magical beast army had already clashed with the army of pure-blooded demons. In an instant, the roars of the magical beasts resounded throughout the world. With the addition of the chaotic ancient demon and the magical beast army, the allied forces of the human clan and the demon path, which were on the verge of collapse, once again blocked the attack of the army of pure-blooded demons. The human clan's righteous path forces, which were about to make a move, decided to wait and see first. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and the leader of the pure-blooded Wood Demon clan, Mu Hengxing, was about to end. Gu Fei stepped on Mu Hengxing's face and stomped him down from the sky. This shocked and angered Mu Hengxing to the point of almost going crazy. He was the high and mighty leader of the pure-blooded Wood Demon clan. To him, it was a great humiliation to have his face stepped on by a puny human. Roar! Mu Hengxing rushed out of the ground. In the next moment, the entire world and the void shook. Terrifying vines rushed out of his body and madly entangled Gu Fei in the sky. Ha! Gu Fei laughed loudly. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void again. The countless vines didn't even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clothes. You bastard! Mu Hengxing was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. This guy was fighting him head-on. He was despicable and shameless to the extreme. Eternal Devour. Gu Fei instantly appeared behind Mu Hengxing, hugged him, and unleashed his ultimate move. In the next moment, Gu Fei and Mu Hengxing instantly disappeared into the void and entered the Hong Tian realm. You're courting death. Countless vines rushed out of Mu Hengxing's body and pierced through Gu Fei's martial body. Then they tightly entangled Gu Fei. Mu Hengxing thought that he had won. However, in the next moment, tragedy struck him. A horrifying devouring power erupted from Gu Fei's body. Then, the demonic essence in Mu Hengxing's body surged towards Gu Fei like a river bursting through a dam. What Mu Hengxing's shock was no small matter. He wanted to break free, but Gu Fei hugged him tightly. Moreover, a horrifying power suddenly enveloped him, making him unable to move even a finger. How could this be? Mu Hengxing immediately despaired. Only then did he realize that he had actually entered a world created by an unbounded realm existence. He sensed a horrifying aura that made his soul tremble. You can only accept your fate after entering this place. Gu Fei frantically devoured Mu Hengxing's demonic essence and refined it into his own essence. This was an eternal-level, pure-blooded fiend ancestor. If Gu Fei devoured this fellow's fiend essence, even if his cultivation realm did not rise, the essence energy in his body would increase greatly. His combat strength would also multiply. Mu Hengxing was the patriarch of the pure-blooded wood demon race. He wanted to self-detonate, but Gu Fei used the power of the Hongtian realm to suppress him. He couldn't even move a finger. Yet, he wanted to self-detonate. Dream on. Mu Hengxing quickly aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. With his current cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to age. An eternal realm existence had an eternal lifespan. Even if the world was destroyed, they would still be able to survive. Unless the eternal realm expert's essence was rapidly draining, he would not show signs of aging. After half an hour, Mu Hengxing had turned from a middle-aged man to a frail old man. After another half an hour, Mu Hengxing's demonic essence was completely devoured by Gu Fei. This guy also breathed his last. A pure-blooded demon ancestor had his demonic essence devoured by Gu Fei and died tragically. Boom. After refining Mu Hengxing's demonic essence, Gu Fei's body shook. An extremely powerful power fluctuation immediately erupted from his body. At this moment, he felt like his body was filled with endless power. It was as if he could blow up this part of the world with a single punch. Chapter 4886. Mu Hengxing, the pure-blooded demon ancestor, and the leader of the pure-blooded wood demon clan, had been captured by Gu Fei and thrown into the Grand Heaven realm. Then, the demonic essence in his body was sucked dry, turning him into a desiccated corpse. Gu Fei, who had devoured all of Mu Hengxing's demonic essence, felt his entire body brimming with power. He felt like he had to vent it all out. With Mu Hengxing's death, the limitless demonic weapon, the Heaven Extermination Demon Halberd, fell into Gu Fei's hands. Even Gu Fei couldn't refine a limitless demonic weapon, let alone use it to fight. Ever since Mu Hengxing's death, the Heaven Extermination Demon Halberd had become extremely heavy. Even he couldn't lift it. Gu Fei had no choice but to use the power of the Hong Heaven realm to suppress this infinite-grade demonic artifact. When he came out of the Hong Heaven realm, he saw that the sky and the ground were filled with demonic beings engaged in a frenzy. The allied forces of the human race and the army of pure-blooded demons were still fighting each other. At that moment, the dozen or so old fogies of the ancient demon clan all erupted with power, fighting the pure-blooded demon masters endlessly. The void seemed like it would shatter at any moment. It had to be said that the army of 6 pure-blooded demons was too powerful. Even if the ancient demon clan joined the allied forces, they still couldn't suppress the army of pure-blooded demons. It didn't take long for the army of pure-blooded demons to gain the upper hand. The allied forces of the human race and demonic cultivators couldn't hold on any longer. Some of the demonic cultivators were already terrified and turned to flee. However, the vast majority of them fought to the death without retreating. They believed that if they retreated, the entire eternal world would welcome a calamity. What are you bastards waiting for? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. The eternal demon sect master suddenly roared at the sky. Boom. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky and charged into the army of pure-blooded devils. It was an old man. Even though he was an old man, he was extremely ferocious. With just a pair of fists, he caused the pure-blooded devils to explode one after another. The martial madman of the martial extreme immortal sect. Someone couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the old man. The martial zenith immortal sect was one of the super forces of the orthodox path in eternal world. In addition to martial madman, an army of humans from the orthodox path charged out from the sky. The eternal existences of the martial extreme immortal sect all rushed out. For a time, battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Within eternal world, the martial extreme immortal sect was not the only orthodox force. Suddenly, one teleportation portal after another appeared high up in the sky. The pure blood demons couldn't help but be moved when they saw this scene. The martial zenith immortal sect, transcendent firmament temple, Heavendao footloose sect, heavenless sect, Beigong family, Dao sect, Buddha celestial plane, eternal golden crow clan, purple sun clan, eternal immortal sect, and various other forces of the orthodox path in eternal world finally took action. This time, it really was the righteous path and demon path joining hands to fight against the pure blood demons. This was enough to show just how powerful the 6 paths pure blood demons were. Ha! Good, they're all here. Destroy the heavens formation. Activate. Demon Sovereign 9, who was fighting Demon Lord Heaven Devastator, suddenly grinned. In the next moment, one ancient demonic diagram after another shot out from the hands of the 6 paths pure blood demons, which instantly enveloped the entire world. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the heavens demonic formation had appeared and surrounded the human army. As the demonic formation spun, the entire world turned dark. Countless humans were reduced to a mist of blood, which was then devoured by the killing formation. The human army panicked. None of them had expected the pure blood demons to have such a move up their sleeves. For the time being, they couldn't change their fate of being devoured. Damn it! The sect masters of the martial extreme immortal sect and eternal immortal sect attacked the heavens demonic formation with all their might, but the eternal existences simply couldn't break it. This super killing formation was like a meat grinder, crazily killing the lives of the human race. This isn't fun anymore. Gu Fei, who had just emerged from the Grand Sky Realm, was just in time to witness a shocking scene. Even his own position was enveloped by the peerless demonic formation. You're all dead. We, the pure blood demons, are still the main characters of this world. One of the pure blood demons roared with laughter. They had been sealed in the underworld realm on Underworld God Island for countless years. Now that they'd come out, they naturally wanted to rule the world and become the rulers of this world. AI. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh at the sight of countless humans being reduced to a mist of blood and their essence energy being devoured by the demonic formation. It seemed that the curtains had finally fallen on this war, and he was the key to determining the fate of this war. Then let's do it. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Fei sent Wu Jixian and the others into the Grand Sky Realm. The pure blood demon master fighting with Wu Jixian was shocked to see Wu Jixian suddenly vanish. When he saw Gu Fei, he was so shocked that he turned around and fled. However, how could Gu Fei let him escape just like that? Gu Fei extended his right hand and made a grabbing motion at the pure blood demon master. The pure blood demon master immediately flew back to him. Bam! Gu Fei clenched his right fist and threw a punch at the pure blood demon master, who was flying back. In an instant, the pure blood demon master was turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed in an instant. Just like that, the pure-blooded demon master, who had been fighting with Wu Jixian, was killed by Gu Fei with a single punch. In the next moment, Gu Fei no longer hesitated. Extremely violent ripples of energy erupted from his body. He immediately alarmed countless bigwigs. This was because the power that erupted from his body was too strong. Haha, what is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to break the formation? Just a last-ditch struggle. The pure-blood demon masters were all mocking Gu Fei. Overestimating yourself. Even the clan leaders of the pure-blood demons did not care about Gu Fei at all. If you don't want to die, lend me your strength. Gu Fei roared at the Human Race Coalition army. At this moment, the demonic formation that had sealed the Human Race Coalition army was shrinking. Countless humans were instantly obliterated by the demonic formation, their bodies and souls destroyed. Roar. Gu Fei roared furiously. His power continued to soar as if it was endless. Grand sky annihilation, extreme destruction palm. Gu Fei slowly struck out a palm at the pure-blood demons. This palm was the ultimate killer move that he had comprehended by combining the Grand Sky Annihilation Palm and the Extreme Destruction Fist. It used the power of extreme destruction to drive the Grand Sky Annihilation Palm. Gu Fei wanted to use this method to unleash the full power of the Grand Sky Annihilation Palm. His right palm slowly pushed forward, and countless pure-blood demons shattered in the void. Even a few pure-blood demon masters were killed by the shock waves. However, very soon, Gu Fei's right palm showed signs of stopping. His entire face was red. All his potential had been stimulated, but it was still not enough. He could not hold on any longer. Blood kept oozing out of his mouth. Everyone, let's go together and lend him our strength. The martial madman roared, and was the first to rush at Gu Fei. With the first, there was naturally a second. Heaven Annihilation Demon Master also rushed over. Then, the eternal level human race experts all rushed at Gu Fei. Stop them. Kill them. Chapter 4887. The war on the Nether Continent had reached its final stage. Even the forces of the righteous path had taken action. Although the war was taking place on the Nether Continent, it affected the entire Eternal World. Almost all of the top forces of Eternal World had gathered here. Even the primeval demons, an ancient race, had taken action. However, Gu Fei did not sense the auras of the primal chaos demon ancestral dragon and the ancient netherworld demon emperor. Gu Fei knew all too well that if the mysterious demoness were to take action, she alone would be enough to sweep through all of Eternal World. However, the mysterious demoness did not care about the war between the righteous path and the wicked path. A peerless dragon lady had appeared in the Hidden Dragon Mountains, located on the border between the Immortal Continent and the Martial Continent. However, this mysterious and unfathomable dragon lady did not appear in the war. She was a supreme existence that surpassed the Eternal World. An existence like her could definitely decide the outcome of a war. Rumble. At this moment, the 6 pure-blooded devils unleashed their devilish formations toward the countless powerful beings of the human race and other races who were trapped within them. Demonic fire and demonic lightning wreaked havoc within the killing array, incinerating large swathes of humans and other living beings. The 6 pure-blooded demons worked together to activate the entire killing array. Ancient demonic diagrams emanated a terrifying demonic power that seemed capable of destroying the world. Die, all of you! Demon Monarch 9, the mastermind behind all of this, laughed maniacally. He did his best to force back Demon Monarch Heaven Devastator, then turned and disappeared into the demonic array. Damn it! Ultimate martial protection. The martial Zenith Immortal Sect and the Eternal Immortal Sect cast aside their differences and joined forces to set up a grand defensive array. It was then that Gu Fei retracted his palm. The moment the ultimate martial protection array activated, a sphere of golden light appeared, instantly enveloping countless experts of the human race and other races. However, when the ultimate martial protection array collided with the demon devastator formation of the pure-blooded demons, it shook violently. One martial rune after another dissipated into the void, and the golden barrier dimmed. The 8 eternal experts of the martial zenith immortal sect and the eternal immortal sect, who were maintaining the ultimate martial protection array, coughed up blood at the same time. Let's go all out. The martial extreme immortal sect master, Qin Zhongtian, roared as he coughed up blood. He desperately circulated his mystic art, injecting his yuan qi into the ultimate martial guardian array. It was the same with the sect lord of the eternal immortal sect. Each of the 8 spell formation eyes of the ultimate martial defensive formation poured all of their power into the spell formation, regardless of the cost. Although the golden barrier of the ultimate martial defensive array had dimmed, it had not been destroyed. It had temporarily blocked the demon annihilation array and bought precious time for everyone. At this time, Gu Fei's back was filled with people, including the eternal experts of the alien races. They all frantically poured their yuan qi into Gu Fei's body. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His body glowed like a sun, illuminating the entire dark world. He's fusing our power together. Incredible! What divine ability is this? One of the eternal experts exclaimed. This was the power of dozens of eternal experts, and the power of so many eternal experts was so strong that even the eternal experts trembled in fear. Break the limit, break the limit, break the limit, break for me! Gu Fei madly circulated his energy, and a terrifying pressure erupted from his body. In the next moment, the dozens of eternal experts behind him felt a powerful devouring power emerge from his body. The dozens of eternal experts were shocked. They could feel their vital energy rapidly draining away, but none of them stopped. This was because it was a moment of life and death. If they retreated, they would definitely die. If they fought, they might have a chance to survive. If they didn't, they wouldn't even have a chance. What is this guy doing? The patriarchs of the 6 pure-blooded demons were all alarmed. The power that erupted from Gu Fei was truly powerful. Even though they were separated by 2 great arrays, it still affected the celestial phenomena of the nether continent. Rumble, the entire sky seemed to be pressing down. Dazzling bolts of lightning tore through the world, and a suffocating aura of destruction descended from the sky. All the living beings under the sky felt their souls trembling. What's going on? Is someone transcending the tribulation? At this time, the entire nether continent, and even the creatures of the neighboring continents, felt this destructive power. Countless creatures were terrified. He wants to transcend the tribulation here. The patriarchs of the 6 pure-blooded demons were shocked. This guy wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to break the array? This seemed possible because the power of heaven and earth couldn't be resisted. Whether it was the pure-blooded demons or other creatures, they were all creatures born from this world. Unless their power was so strong that it surpassed heaven and earth. But was that even possible? He made a breakthrough at this time. The dozens of eternal sovereigns behind Gu Fei all looked at him with envy and hatred. Thank you. Gu Fei's body shook, and the dozens of eternal sovereigns were immediately pushed back a dozen miles by a gentle force. Dazzling bolts of lightning appeared around him, and the surrounding void trembled. Transparent spatial ripples spread out with him as the center. At this time, outside the heaven-exterminating demon array, the weather changed, and the sun and moon lost their light. The heavenly tribulation was rapidly taking shape. This was no ordinary heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached the ultimate eternal realm. If he took another step forward, he would surpass the eternal realm and enter the half-step infinite realm. The heaven-exterminating demon Lord stared at Gu Fei from afar, his eyes flashing. No one knew what he was thinking. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky, and a divine light rushed out of his body. He was drawing the heavenly tribulation with all his strength. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning directly hit the heaven-exterminating demon array, wanting to break the array and enter. However, the heaven-exterminating demon array blocked the lightning. Countless demonic patterns dissipated under the lightning. This madman, the pure-blooded demon ancestors, were shocked and angry. They had never met such a crazy guy who wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to break the array, but they had to admit that this guy's idea was really brilliant. Boom! Another bolt of lightning hit the heaven-exterminating demon array. The array only shook slightly, as if it was scratching an itch. It seemed like it couldn't shake the array at all. Will this work? The human eternal sovereigns and alien eternal sovereigns were very doubtful. Chapter 4888. Outside Nether Sky City, inside the Great Devastation Demon Array, Gu Fei triggered his own heavenly tribulation. This was no ordinary heavenly tribulation. Rather, it was the heavenly tribulation triggered by him taking that legendary step. Throughout the years, there were no more than 10 recorded people who could take that step. Taking that step was simply too difficult. Since ancient times, who knows how many peerless monstrous geniuses had appeared in Eternal World? Who knows how many peerless monstrous geniuses had never been able to take that step? For Gu Fei to be able to take that step, he had been somewhat lucky. Originally, he had wanted to borrow the power of others to display the true power of the great heaven devastation palm. Unexpectedly, when Gu Fei gathered the power of dozens of eternal sovereigns, he gained an epiphany. It all happened too suddenly. Even he was not prepared for it. Still, since he had taken that step, Gu Fei would not back down. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky, and extremely violent power fluctuations erupted from his body. The dozens of eternal existences who had lent their power to him were all stunned by this scene. Even the eternal sovereigns found it hard to breathe due to the supreme pressure that erupted from Gu Fei's body. The surrounding eternal sovereigns retreated far away. Gu Fei triggered his heavenly tribulation with all his might. Rumble! Outside the world-ending demon array, the heavens and earth were dark. The terrifying tribulation clouds were constantly increasing in size. Bolts of lightning tore through the void, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out from within the tribulation clouds. Countless living beings felt their souls trembling. This madman, seeing the tribulation clouds enveloping the world and the power of heavenly tribulation condensing, the patriarchs of the pure-blooded demons could no longer sit still. If they did not want to help Gu Fei overcome his tribulation, they would have to remove the Great Devastation Demon Array. However, once they removed the Great Devastation Demon Array, it would be impossible for them to wipe out all the experts of the various races in Eternal World. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to wipe out the eternal sovereigns of the various races in Eternal World once and for all. Then, the pure-blooded demons would once again dominate Eternal World. The 6 pure-blood demons did not want to miss this opportunity. However, powerful bolts of lightning began to descend from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Each bolt of lightning was as huge as a mountain. This was the first wave of heaven's retribution. Countless lightning bolts struck down from the tribulation clouds, but they were all blocked by the world-destroying demon formation of the pure-blood demons. As for Gu Fei, who was within the World Annihilation Demon Array, he was completely unharmed. That was because the countless lightning powers did not strike his body at all. The patriarchs of the 6 great pure-blood demons were scared out of their wits. When the last tribulation lightning struck, they thought they couldn't hold on any longer. The power of the last tribulation, lightning, was too strong. It was so terrifying that it could destroy heaven and earth. However, the World Annihilation Demon formation was still able to block it. As for the World Annihilation Demon array, it was shaken by the last tribulation lightning. At this time, whether it was the pure blood demons, the human alliance, or the alien Eternals, they were all stunned by this scene. However, after the tribulation, lightning, earth, water, fire, and wind emerged from the tribulation clouds. A terrifying aura of destruction spread in all directions. The second wave of heaven's retribution was immediately launched. The four great powers of earth, water, wind, and fire descended from the sky and directly engulfed the World Annihilation Demon array. Countless experts were stunned when they saw this scene. "Hold on. Everyone, attack." Demon Sovereign Jiuying's voice spread throughout the battlefield. Countless eyes were staring at Gu Fei. The next moment, the entire World Annihilation Demon array shook. A layer of demonic fire emerged from the demon array, but it was rapidly weakening. Countless demonic patterns appeared within the World Annihilation Demon array. Each pattern was dissipating as if they had never appeared. The entire demon array shook violently. The 6 pure blood demons were quite frightened. Once the World Annihilation Demon array was blasted apart by Gu Fei's heaven's retribution, the pure blood demons wouldn't be the only ones who would die. The demon ancestors of the pure blood demons were frantically operating the World Annihilation Demon array. At this point, Gu Fei had attracted everyone's attention. The 4 primal powers of earth, water, fire, and wind were wreaking havoc outside the World Annihilation Demon array, wearing away at its power. The demon ancestors controlling the array were struggling to hold on. Even Demon Sovereign Jiuying was coughing up blood. The Eternal Ones from the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect and the Eternal Immortal Sect joined forces to set up the ultimate martial defensive formation again, trapping the human army inside. Even Wu Jixian and the others had entered the ultimate martial guardian array. All right, I refuse to believe that I can't break this devil formation. Gu Fei was determined. His body glowed with light, and in the next moment, he shot up into the sky and slammed into the World Annihilation Demon array like a sun. The dazzling light that erupted from his body illuminated the entire world. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball of divine light that Gu Fei had transformed into slammed into the layer of demonic light formed by the peerless demonic formation, causing the entire demonic formation to shake violently. Cracks began to appear on the incomparably ancient demonic runes. Seeing this, Demon Sovereign Jiuying's expression turned solemn. Gu Fei was actually attacking the World Annihilation Demon array. This kid was trying to break through the World Annihilation Demon array in one fell swoop. But the World Annihilation Demon array was truly powerful. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion as Gu Fei slammed into the World Annihilation Demon array again, causing the entire formation to shake violently. More and more cracks appeared on this peerless demonic formation. Even Gu Fei was afraid of himself when he went all out. He slammed into it dozens of times in a row, breaking through the World Annihilation Demon array and charging out. Rumble! As soon as he emerged, boundless heavenly tribulation energy surged toward him, engulfing him. Demon Sovereign Jiuying and the rest actually released Gu Fei. Even if they didn't release Gu Fei would still be able to break through the World Annihilation Demon array and charge out. It would just take him a little longer. After the pure-blooded demon sovereigns released Gu Fei, the entire world boiled, and the terrifying destructive energy increased by several folds. Then, the World Annihilation Demon array of the pure-blooded demons was unlucky. The eruption of the heavenly tribulation energy tore a hole in it, In the next moment, a pure-blooded demon sovereign that was in charge of the array, exploded. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. This kind of heavenly tribulation that surpassed eternity was extremely terrifying. This kind of power could be described as destroying the world. Then, a scene that made the pure-blooded demons despair appeared. Gu Fei actually brought along the heavenly tribulation and entered the World Annihilation Demon Array again. Then, the entire World Annihilation Demon Array was continuously destroyed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. Does this feel good? Huh? Seeing countless pure-blooded demon sovereigns being destroyed by the power of the heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei laughed maniacally. His voice reverberated throughout the world. It was too satisfying. Chapter 4889. Rumble, an incomparably shocking sound rang out as the heavenly devastation demon array set up by the 6 pure-blooded demons collapsed. Countless ancient demonic runes dissipated into the void. No one expected Gu Fei to charge out of the demonic array and return. Additionally, when he returned, he brought with him the terrifying power of heavenly tribulation. This was no ordinary heavenly tribulation. This was the heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had attracted after transcending the eternal realm. The 4 primordial powers of earth, water, fire, and wind swirled around Gu Fei's body. Everywhere Gu Fei went, everything would be obliterated. Pillars of water, like water dragons, kept rushing towards Gu Fei. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying sounds of collisions resounded through the 9 heavens as destructive power wreaked havoc in all directions. Both the pure-blooded demons and the humans were forced to flee. Even someone as arrogant and domineering as Demon Monarch 9 was terrified in the face of this heavenly tribulation. He had no choice but to be terrified. If he was struck by this heavenly tribulation, even an eternal would die. On top of that, apart from the 4 most primal powers of the world, there was also the invisible tribulation, lightning wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Wherever Gu Fei passed, countless pure-blooded demon race powerhouses would be reduced to dust, even if they were very far away and dissipated into the surroundings. Earth, water, fire, and wind in addition to invisible tribulation lightning. This heavenly tribulation is too monstrous. The human race and alien race eternal realm experts, who were protected by the ultimate martial defensive formation, were stunned by this scene. The current Gu Fei was simply unstoppable. Retreat! Retreat! Mother asterisk cur. Hurry up and retreat! Demon Monarch 9 and the other pure-blooded demons roared. The heavenly devastation demon array had collapsed. Although this demonic array was powerful, it could not fight against the will of the world here. Before the will of the world of eternal world, even eternal sovereigns were nothing. Even the patriarchs of the pure-blooded demons would not dare challenge the will of eternal world. Ha ha ha! Weren't you fellows very powerful? What's wrong now? Are you scared? The martial extreme immortal sect master, Qin Zhongtian, had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he saw Demon Sovereign 9 and the others fleeing miserably, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly, Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation changed again. The 4 primal powers began to transform. The endless power of water transformed into an azure dragon, which bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged at Gu Fei. The power of the earth turned into the black tortoise, which pressed down on Gu Fei like a huge mountain. The power of fire turned into a vermilion bird. The vermilion bird flapped its wings, and boundless divine fire instantly covered the heavens and earth, burning the void. The formless power of the wind transformed into a nearly transparent white tiger. For spirits! Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. These were no ordinary four spirits, but the most primitive and ancient of the four great spirit beasts. They were the four ancestral spirits. Although they were only phantoms of the four ancestral spirits, the energy fluctuations that erupted from them were terrifying. Any one of the four ancestral spirits could easily destroy an eternal one. At this moment, Gu Fei was engaged in a fierce battle with the primogenitor's four spirits. He was intentionally directing the destructive power towards the pure-blooded demons. Countless pure-blood demons were instantly reduced to ash by the shock waves of the battle. As for the human army, the Eternal Immortal Sect and the Marshall Peak Immortal Sect controlled the ultimate Marshall Fortification Grand Formation and led the human cultivators and outsider experts away. No one could have predicted that this heaven-shaking, earth-shattering battle would develop to this point. Gu Fei alone was far more powerful than the human and outsider alliance. Of course, Gu Fei was only doing this because he was borrowing the power of the heavenly tribulation. That said, it was enough to show how powerful Gu Fei was. One had to know that ordinary people would not be able to withstand the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation, but he did. At this moment, Gu Fei unleashed all of his abilities and battled with the four primogenitor spirits. This heavenly tribulation was incomparably terrifying. Ordinary heavenly tribulations weren't this strong. That was because Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation had transformed into the four ancestral spirits. The will of heaven and earth had manifested itself. Heavenly tribulations like this weren't common at all. In next to no time, Gu Fei's left shoulder was swept by the claw of the azure dragon formed from the energy of water. His left shoulder was instantly badly mangled, and the wound was so deep that even his bones were exposed. Gu Fei was sent flying by the azure dragon's claws. Roar! The earthly black tortoise charged over again. Like a huge mountain, it drew the endless power of the earth and pressed down on Gu Fei. Ruumble! Heaven and earth shook. The might of the black tortoise's attack was extremely powerful, and even some of the pure-blooded devilish beings that had fled over 100,000 kilometers away were reduced to clouds of blood mist by the destructive power that swept through the surrounding area, and their bodies and souls were instantly annihilated. At this moment, even underworld Sky City, which had existed since ancient times, was affected. Cracks appeared on the city walls one after another, and the entire city looked like it could collapse at any moment. Damn it! Gu Fei pushed his hands up, and a powerful force erupted from them in an attempt to block the black tortoise of the earth that was descending from the sky. Just as Gu Fei was fighting the black tortoise of the earth with all his might, the vermilion bird of fire had already arrived. The vermilion bird's sharp claws swiped at Gu Fei's head. Void formula! Gu Fei had no choice but to use the void formula, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. In the next moment, all the power that was heading for Gu Fei was turned into nothingness by the power that came from Gu Fei's body. He took the opportunity to break free from the seal of the black tortoise of the earth. Ancestral swords. Gu Fei immediately executed the 9 heaven punishing swords. 9 peerless sword moves were fused into a single move, and this 10th move was the legendary myriad sword origin. In the next moment, countless sword shadows rushed out of Gu Fei's body. These sword shadows filled the sky and pierced through the ancestral 4 spirits. This was Gu Fei's strongest sword technique. The countless sword shadows pierced through the ancestral 4 spirits that were coming for him. However, although the ancestral 4 spirits were pierced by the sword shadows, they did not seem to suffer much damage. They continued to charge at Gu Fei, with their claws and fangs bared. This Gu Fei was dumbfounded. How could he get rid of the primogenitor's 4 spirits? He could only fight the ancestral 4 spirits. However, if this went on, he would be in danger. He could not replenish the yuan qi that he had expended. while the power of the heavenly tribulation was endless. His yuan qi would eventually be depleted. When that time came, he would have to give up his life here. The killing array that the pure-blooded demons had set up outside Underworld Sky City was affected by the power of the heavenly tribulation and collapsed. The devouring heaven demon lord, Black Phoenix demon lord, and the rest who were trapped in Underworld Sky City rushed out immediately after escaping with their lives. These human demon lords were stunned by the scene in front of them. Gu Fei used the heaven-treading steps and chased after the pure-blooded demons. This detestable guy. Chapter 4890. The heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei triggered was world-shaking. The aura of devastation descending from the sky was monstrous. Not only were the billions of living beings on the nether continent terrified, even the living beings on the neighboring continents were feeling uneasy. As for Gu Fei's tribulation, it would appear that the most unfortunate ones were not Gu Fei, who was in the midst of his tribulation. Rather, it was the pure-blooded demons who were running away like rats. The war between the humans and the foreign races against the pure-blooded demons had been changed because of one man, one heavenly tribulation. The higher-ups of the pure-blooded demons were probably so depressed that they could puke blood. Even if the humans and the foreign races were to join forces, they would still be no match for the pure-blooded demons. The pure-blooded demons were already prepared to rule the world and become the main characters of Eternal World once more. And yet, Gu Fei had chosen this moment to step forward and trigger an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation. The pure-blooded demons' heavenly devastation array had been broken. Even the army of pure-blooded demons had been scattered by Gu Fei. The power of the heavenly tribulation rampaged around him. Everywhere he went, countless pure-blooded demons would be instantly obliterated, in both body and soul. Even Yi Tianming, a pure-blooded earth demon, was struck by a bolt of invisible tribulation lightning. His entire left arm was instantly reduced to ashes. Scared out of his wits, he immediately unleashed a secret art and disappeared without a trace. If even Yi Tianming was incapable of enduring the power of the heavenly tribulation, the others were even less capable. Even the Grand Elder of the pure-blooded extreme Yin demons, Demon Monarch 9 had to flee. There was no other way about it. The power of the heavenly tribulation represented the will of Eternal World. By then, the demon forefathers of the pure-blooded demons had simply kept their fellow demon forefathers into their inner worlds before fleeing for their lives. There were quite a number of demon forefathers amongst the 6 pure-blooded demons. Gu Fei alone was simply incapable of stopping so many fleeing demon forefathers. And yet he had his eyes on the pure-blooded extreme Yin demons, Demon Monarch 9. He couldn't let this guy go. As Gu Fei fought the 4 primogenitor spirits, formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation, he chased after Demon Sovereign 9. At this moment, the leader of the pure-blooded lunar demons, Yin Jitian, had already sensed that something was amiss. He had already recalled his demons into his inner world and escaped. He didn't care about 9 Yin demon sovereign's life or death. Gu Fei had already locked onto Demon Sovereign 9 Yin. No matter where this fellow fled to, he would be able to chase after him immediately. What made Demon Sovereign 9 Yin terrified was that this fellow even brought along the heavenly tribulation to chase after him. If it weren't for this little fellow from the human race chasing after him with the heavenly tribulation, he would have long turned around and killed this little fellow from the human race. He wouldn't be as depressed as he was now. It was especially so for Yin Jitian, who had actually run away on his own. This shocked and angered him. Fortunately, he had the extreme Yin demonic hammer to protect him. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation would have left him with serious injuries. Let's go back and get even with him. Demon Sovereign 9 Yin's rage burned through the 9 heavens. Even so, demon sovereign Nine, who had been specially taken care of by Gu Fei, was still being tortured by the 4 primordial powers of earth, water, wind, and fire. Why are you biting me? It's not like I offended you. Demon sovereign Nine was depressed. This little fellow from the human race wasn't chasing after Tianming or the water spirit devil maiden. Instead, he was biting me. Why was he doing this? I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the 4 primordial spirits actually charged towards Demon Sovereign Nine like crazy. What? Demon Sovereign Nine was shocked. He wasn't the one undergoing the heavenly tribulation. So why were the 4 primordial spirits formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation rushing towards him? In the next moment, he knew the reason. Gu Fei had actually appeared behind him without any warning and hugged him tightly from behind. Demon Sovereign Nine was scared out of his wits. Although he had the Extreme Demonic Hammer to protect him, the Extreme Demonic Hammer was in a dormant state. It was impossible for it to wake up in a short period of time. Demon Sovereign Nine desperately stimulated the demonic essence in his body. A powerful demonic power erupted from his body as he tried to break free from Gu Fei's hold. However, Gu Fei was desperately hugging him. From the looks of it, it was as if he wanted to perish together with Demon Sovereign Nine. Demon Sovereign Nine did not want to die. He had just escaped from the Underworld God Palace on Underworld God Island. He was a free bird in the sky and a fish in the ocean. He had yet to go all out in Eternal World. How could he be willing to die in the hands of a little human? Trying to escape? Dream on. Gu Fei coughed out blood. The powerful power that erupted from Demon Sovereign Nine body caused his blood to churn and his bones to feel like they were about to fall apart. However, he still hugged Demon Sovereign Nine tightly. Boom! At this moment, the primogenitor's 4 spirits had already arrived. They fiercely collided with Gu Fei and Demon Sovereign Nine. No, Demon Sovereign Nine let out an unwilling roar. In the next moment, his demonic body was instantly turned into ashes. Even his primordial spirit was directly dispersed. Both his body and soul were instantly destroyed. A demonic hammer fell from the sky. Even the heavenly tribulation could not damage this demonic hammer in the slightest. At this moment, the primogenitor's 4 spirits dissipated in the void. The tribulation clouds in the sky also quickly dispersed. The terrifying heavenly tribulation had released its final and strongest power before dissipating. A blood-stained figure stood quietly in the sky. That person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei suddenly smiled. Then his arms and legs turned to dust, followed by his body, and finally his head. Just like the Nine Devil Sovereign, his body and soul seemed to have been destroyed. Seeing this scene, all the experts of the human race were stunned. Perishing together with the enemy. That is what a true hero is. He is the pride of our human race. He is worthy of the respect of all races. All the eternal sovereigns of the human race, be it the righteous path or the demonic path, were incomparably grateful to Gu Fei. It was because of him that they could win this war. It was also because of him that the countless living beings of Eternal World had avoided a great calamity. This amount of merit was the equivalent of saving the world. If it was a major expert from the Buddha clan who obtained this merit, he would definitely be qualified to become the Buddha Lord of the Buddha clan. He will be remembered by all the living beings of Eternal World. We should create a biography for him so that all the living beings of Eternal World will remember him. The human race and alien race experts reached a consensus. It did not take long for the story of a person called Gu Fei to save Eternal World to spread throughout Eternal World. This was something that Gu Fei had never expected. At that moment, Gu Fei's consciousness seemingly fell into an endless darkness. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly woke up and found himself lying on the ice-cold ground. He hastily sat up, only to find that he was not lying on the ground. Rather, it was an altar. It was unknown when this ancient altar had been built. The surroundings were silent, and the sky was dark. When Gu Fei looked down at the altar, he was shocked. Chapter 4891. The Nether Continent War had ended. With Nether Sky City as the center, the area within a radius of millions of miles was littered with corpses. Countless humans and alien races had fallen. On the other hand, the pure-blood demon race had also suffered heavy losses. The army of the 6 pure-blood demon race had been crippled. The leader of the pure-blood wood demon race, Mu Hengxing, the leader of the pure-blood demon race, Jiu Yin Demon Lord, and the leader of the pure-blood fire demon race, Hua Tinkong, had died in battle. Jin Heng, the patriarch of the pure-blood golden demon tribe, had also died in battle. 2 of the patriarchs of the 6 pure-blood demons had died at Gu Fei's hands. Gu Fei's accomplishments were truly unparalleled. The remaining pure-blood demons had all fled. The allied armies of humans and alien races had begun to encircle and annihilate the remaining pure-blood demons. Of course, although the pure-blooded demon clan was defeated, the power of the pure-blooded demon clan should not be underestimated. Among the 6 pure-blooded demon clans, the clan masters of the pure-blooded earth demon clan, the pure-blooded water demon clan, the pure-blooded Tai-Yin demon clan, and even the pure-blooded golden demon clan were still alive. The patriarchs of the 4 pure-blood demons were all genuine eternal realm demons. Their cultivation bases were incomparably powerful. The strength of the 6 pure-blood demons was still present. Of course, it would be impossible for the pure-blood demons to launch another war that could engulf the entire eternal world anytime soon. The Nether Continent War had ended, but sporadic battles continued. At that moment, Gu Fei appeared in a mysterious place. He had never intended to perish together with demon sovereign Jiuying. After all, he had mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Among the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, there was a secret technique called emergence. This secret technique was related to the essence of life. Even if one's primordial spirit was destroyed, it could still be reformed and reborn. However, Gu Fei had severely underestimated the power of the heavenly tribulation and had nearly died. That was close. When Gu Fei woke up, he realized that he was on an ancient altar. There were blazing fire plates around the altar, and below the altar there were many people kneeling on the ground. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was really a little dumbfounded. I am actually being offered as a tribute to whom? At this moment, when the people below the altar saw Gu Fei suddenly sitting up on the altar, they were all so scared that they knelt on the ground and shivered. Lying at the very front, like a priest, was an old man with a bone staff in his hand, feathers of an unknown bird stuck in his head, and mysterious ornaments hung all over his body. He seemed to be praying. The priest was speaking in a language that Gu Fei did not understand. Primitive? A primitive tribe. Damn, did I transmigrate? Have we returned to the ancient, uncivilized era? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. This was definitely not eternal world. He could sense the pulse of the world here. It was very strange. The worldly laws here seemed much stronger compared to the worldly laws of eternal world. My cultivation base. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He could no longer sense his power. His dantian was empty. How was this possible? His powerful primordial chaos origin energy had disappeared just like that. Even his divine sense had become very weak. Only able to cover a radius of a few li. Gu Fei was so excited that he nearly fell off the altar. He could no longer sense the inner world that he had opened up. How could this be? What happened? Why did I suddenly fall to the bottom? Do I have to cultivate again? Heavens, don't play with me like this. Gu Fei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His cultivation base had disappeared. However, the worldly spiritual energy here was extremely thick, especially around the ancient altar. The spiritual energy here was so thick that it could be seen with the naked eye. Every time he breathed, worldly spiritual energy would surge into his body. However, the spiritual energy that surged into his body would disappear. It was not converted into his own energy. How could this be? Gu Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The worldly spiritual energy that he had absorbed into his body would not disappear for no reason. His body seemed to have undergone some changes that even he did not know about. But now, he was even more eager to know what this place was and what these primitive people were worshipping. The shaman was also not speaking the common language of eternal world. However, this was not a problem for Gu Fei. With a thought, a divine sense invaded the old shaman's sea of wisdom and read the old shaman's memories. This was a human tribe known as the Black Mountain Tribe. The people of this tribe worshipped the mountain god and viewed the mountain god as their god. This altar was built to worship the mountain god. Gu Fei finally knew how he came to this place. From the old shaman's memories, Gu Fei knew everything. He had been lying on the altar for 3 days and 3 nights. On a night 3 days ago, when the shaman of the Black Mountain Tribe was leading the tribe to worship the mountain god, the sky above the altar suddenly changed. Then, a vortex appeared in the sky above the altar. Then, a person appeared on the altar. Everyone in the Black Mountain Tribe saw the god descending from the sky, and they were all terrified. They did not know what to do. Everyone in the Black Mountain Tribe saw Gu Fei as the mountain god descending. Every day, they would come to worship him. However, no one dared to step onto the altar. This place was a wild world. Everything was very primitive. The things that the old shaman knew were very limited. However, this world was no longer the eternal world. Gu Fei thought to himself, could it be that when I was undergoing heavenly tribulation, the power of heavenly tribulation broke through the world barrier, and I entered another world? However, from the memories of the old shaman, Gu Fei knew that there were also cultivators in this world. Those cultivators often came and went. The mountain god that the Black Mountain Tribe worshipped was actually a living being that had achieved success in cultivation. That living being had long disappeared. However, even the old shaman did not know what kind of world this was. The old shaman's knowledge was limited to the area within a radius of 100 miles of the Black Mountain Ridge. Other than the Black Mountain Tribe, there was also the Fire Bear Tribe, the Sky Wolf Tribe, and the Gold Lion Tribe. These were all human tribes. This was simply a primitive world. There was a city a few hundred miles away from here. Gu Fei guessed that he would find the answers he wanted there. Grandpa Mountain God has appeared. Grandpa Mountain God has appeared. After reading the old shaman's memories with his divine sense, Gu Fei finally knew what the old shaman was talking about. This guy actually thought he was the mountain god. It was really funny. I came here for no reason. How do I go back? Gu Fei muttered to himself as he stood up from the altar. Then he jumped down from the altar. He lost his balance and rolled down the stairs, landing in front of the old shaman. I've lost so much face this time. Chapter 4892. After Gu Fei came to this primeval world, his cultivation mysteriously disappeared. He jumped off the altar, but he didn't manage to stand properly. Instead, he rolled down the steps of the altar. This when the old shaman saw their grandpa mountain god tumbling down from the altar. He was so frightened that his body started to tremble. Their grandpa, mountain god, hadn't shown himself for more than 10 years. Every time he showed himself, he would have to offer a sacrifice. If he angered Grandpa Mountain God, many of his tribesmen would be killed. Gu Fei quickly stood up and patted the dust off his body. "Get up," Gu Fei said in the local language. Grandpa Mountain God spoke. The old shaman, who was lying on the ground, was even more terrified. The countless people behind him were also extremely terrified. Not only did they not get up, but they also lay down even lower, their heads touching the ground. "If you don't get up, I'm going to get angry." Gu Fei cleared his throat and said, since the people here treated him as a god, then he might as well be a god for once. Yes, the priest stood up shakily. The others followed suit, but no one dared to look at Gu Fei. They all lowered their heads and looked at the ground. They respected Gu Fei very much. No one spoke, and the situation was a little awkward. "You are Grandpa Mountain God." Just then, a childish voice rang out. All the tribesmen below the altar were shocked. Their expressions changed, and they all knelt on the ground in fear. "Grandpa Mountain God, please don't be angry." The old shaman hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, terrified to the extreme. "Little girl, kowtow to Grandpa Mountain God." Just then, Gu Fei saw a little girl being pulled by her mother to kowtow to him. Her innocent eyes were looking at him curiously. The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. She did not seem to know fear, and did not know that she had caused trouble. Seeing that Gu Fei did not speak, a middle-aged man beside the little girl suddenly stood up. He waved the stone axe in his hand and swung it towards the little girl's head. The child's father, the woman beside the little girl, was scared out of her wits by this scene, and she quickly shielded the little girl with her body. Just as the stone axe was about to hit the woman, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A stone smashed into the middle-aged man's stone axe, causing it to fall to the ground. The middle-aged man's right hand was cracked and dripping with blood. The person who attacked was Gu Fei. Although his cultivation had mysteriously disappeared, his power was still there. Of course, this was only the power of his martial body. When he saw that the middle-aged man wanted to kill the little girl, he grabbed a stone from the ground and flicked it out in a moment of desperation. It had to be said that his divine flicking finger was really good. "What are you doing?" Gu Fei had already arrived in front of the middle-aged man. "Grandpa Divine Mountain, please spare me. My daughter offended you, so she deserves to die. Please don't vent your anger on others." The middle-aged man knelt on the ground in fear. "Which eye of yours saw that I'm angry?" Gu Fei was truly speechless. However, this middle-aged man actually wanted to sacrifice his own daughter to protect other people. Although this method was not good, he was still a man. Actually, the people of the Black Mountain race were extremely afraid of their Grandpa Divine Mountain. Their Grandpa Divine Mountain was temperamental. If this was in the past, many people of the Black Mountain race would have died because of what the little girl said. No one thought that their Grandpa Divine Mountain would suddenly change into a completely different person. How could he be so easy to talk to? "Little girl, come over here." Gu Fei smiled at the little girl kneeling on the ground. "Grandpa Divine Mountain, please let my daughter go." The woman hugged the little girl and begged in fear. "I promise I won't hurt you, okay?" Gu Fei was truly speechless. His cultivation had disappeared, and he couldn't even protect himself. Other than being slightly stronger, if he met a real cultivator, he would be in for a tragedy. The spiritual energy in this world was so thick, and there were definitely many mountain spirits and monsters, the so-called Grandpa Divine Mountain, that these people were praying to should be a living spirit of a different race. Gu Fei didn't care what kind of monster this so-called Grandpa Divine Mountain was, as long as it didn't provoke him. Even with Gu Fei's promise, the woman was still doubtful. However, the little girl broke free from the woman's embrace and came in front of Gu Fei. She raised her head and looked at Gu Fei. "You're so young." The little girl's voice was cute and innocent. Looking at the little girl, Gu Fei suddenly thought of his daughter, who was still in the human world. He finally knew why he liked this little girl. This little girl was a bit like his daughter when she was young. Gu Fei wondered how the mother and daughter were doing in the human world. He had been away for a long time. Thinking about this, Gu Fei's expression became a bit sad. While Gu Fei was thinking about his daughter, the people around him were shocked by the little girl's words. "I'm a mountain, divine mountain. I can live forever." Gu Fei smiled. "I also want to live forever. Can you teach me?" The little girl tilted her head and asked, "You want to learn the method of immortality?" Gu Fei was slightly surprised. Immortality was just a small matter to him. Immortal God realm living beings were able to live forever, so not to mention immortality. An existence like him wouldn't die even if the heavens and the earth were destroyed. However, now that his cultivation had disappeared, he really didn't know if he could live forever. He had a choice. Logically speaking, he had passed the heavenly tribulation and successfully took that step. Shouldn't his cultivation have broken through to the half-step infinity realm? Why did his cultivation disappear instead? Yes, Grandpa died a few days ago. Everyone was very sad. If I learned the method of immortality, my family and people wouldn't have to die. The little girl said. Gu Fei fell silent. The little girl was young, but she could already think for others. She wasn't seeking the method of immortality for herself, but for her family and people. At this moment, the countless people of the Black Mountain race who were lying on the ground pricked up their ears. They were shocked, excited, and afraid. If Grandpa Mountain Divine Mountain could give them the method of immortality, then the Black Mountain race would definitely rise quickly and become the strongest tribe in the Black Mountain Range. To them, gods were invincible existences. The Black Mountain race had been in danger of being exterminated several times, but the gods had always chased away the enemies. However, in the past 10 years, their gods seemed to have abandoned them. No matter how they prayed, the gods didn't respond at all. Chapter 4893. You want to cultivate the art of longevity? Gu Fei looked at the girl seriously. Yes. The little girl also nodded her head seriously. Gu Fei sighed. He had only taken in Gu Zhong, Yao Yu, and Zhao Hao as his disciples. Little Ling Xiener was Yener's disciple. He knew that he was not a good teacher. His disciples were all left to their own devices. The time he spent guiding them was pathetically little. Once you become my disciple, your life and death will be in my hands. You really need to think this through. Gu Fei looked at the little girl with a solemn expression. I've thought it through. Teacher, please accept my kowtow. The girl was really sensible. She actually knelt down and kowtowed to Gu Fei respectfully. She kowtowed to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was very calm. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. This feeling was very strange. Why did he have this feeling? Get up, Gu Fei said calmly. Seeing that the girl had become the disciple of a god, everyone from the Black Mountain tribe was overjoyed. That was a god, an invincible god, especially the girl's parents. They were so excited that they almost fainted. Then, under the guidance of the old shaman, Gu Fei held the girl's hand and left the altar. The Black Mountain tribe's altar was built in the sacred ground behind the tribe. This was usually a forbidden area. Even the old shaman did not dare to enter the back of the mountain. The consequences of disturbing a god were very serious. The bones that could be seen everywhere in the back of the mountain were the best proof. But today, The god actually walked out of the back of the mountain and lived in the tallest stone hall in the Black Mountain tribe. This used to be the old shaman's residence. Now, the old shaman, who had the highest status in the Black Mountain tribe, had become the god's most loyal servant. He was busy cleaning up the place for the god. The Black Mountain tribe was a branch of the human race in the wild. There were many people in the tribe. There were close to 10,000 people living in the Black Mountain tribe. However, the Black Mountain tribe was not the strongest tribe in this area. On the other side of the mountain, there was another human tribe called the Firebear tribe. The people of the Firebear tribe called themselves the Firebear tribe. Their guardian spirit was said to be a fire bear. There seemed to be a fire bear deity in the Firebear tribe. Even the old priest of the Shanhei tribe didn't know about it. However, the Firebear tribe was the most powerful tribe within 60 miles. It had tens of thousands of people. Gu Fei was not interested in these things. The most urgent thing for him now was to figure out how his cultivation suddenly disappeared. The people of the Black Mountain tribe saw him as a god. Other than the little girl Xiaoya and the old shaman, he refused to see anyone else. However, most of the people in the Black Mountain tribe had witnessed the miracle of Gu Fei's appearance, so no one dared to doubt his identity as a god. However, to Gu Fei's dismay, he checked his martial physique inside out and found that it was in good condition. It was much stronger than before the tribulation transcendence. However, in this world, his martial body could not unleash the power it should have. The laws of this world seemed to be much stronger than the laws of Eternal World. Gu Fei even speculated that if the people here went to Eternal World, they would all be peerless experts. But here, they were just ordinary people. He cultivated according to the primordial chaos, mysterious art. After more than 10 days, his body did not produce a single strand of essence. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he gathered with his will disappeared after entering his body. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. What is going on? Gu Fei was dismayed. On the other hand, under his guidance, his little disciple, Xiaoya, used only a dozen days to cultivate Yuan Qi. She was able to draw the surrounding heaven and earth spirit Qi. To cultivate, Gu Fei discovered that the Yuan Qi that little Ya cultivated seemed to be very unusual. It was a kind of Yuan Qi that he had never seen before. This kind of Yuan Qi seemed illusory, but it was extremely powerful. When Xiaoya was cultivating in front of the stone temple, she smashed a human-sized boulder into pieces with one punch. That shocked the old shaman, so much that his eyes nearly fell to the ground. Xiaoya was the disciple of a god. She was a goddess. In the Black Mountain tribe, her position was even higher than the old shaman's. A little girl who had never cultivated before could reach the peak of the Hotian realm after just 10 days of cultivation. Seeing that shocked Gu Fei. The talent of the people here was astonishing. Sometimes Gu Fei would even think about it. If he could cultivate an army here and kill his way back to Eternal World, wouldn't he be able to sweep through Eternal World and unify the world? I should think about how to go back. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the stone temple. He appeared to be meditating, but his mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. Maybe I should go check out the city a few hundred li away. Gu Fei muttered to himself. There was a city a few hundred li away called Black Mountain City. The city lord of that city was the king of Black Mountain Range. All the human tribes in Black Mountain Range submitted to the Black Mountain King. However, Gu Fei's cultivation had disappeared. That made him feel apprehensive. Without his cultivation and divine abilities, what could he use to fight against the powerhouses here? Limitless, limitless, what is limitless? Gu Fei suddenly calmed down. His cultivation had disappeared when he took that step into the transcending eternity realm. There must be a reason for it to disappear. As long as he could find out the reason, he would be able to regain his power. Limitless is nothingness. Limitless is the limit. Could it be that my cultivation disappeared because of this limitless? A thought suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's mind. He seemed to have grasped something. Perhaps his cultivation did not disappear. Instead, it existed in another form. The reason why he could not sense the existence of his cultivation was because he had yet to comprehend it. Disciple, Master is going into seclusion. No matter who it is, without Master summon, no one is allowed to enter the stone temple. Gu Fei thought about it and sent a message to Xiaoya outside the temple. Yes, Master. Xiaoya quickly turned around and bowed towards the stone temple. Time passed. Gu Fei sat in the stone temple for half a year. During this time, he did not see anyone, not even his disciple Xiaoya. Without his summon, no one dared to take a step into the stone temple. And in this half a year, Xiaoya improved rapidly. Her cultivation had actually broken through to the Xiantian realm. She had become a Xiantian warrior. Xiaoya would usually cultivate in the empty space in front of the stone temple. Normally, no one dared to go near the stone temple. Only the old shaman would guard there, waiting for Gu Fei to come out. And on this day, early in the morning, Xiaoya was cultivating in front of the stone temple. At this time, there was a sudden battle cry outside the Black Mountain tribe. Lord Shaman, Xiong from the Fire Bear tribe is here with the Fire Bear tribe. A middle-aged man draped in beast skin rushed in from the outside. What? Chapter 4894. The Fire Bear tribe suddenly attacked the Heishan tribe. This was a war between two big tribes, and the Fire Bear tribe's sudden attack caught the Heishan tribe off guard. The Black Mountain tribe's settlement was surrounded by high walls, and there were people guarding the walls 24 hours a day. No one could climb over the walls and enter without a sound. The people of the Fire Bear tribe directly attacked the gate of the Heishan tribe. As long as they broke through the gate, they could directly kill their way into the settlement of the Heishan tribe and exterminate the Heishan tribe. If the Fire Bear tribe wanted to be the overlord of this area, they had to conquer the surrounding tribes. Now, the Fire Bear tribe finally attacked the gate of the Heishan tribe. This was a life and death battle. If the Heishan tribe lost, they would be exterminated, and all the captives would become the slaves of the Fire Bear tribe. All the men of the Heishan tribe picked up their weapons and rushed towards the gate of the tribe. For a moment, the battle cries shook the sky. At this moment, the chief of the Heishan tribe, Shan Kuei, was leading the way, blocking the battle general of the Fire Bear tribe, Xiong outside the gate. Xiong, how dare you attack my Heishan tribe? You are seeking death. Shan Kuei roared while waving the spear in his hand. TSK, your Heishan tribe has less than 10,000 people. How can you fight against us? Surrender now, and I might spare your life. Xiong sneered. My tribe's guardian god has appeared. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. If you anger the god, you are dead. Shan Kuei roared. Clang! At this moment, Xiong axe fiercely chopped towards Shan Kuei. Shan Kuei raised his spear to block. Instantly, sparks flew. Shan Kuei was directly hit by the axe and staggered back. Xiong was tall and wore animal skin. He looked ferocious and was a strength-type battle general. The axe in his hand was a bronze axe that weighed at least hundreds of kilograms. Shan Kuei's size and strength were slightly weaker than Xiong. The god has appeared. Who doesn't know that your Heishan tribe has been abandoned by the god? You want to lie to me? No way. Xiong didn't believe it at all. With a sweep of the giant axe in his hand, the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe who were attacking him were all sent flying, and all of them died instantly. In the Fire Bear tribe, Xiong was the #1 warrior. He could lift a 500 kilograms cauldron. Lions and tigers were just like cats and dogs in front of him. Kill! Xiong Lai's entire body was filled with a murderous aura. The giant axe in his hand swept across the area, and none of the warriors in the Black Mountain tribe could stop his footsteps. This guy was too arrogant. He actually killed his way to the gate of the Black Mountain tribe alone. Close the door. Close the door. The chief of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei, roared as he charged towards Xiong Lai. Lord, come back quickly. When the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe saw that their chief was charging forward, they couldn't help but be shocked. In this world, there were countless human tribes, and the leader of each tribe was called the leader. As the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei could retreat, but he couldn't. Dying in battle for the tribe was the most glorious way for every lord to die. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xiong Lai grinned as he swung his axe toward Shan Kuei. A gust of wind spread from the axe, and the surrounding dust flew up. Roar! Shan Kuei raised the spear in his hand and blocked the axe. Clang! With an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, Shan Kuei blocked the axe, but the violent force of the axe forced him to kneel on one knee. You only have this much ability. What makes you think you can fight with me? Xiong Lai sneered. He kicked Shan Kuei's chest and sent him flying. Shan Kuei smashed into the group of warriors of the Black Mountain tribe, causing them to fall to the ground. You're all useless trash. Warriors of the Fire Bear tribe, follow me and kill our way in. Xiong Lai raised his axe and shouted. He took the lead and charged towards the closing gate. At this time, the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe, who weren't injured, lifted their chief and retreated into the gate. Bang! The heavy gate was closed in time. The archers of the Black Mountain tribe on the top of the wall were constantly shooting arrows at the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe outside the gate. However, these warriors of the Fire Bear tribe didn't mean to retreat at all. They still rushed towards the gate of the Black Mountain tribe. The archers of the Fire Bear tribe were also shooting arrows at the top of the wall. Many archers of the Black Mountain tribe on the top of the wall were also shot. They screamed miserably and fell off the top of the wall. Boom! With a loud sound that shocked the entire Black Mountain tribe, everybody in the Black Mountain tribe was shocked to the extreme. Xiong Lai was attacking the gate of the Black Mountain tribe. Boom! With the loud sound, Xiong Lai, who was blocked outside the gate, wanted to break in. However, the gate of the Black Mountain tribe could not be broken that easily, because the gate was covered with a thick layer of black iron. Xiong Lai's brute force was great. The closed gate was dented by his huge axe. If it was a wooden gate, it might have long been broken by him. At this time, numerous warriors of the Black Mountain tribe moved huge stones and piled them behind the gate. In this way, even though Xiong Lai had great strength, he couldn't break the gate. Lord, what's wrong with you? Carry the Lord to the divine palace. Seeing Shan Kuei constantly coughing blood, the surrounding people panicked. The warriors of the Black Mountain tribe found a stretcher and carried Shan Kuei towards the stone palace. In the eyes of the Black Mountain tribe, the stone palace was a sacred place. It was the divine palace. Although the old priest and the little girl Xiao, who were guarding the stone palace, heard the sound from the entrance, they didn't leave. Before the god went into closed-door cultivation, he passed down a decree that no one could enter the divine palace. Of course, they had to stay here and didn't dare to leave. Soon, Shan Kuei was carried to the gate of the divine palace by a group of warriors. Lord Priest, please come out and take a look. Our Lord seems to be dying. Countless warriors of the Black Mountain tribe knelt outside the divine palace. They didn't dare to barge into the divine palace. Shan Kuei's breath was weak. The old priest held onto his bone staff and walked out step by step. Seeing the old priest come out, no one dared to say a word. Yes, his sternum is broken and his organs are broken. He can't be saved unless the god intervenes. The old priest checked Shan Kuei's injuries and shook his head sadly. After all, he was the one who watched Shan Kuei grow up. The warriors of the Black Mountain tribe, who were kneeling on the ground, were shocked. Their lord was dead. What should they do? Lord Priest, can you please? A general said cautiously. Shut up. The supreme god is in closed-door cultivation. No one is to disturb him. The old priest scolded, but the warrior from the Black Mountain tribe wanted to say something, but when he saw the fierce look in the priest's eyes, he swallowed the words that he was about to say. Let me take a look. Chapter 48:95. In an unknown world, in a primitive area, human tribes gathered one after another. These primitive tribes believed in the supreme gods. In the eyes of these people, gods were supreme and omnipotent. Every human tribe believed in a different god. The Haishan tribe believed in the mountain god, while the Fire Bear tribe believed in a fire bear. Among the tribes within 100 miles, the Fire Bear tribe was very powerful. They had started to conquer the surrounding tribes, and some small tribes had already been exterminated by the Fire Bear tribe. Now, the Fire Bear tribe suddenly attacked the Haishan tribe. Of course, Gu Fei didn't care about all of this. At this moment, he was in seclusion in the sacred palace of the Haishan tribe. Although it was called a sacred palace, it was actually just a stone palace. It was not very big and was very simple. However, it was already very impressive to be able to build such a stone palace in such a primitive tribe. This was because the people here had not mastered the method of cultivation. The method of cultivation was only in the hands of the so-called gods. The human race was actually the slaves of the so-called gods. The high and mighty gods naturally did not want the human race to become powerful. This was because if the human race became powerful, then it would be very difficult for the gods to control the human race. Actually, Gu Fei had seen through all of this the moment he came here. To put it bluntly, the worship of this primitive tribe was to be the slaves of the gods. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. However, he could not change all of this. This was because his cultivation had disappeared. Without a powerful cultivation, what could he change? He could not even protect himself. Therefore, he urgently needed to find his strength and magical power. At this moment, outside the sacred palace of the Haishan tribe, there were many people kneeling down. These people were all old, weak women and children. This was because the young and strong had already gathered at the entrance of the tribe to resist the attack of the Fire Bear tribe. The heavily injured and dying leader of the Haishan tribe, Shan Kuei, was carried out of the sacred palace by his subordinates and begged the old shaman to treat him. However, after some examination, the old shaman said that Shan Kuei could not be saved. This made all the people of the Haishan tribe despair. Some of them even cried. Leader Shan Kuei was the most powerful person in the Haishan tribe. If he died, who else in the Haishan tribe could fight against Xiong Lai of the Fire Bear tribe? Once Xiong Lai attacked, the Haishan tribe would be finished. Let me take a look. Just as the old high priest was pronouncing Lord Shan Kuei's death sentence, a little girl in white walked out of the holy temple. She was Gu Fei's new disciple, Xiaoya. Goddess. The old priest hurriedly bowed to little Ya. Goddess. All the Black Mountain tribesmen in front of the temple knelt down respectfully towards the little girl. However, Xiaoya did not care about this. She directly went to the stretcher and placed her hand on Lord Shan Kuei's right wrist. A wave of true qi was transferred over. That wave of true qi circulated around Lord Shan Kuei's body. Xiaoya already knew Lord Shan Kuei's injuries. His sternum was broken and his internal organs were shattered. If it was in the past, Shan Kuei would have died. However, the true qi that Xiaoya cultivated seemed to be somewhat special. After her true chi circulated around Shan Kuei's body, Shan Kuei's complexion actually improved a lot. Moreover, Shan Kuei was no longer coughing blood. Almighty Goddess, please save Sir Overlord. When the people around Lord Shan Kuei saw this, they immediately knelt down in front of Xiao Ya excitedly. All right, I will save him, Xiao Ya said as she continued to pour Xiantian true qi into Shan Kuei's body. After cultivating for half a year, she had already reached the Xiantian realm. Her Xiantian true qi could heal injuries. This was something she discovered a month ago. That day, an eagle chased a small kingfisher into the temple. Xiao Ya chased the eagle away, but the small kingfisher fell in the courtyard in front of the temple. It flapped its wings in the courtyard and could not fly up. It turned out that one of the small kingfisher's wings was broken by the eagle. Xiao Ya had heard Gu Fei talk about the magical use of true qi. For a martial artist, true qi could temper their martial body and make it even stronger. However, the other use of true qi was healing. Whether it was healing oneself or healing others with true qi, it would have a very good effect. Xiao Ya tried to use her true qi to heal the small kingfisher. Then, a miracle happened. Xiao Ya's true qi could actually heal the injured body. The small kingfisher's broken wing was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than an hour, the small kingfisher's wing was completely healed. Then, it flew directly into the sky and returned to Xiao Ya's shoulder. From then on, Xiao Ya had a small kingfisher by her side. At this time, as Xiao Ya's Xiantian true qi circulated in Lord Shan Kuei's body, everyone was shocked to see the wounds on Lord Shan Kuei's body healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and bones were rapidly growing and healing. In less than 2 hours, Lord Shan Kuei abruptly opened his eyes. It hurts. Lord Shan Kuei cried out in pain and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His originally pale face also became rosy. How magical! Everyone was stunned by this scene. Come back from the dead. The old shaman was extremely excited. Shan Kuei thanks Goddess for saving my life. Lord Shan Kuei immediately knelt before Xiao Ya. Boom! At this time, a loud sound came from the front. Then, the people of the Fire Bear tribe actually broke through the gate of the Black Mountain tribe and killed their way in. Okay, you guys go and repel the enemy first, Xiao Ya said, and waved her sleeves, turned around and walked into the sacred hall. The old shaman stood guard outside the gate of the sacred hall. We will obey the goddess' decree. Lord Shan Kuei accepted the order and grabbed a mace carried by one of his subordinates. Why did this weapon become lighter? Lord Shan Kuei couldn't help but be shocked when he grabbed the mace. This mace was made of bronze and weighed more than 300 pounds. Although it was one of his weapons and had always been heavy, when he picked up this mace now, it felt like he was holding a withered blade of grass. At this time, he didn't have much time to think, because in front of him, the people of the Fire Bear tribe, under the leadership of Xiong Lai, rushed over like a tide. The people of the Black Mountain tribe were completely defeated, especially Xiong Lai's tall figure. He waved the giant axe in his hand as if he was invincible. He took the lead and rushed towards the sacred hall. His mount was a giant lizard. Everywhere he went, the people of the Black Mountain tribe were either killed or injured. Shan Kuei, you're not dead? Xiong Lai saw Shan Kuei standing in front of the sacred hall from afar and couldn't help but be shocked. How could this guy still be alive after taking a kick from me? Xiong Lai, are you disappointed that I'm not dead? Shan Kuei roared. Ha ha, since you're not dead, I'll kill you again. Chapter 4896. Within the Heishan tribe, flames soared to the sky. Xiong Lai of the Fire Bear tribe led the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe to finally break through the defense of the Heishan tribe. The entire Heishan tribe was in chaos. numerous people fled in all directions. Numerous old and weak people were wailing. Numerous warriors of the Haishan tribe were impaled to death by the spears of the Fire Bear tribe. This was hell on earth. This was also the truest portrayal of this primitive world. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the rule from ancient times to the present. Ha ha! The warriors of my Fire Bear tribe are great. At the top of a mountain in the distance, there were countless men dressed in beast skins and holding spears. These men looked boorish, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. The leader was Xiong Chihu, the overlord of the Fire Bear tribe. He was wearing a tiger skin and a tiger head hat with a golden spear in his hand. The reason why Xiong Chihu was called Scarlet Tiger was because he had single-handedly killed a scarlet-striped tiger during his coming-of-age ceremony. The red-striped tiger was the king of the mountain. Anyone who could kill a red-striped tiger was the strongest warrior of the Fire Bear tribe. Hee, how could Shan Kuei be a match for Xiong Lai? Besides Xiong Chihu, a skinny old man covered in a black robe laughed. Lord Priest is right. Xiong Chihu nodded. This old man was the only priest in the Fire Bear tribe who could communicate with the Fire Bear deity. His status was even higher than that of Xiong Chihu, the overlord of the Fire Bear tribe. Xiong Lai is about to reach the sacred palace of the Haishan tribe. The battle is about to end. Xiong Chihu laughed. Standing on the mountaintop, they could see the entire Haishan tribe. At this moment, Xiong Lai rode his huge lizard and charged towards Shan Kuei in front of the sacred palace. Shwa! The huge lizard opened its mouth, and a snake-like tongue rolled towards Shan Kuei. A stinky smell filled the air. Humph! Shan Kuei stretched out his left hand and grabbed the long tongue of the huge lizard. He raised his mace with his right hand and smashed it towards the head of the huge lizard. What? Xiong Lai was shocked. He didn't expect Shan Kuei to act so fast. It was too late for him to block. He suddenly patted the head of the huge lizard and jumped up. Bam! In the next moment, there was a muffled sound. Shan Kuei's mace smashed into the lizard's head, turning it into a bloody mist. The headless corpse of the giant lizard flew out and directly smashed into a stone house. Kill! Xiong Lai roared angrily. He gripped his bronze axe with both hands and descended from the sky. He ruthlessly swung the axe towards Shan Kuei below. This was the strongest warrior of the Fire Bear tribe. The power was astonishing. Even if this guy didn't know how to cultivate, his brute force was still amazing. However, at this moment, Shan Kuei only felt that his entire body was filled with power. His body still had the innate true qi that Lilia had passed on to him. Kill! Shan Kuei roared and swung the mace in his hand upwards. Clang! The mace in Shan Kuei's hand collided with Xiong Lai's axe. In the next moment, Xiong Lai's axe flew out of his hand. His hands, which were holding the giant axe, were dripping with blood. Cracks appeared on his palms, and blood was seeping out from the cracks. How could this be? Xiong Lai was dumbfounded. He was the strongest warrior of the Fire Bear tribe. Even the Lord Xiong Chihu couldn't match him in strength. Why did Shan Kuei's strength suddenly increase so much? Wasn't this guy severely injured by him just now? Could it be that the rumor was true? Did the deity of the Black Mountain tribe show himself? Xiong Lai was sent flying and directly smashed into the crowd of Fire Bear tribe members who were charging towards him from behind. What Xiong Chihu, the lord of the Fire Bear tribe, and the others on the mountain ridge in the distance were shocked to see this scene. How could this happen? Shan Kuei waved his mace and directly charged into the crowd of Fire Bear tribe members. In the next moment, miserable cries sounded. Wherever Shan Kuei waved his mace, all the people of the Fire Bear tribe would be sent flying. If they were hit, they would die. If they were grazed, they would be injured. Soon, many people of the Fire Bear tribe were killed or injured. Our Lord is mighty. Our Lord is invincible. The warriors of the Black Mountain tribe roared and fought back crazily as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Originally, the Black Mountain tribe had been defeated. However, at this moment, the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe were inspired by their Lord and started to fight against the people of the Fire Bear tribe like crazy. As the Lord of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei took the lead and directly charged towards Xiong Lai. No one was his match. All the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe who attacked him were smashed to death by his mace. No one could withstand his mace. At this moment, Shan Kuei was simply invincible. Xiong Lai, why are you running away? Fight me if you have the guts. Shan Kuei chased after Xiong Lai. At this moment, the strongest warrior of the Fire Bear tribe actually escaped towards the gate of the Black Mountain tribe without looking back. He did not dare to fight at all. Seeing the strongest warrior of the Fire Bear tribe escape, the rest of the people of the Fire Bear tribe naturally followed suit. Therefore, the tables had turned. Now, it was the people of the Fire Bear tribe's turn to be defeated. This Xiong Chihu and the others on the mountain ridge in the distance were dumbfounded. Lord Priest, this Xiong Chihu looked at the black-clothed old man beside him. He wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. The black-clothed priest pondered. At this moment, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky above the sacred palace behind the Black Mountain tribe. Numerous spiritual auras crazily gathered towards the whirlpool. A shocking scene appeared in the sky above the sacred palace of the Black Mountain tribe. Countless spiritual lights were flashing, and a powerful aura was emitted from the sacred palace. It's the deity of the Black Mountain tribe. Retreat. The black-clothed priest said anxiously. What? Xiong Chihu couldn't help but be shocked. The deity of the Black Mountain tribe really showed himself on the mountain ridge. Seeing the shocking scene in the sky above the sacred palace of the Black Mountain tribe, everyone was stunned. Retreat. Xiong Chihu couldn't sit still anymore. The deity was a supreme existence. Who dared to offend the deity? Woo! The horn sounded from the mountain ridge. Hearing the horn, the people of the Fire Bear tribe immediately rushed towards the gate of the Black Mountain tribe like a tide. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Kuei led the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe and directly drove the people of the Fire Bear tribe out of the Black Mountain tribe. The people of the Fire Bear tribe escaped in embarrassment, leaving thousands of corpses behind. At this moment, in the sacred palace of the Black Mountain tribe, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sacred palace, suddenly opened his eyes. Extreme becomes infinite. Limited becomes infinite. So that's it. I get it now. Chapter 4897. After half a year of closed-door training, Gu Fei finally came out. As soon as he came out, he caused a natural phenomenon which scared away Xiong Chihu and the priest of the Fire Bear tribe. Lord Priest, didn't you say that the people of the Black Mountain tribe were deliberately mystifying us? Can't their tribe be protected by a deity? What's going on now? Xiong Chihu, the Lord of the Fire Bear tribe, said to the priest of the Fire Bear tribe discontentedly after escaping more than 10 miles away. How would I know? Attacking the Black Mountain tribe is the decree of the deity of the Fire Bear tribe. Who dares to disobey? The priest of the Fire Bear tribe said angrily. This time, the Fire Bear tribe went for wool and came home shorn. They were going to destroy the Black Mountain tribe, but they didn't expect that the Black Mountain tribe was really protected by a deity. The Black Mountain tribe turned defeat into victory. Now, the Fire Bear tribe was the unlucky one. Alas! Retreat. If the deity of the Black Mountain tribe comes, none of us will survive. The priest of the Fire Bear tribe shouted at the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe. The warriors of the Fire Bear tribe were terrified. In their eyes, the deity was supreme. By attacking the Black Mountain tribe, they had definitely angered the deity of the Black Mountain tribe. At this moment, all the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe were terrified. Lord Priest, how about we ask our deity to help us? Xiong Chihu suddenly said, "Shut up." The priest of the Fire Bear tribe shouted in a low voice. Xiong Chihu was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only swallow his anger. He was already very dissatisfied with the priest of the Fire Bear tribe. Under the lead of Xiong Chihu and the priest of the Fire Bear tribe, the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe retreated back to the Fire Bear tribe in panic. At this moment, in the Black Mountain tribe, the lord of the Fire Bear tribe, Shan Kuei, led countless warriors of the Black Mountain tribe to kneel in the open space outside the temple, worshipping the temple. Although Gu Fei, who was regarded as a god by them, did not make a move, he had performed a miracle. That was enough because the moment the miracle appeared, the morale of the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe soared, and they defeated the Fire Bear tribe in one go. Seeing the miracle, the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe were naturally scared to death. How would they dare to continue fighting? Gu Fei refused to see anyone, and the old shaman stood guard outside, preventing anyone from entering. "Master wants to meditate. All of you, disperse." Xiaoye walked out of the sacred hall and said to everyone kneeling outside, "As you command." Shan Kuei and the others gradually dispersed. At this time, the entire Black Mountain tribe was in a mess. There were burning fires, collapsed houses, and corpses all over the ground. These all needed to be dealt with. As the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei naturally had to lead his tribesmen to extinguish the fire, collect the corpses, and rebuild the collapsed houses. In this battle, the Black Mountain tribe had suffered heavy losses. They would probably need a few years to recover. The Black Mountain tribe did not have many people to begin with. More than half of the young men had died in battle, and the rest were the old, the women, and the children. The Black Mountain tribe's strength had declined greatly. If the Fire Bear tribe came again, the Black Mountain tribe would definitely not be able to stop them. However, not only did the Fire Bear tribe not dare to attack the Black Mountain tribe, but they were also afraid that the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe would find trouble for them. At this time, in the valley behind the Fire Bear tribe, the leader Xiong Chihu and the priest arrived in front of a huge cave deep in the valley. In the cave, there was a dull, snoring sound, and there were waves of heat coming out of the cave. "Our tribe's guardian deity is still sleeping?" Xiong Chihu frowned. "What do you think?" The priest sneered. "Our tribe's guardian deity has been sleeping for more than 100 years. When will it wake up?" Xiong Chihu was very worried. Because the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe had shown a miracle, the other small tribes would definitely seek refuge with the Black Mountain tribe when they heard the news. In this primitive tribal world, every tribe did not care about bloodline, but the strength of the tribe. Because in this primitive world, the more powerful the tribe was, the more likely they could survive. The Black Mountain tribe would also take in people from other tribes. "I don't know either." The priest sighed. The guardian deity of the Fire Bear tribe was the strongest deity within 100 miles. If the deity in the cave woke up, why would they be afraid of the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe? "Let's go. We need to guard against the revenge of the Black Mountain tribe." The priest said. Xiong Chihu nodded. The two then left the valley. At this time, in the temple of the Black Mountain tribe, Gu Fei was very happy. He had finally touched the limitless realm, and his body had finally cultivated a trace of limitless qi. This limitless qi was really magical. It seemed to exist and not exist, and it was between illusion and reality. Moreover, Although the limitless chi in Gu Fei's body was little, it was able to transform his martial body. Extreme into limitless, limited into limitless. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the praying mat and muttered to himself. This limitless chi was all-encompassing, and it seemed to be of a higher level than the eternal primordial chi. It seemed to be the ultimate essence of life. He felt that even if he had only cultivated a trace of limitless chi, he would be able to beat up those peak eternal demon masters when he returned to the eternal world. Finally, he had some power to protect himself. This made Gu Fei very happy. For a martial artist, there was an essential difference between having essence and not having essence in their body. Martial arts skills needed essence to be driven. Gu Fei, who was in a good mood, stood up from the praying mat and walked out of the hall. Master Xiaoya, who was cultivating in the courtyard, quickly came up and greeted Gu Fei. Not bad. You are already a Xiantian martial artist. Gu Fei could tell Xiaoya's cultivation level at a glance. She had cultivated to the Xiantian realm in half a year. With this kind of talent, if she was in the human world, she would definitely be a super monster. Back then, when he was in the Taixien sect, he had to put in a lot of effort to cultivate to the Xiantian realm. It was really infuriating to compare with others. Master, what is the Xiantian realm? Xiaoya tilted her head and asked. Gu Fei was speechless. This little girl did not even know that she had cultivated to the Xiantian realm. All right, I'll tell you about the cultivation realms. Gu Fei had no choice but to popularize the knowledge of cultivation for Xiaoya so that she could clearly understand her own cultivation level and what kind of realm she was in. As he spoke, it took a few hours. Xiaoya listened attentively, and the old shaman's eyes lit up. This was the first time they had heard of such things. I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Gu Fei stopped. The old shaman hurriedly ordered people to prepare food. Soon, a whole roasted lamb was carried in by 2 warriors from the Black Mountain tribe. The aroma of meat immediately filled the air. The old shaman respectfully presented the wine brewed by the Black Mountain tribe. The Black Mountain tribe gathered hundreds of fruits and brewed 100-fruit wine. It was famous far and wide. Gu Fei ate the wine in big bowls and big pieces of meat. At this time, there was a sudden commotion outside the holy hall. Then, a figure descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard of the holy hall. Then, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. The barbarian emperor has decreed that the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe must come to the barbarian emperor city within 10 days. No delay. Chapter 4898. Barbarian Sovereign's Decree. Gu Fei looked at the young man in armor floating in the air. He was surprised because this guy could actually fly. Cultivator. This guy was actually a human cultivator. Gu Fei originally thought that this was a primitive tribal world. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful human cultivator here? Why aren't you kneeling to receive the barbarian sovereign's decree? The young warrior in black armor looked at Gu Fei, who was still standing, and couldn't help but be furious. The barbarian sovereign was the sovereign of southern barbarian. Whether it was the human tribes or the guardian deities of these tribes, they all had to submit to the barbarian sovereign. The ruler of the entire southern barbarian was the barbarian sovereign. At this time, Xiaoya and the old shaman were already kneeling on the ground. When they saw that Gu Fei was still standing, they couldn't help but be shocked. One must know that this was the special envoy of the barbarian sovereign. The once-in-a-century Southern Barbarian All-Spirits Conference was about to begin. The barbarian sovereign began to pass down decrees to the countless tribes in Southern Barbarian. As long as there was a guardian deity guarding the tribe, the barbarian sovereign would pass down the decree. The guardian deities who received the decree would have to participate in the myriad spirits conference. Those who didn't obey the decree and didn't participate would be killed by the experts sent by the barbarian sovereign. Gods were naturally supreme in the eyes of the human race, like the Black Mountain tribe. However, in the eyes of the barbarian sovereign, these so-called gods were just some monsters who knew how to cultivate. The so-called Myriad Spirits Conference that was held once in a century was actually a means for the barbarian sovereign to find out the number of monsters in southern Barbarian and the strength of their cultivation. The barbarian sovereign couldn't let these foreign races threaten his rule over southern Barbarian. In these 100 years, if there were some particularly powerful foreign races in southern Barbarian, if they couldn't be subdued, then they would be killed. No matter what world or place, the law of the jungle was the truth. Master, hurry up and receive the decree. Xiaoya was anxious. Tisk, in my life, I haven't even knelt to the heavens and earth. Why would I kneel to a mere decree? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. What? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. What big words! The young warrior was infuriated when he heard this. In the past several hundred years, there had never been a creature that dared not to kneel and accept the decree of the wildlands. Moreover, this fellow was a human. Where's the deity of the Black Mountain tribe? Why hasn't he come out yet? How dare he neglect the decree of the barbarian emperor? Does the Black Mountain tribe want to be exterminated? The young fighter said with a murderous aura in his eyes. The black-robed youth who was still standing was dead for sure. However, he didn't want to make a move because this little brat wasn't qualified for him to make a move. He wanted the deity of the Black Mountain tribe to kill this human youth. He wanted to trample on the god of the Black Mountain tribe. That was his goal. The special envoy of the barbarian sovereign was originally going to the various tribes to demonstrate their might. Those tribes that dared to disobey would be directly exterminated. Those tribes that disobeyed would also be exterminated. Only through this kind of ruthless method, the barbarian emperor was able to intimidate the countless tribes of the southern barbarian tribe. Lord Envoy, this is our clan's guardian deity. The old shaman lied on the ground in fear and said with a trembling voice, What? The young warrior was shocked when he heard this. A human had actually become the god of a tribe? How could this be possible? Was he also a cultivator? However, how could a small tribe like the Black Mountain tribe have a cultivator? One must know that the cultivation methods in this world were all in the hands of the strong tribes or in the hands of some strong foreign races. The living beings in this world attached great importance to cultivation methods, and it was impossible for them to be taught casually. As for the rogue cultivators, there were also them in this world, but they were very rare. A human deity that dares to look down on the decree of the barbarian emperor. Interesting. How do you want to die? The young warrior said as he flipped his right hand, and a bronze sword immediately appeared in his hand. Gu Fei looked at the bronze sword in the hands of the young warrior and saw that there were actually countless runes engraved on the sword. The sword was also emitting a strong sword chi. This Xiaoya and the old shaman were scared out of their wits. This was bad. The Black Mountain tribe was probably going to be exterminated today. At this time, the outside of the temple was filled with people kneeling down. The young warrior stood in the air, and his aura was incomparably strong. It was as if a god had descended. When the people of the Black Mountain tribe saw this scene, they thought that a god had descended. Naturally, they had to kneel down and worship the god. Those words should be said by me, right? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the young warrior indifferently. Damn it, go to hell. The young warrior said as he slashed his sword towards Gu Fei, who was on the ground. Buzz. The bronze sword in the young warrior's hand let out a buzzing sound. In the next moment, a golden sword light rushed out from the sword and slashed towards Gu Fei. Sword chi release? Gu Fei's eyes lit up. This little guy's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Ya's. According to the classification of the 5 great realms of cultivation in the human world, this guy was able to fly in the air. He was at least at the royal void realm. The 5 great realms of the human world were awakening, transcending mortality, royal void, demigod, and supreme saint. These were the 5 great realms below the immortal realm. Transcending mortality was to get rid of the mortal body, which was equivalent to the Sciention realm in the heaven realm. Gu Fei had been in this world for half a year. It was rare for him to meet a human race cultivator. Naturally, his hands were itching. He extended his right hand and pointed at the golden sword light. In the next moment, the golden sword light shattered in the void, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated in the void. How is this possible? When the envoy of the barbarian emperor saw this, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This guy actually used a finger to break his sword chi. How was this possible? The warrior in green was sweating on his forehead. Could this guy be a true god realm existence? Although those so-called guardian deities in the southern barbarian tribes were called deities, they were actually demigod realm creatures that were slightly stronger than the innate realm. Some of the deities in the small tribes were even innate realm creatures. In this world, the young warrior was a god realm expert. In this world, only experts above the god realm could fly in the air. He himself was a god realm expert. You're just SOSO, and you still dare to be presumptuous in front of me. You're simply courting death. Gu Fei said indifferently. Kill. The young warrior was shocked and angry. In the next moment, he roared and the bronze sword in his hand flew up and split into 9 golden sword chi around him. Swoosh! As he pointed with the sword finger on his right hand, the 9 sword chi around him directly pierced towards Gu Fei on the ground. The incomparably sharp sword chi spread out, and the courtyard of the sacred hall was suddenly filled with dust. Sigh! Gu Fei sighed and shook his head. Then he waved his right hand casually. The 9 sword chi that pierced him turned around and flew back to the young warrior. In the next moment, the 9 sword chi flashed. The young warrior's body bloomed with 9 balls of blood and directly fell to the ground from the sky. Chapter 4899. The barbarian emperor was the supreme ruler of the South. He was actually the most powerful god in the South. Every 100 years, he would hold a grand all-spirit assembly. It was to consolidate his ruling position in the South. All spirits submitted to him, and the barbarian emperor was invincible. This way, the barbarian emperor could compete with the other giants and not have a fire in his backyard. The 100-year period was approaching, and the envoys of the barbarian emperor began to move. These envoys only had one purpose, and that was to declare the might of the barbarian emperor. Wherever the envoys went, all spirits bowed their heads. No one dared to challenge the authority of the barbarian emperor. However, when the guardian gods of the large tribes bowed their heads, the envoys sent by the barbarian emperor kicked an iron plate in the inconspicuous Black Mountain tribe. Gu Fei didn't care if you were a high and mighty barbarian emperor. If you dared to provoke him, then there was only one word: beat. In my life, Gu Fei didn't even have the qualifications to make me kneel, let alone a mere barbarian emperor. Gu Fei wasn't like the guardian gods of the other tribes because he was an outsider. He wasn't a person of this world and didn't know the rules of this world. In fact, even if he knew the rules of this world, he still wouldn't bow his head. You dare to hurt me? The envoys lying on the ground panted heavily. The 9 bloody holes on his body were constantly bleeding. The 9 sword lights pierced through his body. The wounds were imbued with Gu Fei's power, so the blood kept flowing. Tisk! Gu Fei was very disdainful. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed with his 5 fingers. The envoy's bronze sword flew into his hand. This sword is barely okay. Xiaoya, this sword is for you. Gu Fei directly erased the divine sense in the bronze sword. Then, with a wave of his right hand, the bronze sword was inserted in front of Xiaoya. Buzz. The bronze sword was vibrating. My sword, the envoy glared at Gu Fei. Master, this, Xiaoya was dumbfounded. This god spirit master of hers was truly a ferocious person. He actually beat up the envoy of the barbarian sovereign. The envoy was simply unable to withstand a single blow from her god spirit master. You're dead. The envoy took out a cylindrical object from his body. In the next moment, with a bang, a ball of fire rose from his hand into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball exploded in midair. At this time, the sky had already darkened, and the dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky, appearing incomparably eye-catching. Looking for help. Gu Fei smiled and looked up at the fireworks in the sky. Let me understand this world first. Gu Fei suddenly thought of something. He reached out his right hand and grabbed at the envoy on the ground. The unfortunate envoy flew towards him involuntarily. He grabbed the emissary's head, and in the next moment, a powerful divine will invaded the emissary's consciousness to read his memories. I see, Gu Fei soon knew what kind of world he was in. This was a world called the Void Realm. In this world, the barbarian emperor was not the strongest existence. He was just the emperor of Nanman. This world was divided into 5 regions, namely Eastern Wilderness, Nanman, Western Sea, North Ruins, and Middle Sky. Nanman was the world of the barbarian emperor. The Eastern Wilderness, Western Sea, North Ruins, and Middle Sky also had their own emperors. The envoy of the barbarian emperor was only in the divine state. In this void realm, a divine state could fly in the sky, and a true god could be considered as an expert. The barbarian emperor was a supreme existence in the Shen King realm. Gu Fei let go of the envoy. Because this guy was the subordinate of the barbarian emperor, he knew a lot of things. However, in the eyes of the people of the Black Mountain tribe, these divine state envoys were supreme gods. In reality, they were the weakest existences under the barbarian emperor and were only responsible for running errands. Looks like it won't be so boring in the future, Gu Fei said to himself. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Then 2 black figures descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard in front of the divine palace. 12th brother, what happened to you? The person who came was furious when he saw the envoy lying on the ground. For hundreds of years, no one had ever dared to hurt the envoy sent by the barbarian emperor. 2nd brother, kill this guy for me. The envoy stared at Gu Fei viciously. Are you the one who hurt my 12th brother? The middle-aged man who was the leader of the group stared at Gu Fei and said, So what if I am? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, How dare you? Aren't you afraid of death? The other middle-aged man in black roared at Gu Fei. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Aren't you afraid of death? Gu Fei was still calm. So what if the barbarian emperor is powerful? I am a top-notch expert in the eternal world. Even here, I am not someone who can be bullied by anyone. Ha! The middle-aged man, who was the leader, laughed out of anger. Little guy, go to hell. The middle-aged man laughed hideously and punched at Gu Fei. 2nd brother is a true God realm expert. You are dead meat. The envoy, who was crippled by Gu Fei, sneered. Even the guardian deities of some big tribes are not a match for 2nd brother, let alone this little guy. The other envoy said disdainfully, In the void realm, the lifespan of humans and other living creatures was very long. Ordinary people could live up to 200 to 300 years old, and cultivators could live even longer. A Xiantian realm cultivator could live up to 500 to 600 years. A god realm cultivator could live up to 1,000 years. And a true god realm cultivator could roam the world for tens of thousands of years. The living creatures of the Shun King realm were immortal. Of course, immortal was just a relative term. It was not truly immortal. In the eyes of these envoys, Gu Fei was just a little guy. Rumble, the middle-aged envoy, punched out, and a thunderous sound rang out. It was an incomparably shocking sight. Both Xiaoya and the old high priest were shocked to the extreme. They were also terrified to the extreme. However, Gu Fei did not even move his hand this time. Then, the middle-aged envoy's punch turned around and landed heavily on his body. Bam! Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from his body. How is this possible? This time, everyone was stunned. The unlucky second brother was hit by his own fist and vomited blood. He fell to the ground, staggered, and almost fell. What kind of magic is that? The second brother said with a trembling voice, magic was something that only heavenly god realm experts could master. Are you a heavenly god? The envoys of the three barbarian emperors were extremely shocked. How could a small black mountain tribe have a heavenly god? Chapter 4900. The cultivation level of the void plane was similar to that of the heavenly god plane. However, the strongest being here was Shun King. According to legend, there was the ancestral god above Shun King. However, the ancestral god was only a legend. He had never appeared before. Compared to the other worlds, this world was more primitive. However, the worldly spiritual energy here was the densest among all the worlds that Gu Fei had ever been to. That was also the reason why the lifespans of the living creatures here were far longer compared to those of other worlds. Additionally, the worldly laws here were very strong. They were the strongest worldly laws that Gu Fei had ever encountered. They were much stronger compared to the worldly laws of Eternal World. If the living creatures here were to appear in Eternal World, they would surely be the most terrifying and powerful existences. Gu Fei wondered if he had ascended to the limitless realm after overcoming his tribulation. However, this was just the void plane, not the real limitless realm. After reading the memories of the barbarian sovereign's envoy, Gu Fei speculated that this void plane might be a transitional world between Eternal World and the limitless realm. Even though the humans here seemed weak and small, that was because the nomological laws of this world were too strong. You dare defy the barbarian sovereign's decree and wound the envoy? No one can save you. It's not just you. Even the people from the Black Mountain tribe can forget about living. The second brother among the emissaries roared at Gu Fei with a stern expression. Although they were just the envoys sent out by the barbarian sovereign, in the eyes of the tribal lords, they were even more terrifying compared to the exalted gods. Wherever the envoy went, even the guardian gods of the tribes would have to come out and greet them. As time went by, even the envoy became incomparably arrogant and overbearing. With just a word of disagreement, they would kill off the gods and destroy the tribes that offended them. They possessed the strength to do so. After all, as humans at the divine stage, they were already gods. Naturally, the guardian gods of most human tribes were not that strong. In the eyes of the barbarian sovereign's envoys, these so-called gods were nothing more than farts. Now, although these three envoys weren't Gu Fei's opponents, they were still very domineering. They thought that Gu Fei wouldn't dare to do anything to them. However, it was a pity that they were wrong this time. This was because Gu Fei did not belong to this world, and Gu Fei's cultivation base could not be measured by the cultivation realm of the Void Realm. They couldn't see through Gu Fei at all. Hearing the words of the envoy, Xiaoya and the old priest were stunned. Who didn't know the name of the barbarian emperor in the south? There was only one outcome for those who offended the barbarian sovereign, and that was death. For thousands of years, in the entire southern wilderness, no one had ever lived after offending the barbarian sovereign. I can't stand being threatened, Gu Fei said indifferently with his hands behind his back. What? The three envoys were inexplicably shocked. Die! Gu Fei waved his right hand, and then three practically translucent rays of sword light flashed through space. After that, the three emissaries under the command of the man-emperor fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. This boundless qi is still too little. Gu Fei seemed to be waving his hand, but after he made his move, he actually felt a little exhausted. This surprised him. The boundless qi that he had just cultivated in his body was almost exhausted. This trace of boundless qi was a seed. If it was exhausted, it would be difficult to cultivate it again. Master, you killed them? Xiaoya was frightened. She looked at the three corpses on the ground, and her voice trembled. Although she was young, she had heard of the barbarian sovereign's reputation. These envoys were sent by the barbarian sovereign. Killing them was equivalent to going against the barbarian sovereign. The consequence of going against the barbarian sovereign was death and the annihilation of his clan. What should we do? The old priest was so scared that he almost peed his pants. See what these three fellows have on them. Then drag them out and bury them. As Gu Fei spoke, he turned and walked into the temple. Seeing how indifferent Gu Fei was, Xiaoya and the old priest were dumbfounded. Master was the one who killed the barbarian sovereign's envoy. This was a matter that could pierce the heavens. Master is so calm. Is he not afraid of the barbarian sovereign? An inconceivable thought suddenly appeared in Xiaoya's mind. At this time, the news of the barbarian sovereign's envoy being killed by the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe spread. All the tribes within a radius of 100 miles were alarmed. Ha! Carefree laughter came from the temple of the Fire Bear tribe. The guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe is simply courting death. An old voice came from the temple of the Fire Bear tribe. Inside the temple, two figures sat on a praying mat on the ground. Since our guardian deity has awakened, why don't we— Xiong Chihu's face turned sinister. The All-Spirits Conference was about to begin. It was impossible for the guardian deity of the Fire Bear tribe to continue sleeping. Not to mention sleeping, he had to come out of seclusion. When the barbarian sovereign's envoy arrived, the guardian deity of the Fire Bear tribe was awakened. At this time, in the valley behind the mountain of the Fire Bear tribe, a huge figure could be vaguely seen in the flames. Powerful heat waves spread out from the valley, causing all the flowers and trees in the valley to wither. For example, the guardian deities of the Heavenly Wolf tribe and the Golden Lion tribe had already received the decree of the barbarian sovereign. All the guardian deities of the tribes had to lower their heads in front of the barbarian sovereign's envoy. No one dared to disregard the barbarian sovereign's envoy like Gu Fei. You are thinking of the eyes of the Fire Bear tribe priest turned vicious. This is a great merit. I believe the lords and guardian deities of the other tribes will be more than happy to help. Xiong Chihu sneered. But even the envoy was killed by the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe. Even if we contact the other tribes to help, I'm afraid we won't be able to win. Priest Huixiong was not stupid. The special envoy of the barbarian king had a very high cultivation level. He was an existence comparable to the gods. They had died in the Black Mountain tribe. How could they be a match for the guardian of the Black Mountain tribe? Lord Priest, have you forgotten about the Heavenly Ape tribe? Xiong Chihu said meaningfully. The Heavenly Ape tribe. The Fire Bear tribe priest's eyes lit up. All right. The Fire Bear tribe priest finally made up his mind. At this time, the people of the Black Mountain tribe were in a state of panic. However, no one knew that a crisis had befallen the Black Mountain tribe so quickly. Chapter 49:01. No matter what world it was, strength was the key to everything. Gu Fei was very clear about this. Only with unparalleled strength could he be fearless. So, what if it was the barbarian emperor? As long as he was strong enough, there was nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, Gu Fei did not need to think much and directly killed the 3 arrogant envoys sent by the barbarian emperor. However, the other people of the Black Mountain tribe were not as calm as Gu Fei. Those were the envoys who could decide their life and death. Just like that, they were killed by their guardian spirit. When the news spread, the whole tribe was extremely terrified. The reason why tribes appeared in the mirage was because people gathered together to protect themselves. They formed a force that could resist external enemies and the beasts in the mountains. To put it bluntly, the formation of a tribe was to protect themselves and to survive. However, once their survival was seriously threatened, the people of this tribe would leave the tribe and join a stronger tribe. After Gu Fei killed the envoy of the barbarian emperor, the people of the Black Mountain tribe began to look for another way out. That night, thousands of people of the Black Mountain tribe quietly left. By the next morning, the entire Black Mountain tribe was left with less than 3,000 people. Moreover, these people were also leaving. This made the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei, very helpless. In fact, even he wanted to leave, but in the end, he did not. However, a few of his capable men left and brought many people with them. Shan Kuei and the old shaman were anxious. They wanted Gu Fei to come forward and gather the people who had left, but they were stopped by Xiaoya. However, what made Xiaoya sad was that her parents had also left the Black Mountain tribe. No one was optimistic about the Black Mountain tribe. One must know that Gu Fei killed the envoy of the barbarian emperor. The barbarian emperor was the ruler of southern Man. The lives and deaths of billions of people in southern Man were in the hands of the barbarian emperor. How could a small Black Mountain tribe compete with the barbarian emperor? In the eyes of the people of the Black Mountain tribe, Gu Fei fighting against the barbarian emperor was simply courting death. Soon, in less than 24 hours, almost all the people of the Black Mountain tribe had left. The entire tribe was disbanded. Only Lord Shan Kuei and 18 of his most loyal subordinates were left behind in the tribe's territory. The old shaman did not leave either. There were only 21 people left in the entire Black Mountain tribe. Including Gu Fei, there were only 22 people left. It was a pitiful sight. The Black Mountain tribe wasn't a weak tribe within 100 miles. It wasn't the strongest, but it was at least a mid-tier tribe. However, in less than a day, the entire tribe had scattered, and only 20 people were left. This also showed how terrifying the existence of the barbarian emperor was in the south. Without waiting for the people of the barbarian emperor to make a move, the Black Mountain tribe disbanded itself. Someone actually dared to kill the envoy. At this time, in the barbarian emperor's city that was a few hundred miles away from the Black Mountain tribe, the third son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yao, directly smashed the handle of the throne in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He sat on the throne and glanced at his subordinates in the hall, who were as silent as cicadas in winter. Although the name Barbarian Emperor City was famous, the city was actually not big. It could even be said to be very small. It was a small city, but it was the place where the current Barbarian Emperor rose to power. The current Barbarian Emperor of South Barbarian walked out of this small city, and then on the road of becoming a powerful expert, he finally became the supreme emperor who unified the South Barbarian. In the past, the South Barbarian was a place where the gods of the foreign tribes ran amok, the human tribes were divided, and there were many geniuses. However, no one would have thought that the most inconspicuous little guy would be able to overcome all obstacles, fight with all kinds of ambitious people, and finally unify the entire South Barbarian. Therefore, the current barbarian emperor walked out of this small city. The barbarian emperor changed this small city to Barbarian Emperor City and sent his third son to guard this small city. For Man Yao, being sent here by his father was like being demoted, and he was demoted to the bottom, becoming the city lord of a small city. As for his other brothers, each of them was doing well, especially the eldest brother, Man Xiong, who was put in an important position by the barbarian emperor. If there were no accidents, Man Xiong would be the next barbarian emperor. Man Yao knew that he was not inferior to the eldest brother at all. But why was the eldest brother put in an important position? And he came back to guard the ancestral land. This was the ancestral land of the barbarian emperor, but to put it bluntly, it was a remote place. What achievements could one achieve here? Man Yao muddled along in the barbarian emperor's city. But now, someone actually killed the special envoy sent by his father, the barbarian emperor. This was a bit interesting. As far as he knew, in the past hundreds of years, no one had ever dared to kill the special envoy sent by his father. Killing the special envoy was equivalent to declaring war on the barbarian emperor. How could a small Black Mountain tribe declare war on the barbarian emperor? It was really stupid and ridiculous. Who is going to destroy the Black Mountain tribe for me? Man Yao glanced at the people in the hall. Your Highness the Third Prince, I am willing to go. A young man dressed in black armor strode out. Xianchong, very good. Then you will lead 1,000 scarlet armor guards to destroy the Black Mountain tribe. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Man Yao said indifferently. The life and death of a tribe was nothing in his eyes. It was just like killing a group of ants. Yes, General. Xianchong cupped his fists at Man Yao, then turned around and left. Disperse. Man Yao laid on the throne and waved his hand impatiently at his subordinates in the hall. Everyone bowed to Man Yao and left the hall. Young and arrogant, be careful not to kick an iron plate. That won't be good. Outside the hall, the crowd dispersed in groups of 2s and 3s. Many of them were discussing in low voices. You're talking about Xianchong, right? He's a heavenly god. Wouldn't it be easy for him to destroy a small Black Mountain tribe? Someone said disapprovingly. Let's wait and see. The people outside the hall quickly dispersed and went back to do what they were supposed to do. At this moment, Xianchong led 1,000 scarlet armor guards and rode their scarlet scale colts, charging out of the imperial city like a scarlet gale. At this moment, 3 powerful auras appeared outside the Black Mountain tribe. It's a foreign god. The old shaman in the front yard of the Black Mountain tribe's divine palace shouted. These 3 auras surrounded the entire Black Mountain tribe's camp. The one in the southeast was like a divine fire, lighting up half the sky in a fiery red color. The aura in the northwest was incomparably cold and gloomy. Wherever this aura was, snowflakes actually floated down from the sky. On the other hand, the aura in the southwest was full of vitality. Chapter 49:02. Before the crimson armor guards of the barbarian emperor city arrived, the gods of the other tribes near the Black Mountain tribe had already arrived. 3 powerful auras appeared near the Black Mountain tribe's territory, causing the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei, to tremble in fear. Even the old shaman was trembling in fear under the might of the deity. Only Xiaoyu remained calm. He's a human. To think that the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe is a human. How dare you kill the envoy of the barbarian emperor? You must be tired of living. 3 divine wills appeared, and 3 voices appeared in the minds of the people near the Black Mountain tribe divine temple. Capture this bastard, and it will be a great achievement. He's mine. Don't fight with me over him. A domineering voice rang out in everyone's mind. the fourth godly spirit aura appeared, and a gigantic humanoid beast shadow appeared in the forest outside the Black Mountain tribe. This aura was wild and powerful, and it was stronger than the three auras that had appeared before. Brother Ape is here. Since Brother Ape has spoken, we will not fight with you. The three godly spirits were terrified. One had to know that this godly spirit was the guardian of the heavenly ape tribe. This godly spirit was stronger than the guardian spirits of the Fire Bear tribe, Sky Wolf tribe, and the Golden Lion tribe. The heavenly ape tribe was a mid-tier tribe, and their guardian deity was a heavenly ape. True immortal realm? Within the Black Mountain tribe's holy temple, Gu Fei stood up slowly. Come out and meet your death. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Still not coming out. Then I'll kill these people first. As the voice continued to ring out in Gu Fei's mind, the ground started to shake. Heavy footsteps could be heard from afar. This, outside the Black Mountain tribe's holy temple, Shan Kuei and his 18 loyal subordinates were on the verge of tears. What a huge black ape! From the forest outside the tribe, a black ape the size of a small mountain was walking towards them. The tall trees only reached the ape's waist. An extremely powerful, baleful aura erupted from the black ape's body. Even Shan Kuei, the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, was terrified to the extreme. It's the heavenly ape divine spirit of the heavenly ape tribe. The old priest exclaimed, "Heavenly ape divinity!" When Xiaoya saw the giant ape walking out of the forest, she was frightened. This giant ape was too big. In front of this giant ape, humans were as weak as ants. The guardian deity of the heavenly ape tribe was the strongest deity within a 300-mile radius. The deities of the Sky Wolf tribe, the Fire Bear tribe, and the Golden Lion tribe were just minions of the heavenly ape deity. Shan Kuei and the others despaired when they saw this enormous ape. How could they go against such an enormous beast? This giant ape could trample them all to death with a single stomp. Who are you calling out to die? With his hands behind his back, Gu Fei slowly walked out of the sacred hall. Lord God, when the old shaman saw Gu Fei, he immediately knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Master, Xiaoya hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei as well. Xiaoya, you better watch carefully. Gu Fei said to his new disciple. Yes, master. Xiaoya hurriedly replied. Humph, a puny human dares to go against me? You're asking for it. By then, the giant ape had already arrived in front of the Black Mountain tribe's temple. Without another word, it stomped down on the temple. Xiaoya and the old shaman felt the sky darken. The giant ape's foot blocked the entire sky above the temple. Bam! They saw Gu Fei stomp on the ground with his right foot, and the hard bricks beneath his feet crumbled. In the next moment, he shot up into the sky and threw a punch at the giant ape's foot. Gu Fei's fist fiercely smashed into the giant ape's foot, directly piercing through the giant ape's foot and rushing out. Roar! The giant ape let out an earth-shattering roar and stumbled back. The three immortals nearby had been watching the show, but when they saw this, they were dumbfounded. The heavenly ape divinity was a true immortal, and yet he was punched through by a puny human? How was this possible? This was unbelievable. Furthermore, they did not feel any yuan qi from this human at all. In the courtyard in front of the divine temple, Xiaoya and the old shaman were stunned. The giant ape's blood rained down from the sky. Xiaoya dodged it, but it still drenched the old shaman. Roar! Ouch! The old shaman, who was drenched in the giant ape's blood, screamed in agony. His body began to glow with a faint red light. The giant ape was a true immortal, and its blood contained powerful essence qi. To the old shaman, it was as if he had jumped into a pool of boiling water and was burned by the essence qi contained in the giant ape's blood. What should we do? Xiaoya looked at the old shaman, who was struggling on the ground. She did not know how to save the old shaman. Give him some inner chi. Gu Fei's voice could be heard from outside the divine temple. Yes, master. Xiaoya flew forward and struck the old shaman with her palm. Inborn-level inner chi surged from her palm and entered the old shaman's body. At this time, outside the divine temple, Gu Fei and the giant ape were engaged in a fierce battle. In front of the incomparably huge ape, Gu Fei was simply too small. Furthermore, his movement speed was also very fast, so the ape could not do anything to him for a while. The heavenly ape divinity was enraged, and the houses in the Black Mountain tribe suffered. Gu Fei's movement speed was very fast. The giant ape couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes, let alone injure him. Roar. The heavenly ape divinity roared. In the next moment, the giant ape's body shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the giant ape was the same size as Gu Fei. Roar. The heavenly ape divinity roared to the sky and pounded his chest with his fists. He then pounced on Gu Fei in a frenzy. Interesting. Gu Fei also pounced on the heavenly ape divinity. Boom. The two figures collided in an instant, and they were both knocked back by the force of the other's attack. Then, they charged at each other again and fought fiercely. Gu Fei's martial body was extremely strong. Even if he had only cultivated a trace of Wuji Qi, he could still compete with the heavenly ape divinity. Bang! Boom! Dull sounds of impact could be heard. Soon, the heavenly ape divinity was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, and he crashed into a nearby stone house. The heavenly ape divinity was buried in a pile of rubble. Hee, it's been a long time since I had a good fight. Gu Fei's blood was boiling. His clothes were in tatters, and his left shoulder was scratched by the heavenly ape divinity. Boom! Just then, the pile of rubble exploded, and countless stones flew in all directions. Dozens of them were aimed at the holy sanctum. Gu Fei took a step forward and leaped onto the wall of the holy sanctum. He then threw a punch at the incoming stones. In the next moment, the dozen or so stones that were flying overpaused in the void for a moment before directly shattering in the void. Chapter 4903. Gu Fei was fighting a heavenly ape of the heavenly ape tribe. This heavenly ape was a true immortal realm being. Furthermore, this heavenly ape was much stronger than the barbarian king's true immortal realm envoy. This heavenly ape was probably at the peak of the true immortal realm. Boom! At this moment, the entire Black Mountain tribe's holy palace shook violently. The heavenly ape had knocked Gu Fei into the holy palace. The man and the ape broke through the holy temple and rushed to the back mountain of the Black Mountain tribe, the forbidden area of the divine spirits. This was the place where the Black Mountain tribe worshipped their guardian deities. It was a sacred place. Only on specific days of worship could the Black Mountain tribe be led into this forbidden grounds by the high priest. But now, this place had become the battlefield between Gu Fei and the heavenly ape. One man and one ape fell to the ground. The heavenly ape grabbed a huge rock and threw it at Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei was sent flying dozens of meters away by the huge rock. The moment he fell to the ground, he straightened his back and stood up. At the same time, a fist the size of a pot was right in front of him. Damn it! Gu Fei clenched his right hand and punched out to meet the incoming fist. When he punched out, there was a deafening sonic boom in the air. The primordial qi from his fist was very weak, but the power was very strong. Bang! The two fists collided, and in the next moment, two figures were sent flying. Gu Fei smashed through several boulders before he managed to stop himself from retreating. What a strong fella! Gu Fei couldn't help but be impressed. This heavenly ape was definitely a strength-type being. It was hard to believe that this fella's strength was on par with his own. One should know that Gu Fei's martial body had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, and his cultivation had broken through to the half-step unbounded realm. Logically speaking, his martial body should have been enough to defeat all the living beings in this world. However, the reality was completely different. The creatures in the void realm were much stronger than the creatures in other worlds because the natural laws of this world were too strong and the spirit energy was too abundant. It couldn't be helped. This was talent given by the heavens and earth. Furthermore, Gu Fei's martial body was also beginning to transform into the limitless martial body. His cultivation was in the midst of transformation. His cultivation did not disappear, it was just transformed. This made Gu Fei almost think that his cultivation had disappeared again. Kill! Gu Fei's feet pushed off the ground, and he once again rushed towards the heavenly ape. The heavenly ape also rushed towards Gu Fei, almost at the same time. The man and the ape started fighting again. The dull sounds of collision resounded continuously. The man and the ape were actually evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who was superior. This caused the three gods who were watching the battle from afar to be inexplicably shocked. The three immortal spirits were rejoicing in their hearts. Thankfully, the heavenly ape immortal spirit had made it in time. Otherwise, they would have died in the hands of that human. Bam! Gu Fei's fist landed on the heavenly ape's chest. At the same time, the heavenly ape's claw landed on his shoulder, and the man and the ape separated again. Damn! Gu Fei felt a burning pain on his left shoulder. Needless to say, his left shoulder had been scratched by the sky ape, leaving behind a few bloody scratches. However, the heavenly ape was not feeling well either. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of its mouth. After being injured, the heavenly ape became even crazier and more bloodthirsty. Roar! The heavenly ape immortal spirit roared at Gu Fei and charged towards Gu Fei. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei went up to meet him. Another fierce battle ensued. Gu Fei realized that the more he fought, the more his potential was stimulated and the more limitless qi was gathered in his body. The limitless qi in his body was like a small flame. Now, the little flame in his body was burning brighter and brighter. His martial body was like a dusty treasure. At this time, the treasure in Gu Fei's body was gradually being unearthed. The more he fought, the stronger he became. The more the heavenly ape immortal spirit fought, the weaker he became. Soon, Gu Fei sent the heavenly ape immortal spirit flying again. This time, the heavenly ape immortal spirit did not even manage to touch the corner of his clothes. Boom! The heavenly ape divinity was sent flying hundreds of feet away, crashing into the ancient altar. The force of the impact shattered the altar into pieces. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that a sarcophagus rolled out from the broken altar. It seemed that the sarcophagus was sealed in the altar. The heavenly ape crashed into the altar, and the sarcophagus fell out. At this time, Gu Fei did not have time to care about the sarcophagus. He took a step forward, and in an instant he was above the heavenly ape immortal spirit. Boom! The sky ape divinity, who had just stood up from the pile of rubble, was stomped on the face by Gu Fei, sending him into the ground. Seeing this scene, the three great immortals who were watching from afar were stunned. This human was too strong. He had actually stepped on the heavenly ape immortal spirit. The heavenly ape immortal spirit was the strongest guardian immortal in the tribe within a radius of hundreds of miles. If even the heavenly ape immortal spirit was no match for this human, then the Black Mountain tribe would definitely be no match for him. When that time came, the Black Mountain tribe would become the strongest tribe within a radius of 100 miles. However, the Black Mountain tribe only existed in name. The entire Black Mountain tribe only had a little more than 20 people left, and they could no longer be called a tribe. At this time, Xiaoya, the old high priest, Shan Kuei, and the others were hiding in the holy temple. They could not see the battle in the forbidden area, and they did not know the situation. Powerful waves of yuan qi emanated from the forbidden area, and this terrified Xiaoya and the others. Gu Fei did not give the heavenly ape any chance to breathe. Rumble, the ground shook, and the heavenly ape that had been stepped on by Gu Fei rushed out from the ground. Fist of the Five Elements. Gu Fei used the Fist of the Five Elements. Without any suspense, the heavenly ape was sent flying. The wuji qi in Gu Fei's body increased by quite a bit. Submit to me, and I will spare your life. Gu Fei came in front of the heavenly ape immortal spirit and said coldly, "Roar." The answer to Gu Fei was a roar. In the next moment, the heavenly ape immortal spirit's body grew rapidly, and in a few seconds, he was bigger than a mountain. The huge heavenly ape immortal spirit stomped his foot down on Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched again, and this time it penetrated the soul of the heavenly ape immortal spirit's foot. Not going to submit. Then go to hell. Chapter 4904. As Gu Fei battled the sky ape, he became more and more courageous. The more he battled, the more power that had been sealed within his body awakened. At first, it was just a trickle, but as time went on, it became a mighty river. His cultivation did not disappear, but it was suppressed by the power of heaven and earth here. The laws of heaven and earth in the void realm were so strong that even his cultivation was suppressed. If you don't submit, then die. Gu Fei was never one to show mercy to his enemies. He could feel his power recovering, and the feeling of power gave him unparalleled confidence. To this world, he was an outsider. Therefore, the suppression he felt was much stronger than the creatures here. As he gradually understood the laws of heaven and earth here, the suppression would gradually weaken. As Gu Fei battled the sky ape, he devoured the heaven and earth spirit qi in a frenzy. Gradually, the heaven and earth spirit qi tempered his martial body, assimilating with the world. Boom! Gu Fei exploded, and a tyrannical power burst from his body. With a single punch, he sent the mountain-sized sky ape flying. Rumble! The sky ape smashed into the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The ground shook, and as it slid across the ground, everything in its path was crushed. Roar! The sky ape roared and struggled to get up from the ground, coughing up blood. How can this be? You. The sky ape was shocked. This human was too abnormal. The more he fought, the stronger he became. At first, he could still fight with this guy, but now he was being suppressed. Five Elements Fist. Gu Fei struck a fist stance, and the yuan qi in his body turned into 5 colors, quickly turning into the 5 Elements qi. The sky ape took a deep breath, and his stomach swelled up. A ball of lightning appeared in his abdomen, and that ball of lightning surged up his throat. Boom! The sky ape opened its mouth and spat out a blinding ball of lightning at Gu Fei, blasting at Gu Fei. It was a ball of lightning that was incomparably huge. It was as if a divine sun had descended from the heavens. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the heavenly ape's body. At this time, the heavenly ape's gigantic body was filled with countless electric sparks. I'll suck. Gu Fei circulated his mysterious art as a powerful devouring force surged from his body. He extended his right hand and blocked the ball of lightning that was hurtling towards him. Pai, pai, pa, pa, pa. The lightning that exploded from the ball of lightning were like silver snakes. They slithered along Gu Fei's arm and instantly wrapped around his body, crawling all over his body. If it was an ordinary deity, how would they dare to contend against this destructive lightning? It was too late to dodge, but not only did Gu Fei single-handedly block the massive lightning ball, he was also devouring its power. Traces of electricity were swallowed into Gu Fei's body and then turned into his own limitless qi. The lightning ball that Gu Fei had blocked with his right hand was constantly shrinking, and the powerful and violent lightning energy within the lightning ball was constantly being devoured and absorbed by him. All right. Seeing this, the heavenly ape reached out and pulled up a big tree next to it and threw it at Gu Fei. The big tree crossed over a dozen miles of the void and instantly smashed in front of Gu Fei. It was about to hit him. However, at this moment, the big tree was struck by a bolt of lightning from the lightning ball. In an instant, it turned into ashes and dissipated into the void. The heavenly ape charged straight at Gu Fei. The ground shook under its heavy footsteps, and everything in its path was smashed into pieces. The heavenly ape instantly rushed in front of Gu Fei and slapped Gu Fei. The sky above Gu Fei's head was shrouded by the giant hand, and dazzling electric sparks emerged from the heavenly ape's hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavenly ape's hand slapped Gu Fei into the ground, leaving a huge palm print on the ground. Dead. The three deities who were watching the battle from afar were extremely excited. If the heavenly ape killed this human, they would benefit from it as well. This human killed the three envoys sent by the barbarian emperor. Moreover, they had already received news that the general of the barbarian emperor's city, Xiancheng, was leading 1,000 red armor guards towards them. They were the most elite soldiers in the barbarian emperor's city. Any random red armor guard was an innate realm expert, and Xiancheng was even more powerful. Xiancheng was a heavenly god. The heaven god mirror was an absolute expert. At least within 1,000 miles of the barbarian emperor's city, no one was a match for Xiancheng. The third master of the barbarian emperor's city had actually sent Xiancheng to the Black Mountain tribe with the red armor guards. This was enough to prove how important this matter was to the third master. Third master was the third son of the barbarian emperor. His status was extremely high. However, they were disappointed the next moment. The giant palm print on the ground suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. That person was none other than Gu Fei. At this moment, he had completely devoured the electric ball. A violent aura exploded from his body. In the next moment, he took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. The heavenly ape was taken aback. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly appeared above the heavenly ape's head and stomped down on it. Bam! Gu Fei's foot landed on the heavenly ape's head, causing the mountain-like heavenly ape to kneel on the ground. The heavenly ape was fierce. He stretched out his hand and swatted at Gu Fei above his head, as if he was swatting a fly. However, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky, dodged the attack, and disappeared into the void. Not even the heavenly ape could sense where Gu Fei was. Cunning bastard. The heavenly ape was shocked and furious. Bam! Without warning, Gu Fei appeared behind the heavenly ape and landed a punch on the heavenly ape's back. This punch caused the heavenly ape to fall forward. Even if the heavenly ape was stronger than he was, he could not take it anymore. Gu Fei's punch almost broke his spine. Kill. Gu Fei did not want to waste time with this guy, so he decided to use his trump card. Stop fighting. I am willing to submit. The heavenly ape could feel the terrifying wave of Yuan Qi coming from Gu Fei, and he could not help but panic and beg for mercy. At least you know what's good for you. Go and capture those three guys. Gu Fei gave the order to the heavenly ape. What? After hearing Gu Fei's words, the three guys who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. Without thinking, they turned around and fled. But who could escape from the heavenly ape divinity? Chapter 49:05. Gu Fei subdued the true god Tianyuan and ordered him to capture the guardian deities of the Fire Bear tribe and the other two tribes. He didn't hold back at all. He directly placed a restrictive technique on the four of them. As long as they showed any disloyalty, he would only need a single thought to destroy their bodies and souls. Tian Yuan and the others were the supreme deities of their respective tribes. They were high above the masses and ruled over the lives and deaths of the entire tribe. Who would have thought that they would become the captives of the human race today? Tian Yuan had wanted to feign surrender, but now that the human had cast a restriction spell on him, he had no choice but to obey the human's orders. By now, the entire Black Mountain tribe's sacrificial grounds were completely destroyed. The altar was smashed by Tian Yuan, and the stone coffin hidden within the altar was revealed. Gu Fei was curious about the sarcophagus, so he asked Tian Yuan to move the sarcophagus out of the ruins. There was no aura coming from the stone coffin. It was so natural that even Gu Fei could not tell which side of the coffin was the lid, trying to be mysterious. Gu Fei punched out. Bam! A fist mark appeared on the stone coffin. Cracks appeared around the fist mark. However, to Gu Fei's surprise, the cracks on the stone coffin were disappearing. In just a few seconds, the cracks and fist mark on the stone coffin were gone. It can repair itself. Gu Fei was even more interested in the stone coffin now. Could it be? Tian Yuan's face turned ugly. He was the guardian deity of the Sky Ape tribe, and he was a true god. His knowledge was not something any ordinary deity could compare to. What do you know? Gu Fei looked at Tian Yuan and asked. This guy had returned to his normal form. This stone coffin, could it be the legendary eternal coffin? Tian Yuan's voice was trembling. Eternal? Eternal coffin? The Fire Bear tribe and the others were shocked. How could this be? The Fire Bear tribe stammered. Eternal coffin? What's that? Gu Fei curiously looked at the stone coffin in front of him. The sarcophagus was not big, and it seemed to be made of ordinary rock. There was nothing special about it. Moreover, the sarcophagus was not big, and it was less than 3 meters long. Compared to the other coffins Gu Fei had seen, it was pitifully small. This longevity coffin is a legend of the southern barbarians. It's very strange. Tian Yuan pondered for a moment and said, What kind of evil technique? Gu Fei was even more curious. It is rumored that this longevity coffin has the miraculous power to bring the dead back to life. Even if it is a living being that has died countless years ago, as long as its corpse remains, it will be able to come back to life after being buried in the longevity coffin. Tian Yuan continued, There's such a thing? Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be even more curious. A stone coffin could actually bring people back to life? It's just a legend. However, the strange thing is that all the people who obtained the longevity coffin seem to experience unimaginable and terrifying things in the end. Tian Yuan looked at the sarcophagus on the ground in horror. It's just a sarcophagus. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Fei really despised these guys. They were actually scared by a mere sarcophagus. Master, don't be skeptical. If this sarcophagus is really the legendary longevity coffin, I think it's better if we don't touch it, Tian Yuan said. They were really afraid of this sarcophagus, and it was definitely not faked. I'd like to see if this sarcophagus is really that strange, Gu Fei said as he punched the sarcophagus on the ground again. Master, seeing this, Tian Yuan and the others were immediately frightened. Bam! Gu Fei's fist slammed hard on the sarcophagus on the ground. In the next moment, the sarcophagus shook, and another fist mark appeared on it. However, this fist mark also disappeared very quickly. It's really a bit strange. Gu Fei was a little moved. He had used the limitless qi in this punch, which was a supreme qi that was a level higher than the primordial chaos qi. Because infinite qi could be transformed into infinity, which meant that infinite qi could be transformed into any qi in the world. Naturally, it could be transformed into primordial chaos chi. It actually devoured my chi. Gu Fei could not help but be surprised. This sarcophagus was really strange, and it could actually devour infinite chi. This was definitely not a good thing for him. This Tian Yuan and the other deities were also shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei did not say anything. He walked forward and pressed his hand on the sarcophagus. In the next moment, Gu Fei seemed to see countless scenes flashing before his eyes. However, these scenes were very blurry. It was as if there was a figure standing between heaven and earth, facing the endless army in front of him, one man and one blade, killing his way into the army. Unparalleled heroism. Even Gu Fei was moved. In the end, this person died in battle, and someone buried him in a sarcophagus. The scenes that appeared before Gu Fei's eyes flashed, and even Gu Fei himself was shocked. Could it be that there really was a great hero who died in battle and was buried in this sarcophagus? Was this the secret of the longevity sarcophagus? Gu Fei quickly retracted his hand from the sarcophagus. What's going on? Gu Fei stared at the sarcophagus in front of him with a very serious expression. How was he going to take this sarcophagus away? He still could not sense his own inner world because the power he had awakened was very limited. He could not even sense his own inner world. Without being able to sense the existence of his inner world, he could not open it. Move this sarcophagus back to the sage palace first. Gu Fei said to Tian Yuan and the other deities. This Tian Yuan and the other deities hesitated. They really did not want to touch this extremely strange sarcophagus. Gu Fei was immediately displeased. Yes, master. Seeing that Gu Fei was angry, Tian Yuan and the other deities could only bite the bullet. Just as they moved the sarcophagus into the sage palace of the Black Mountain tribe, the sound of hooves could be heard from outside. A group of scarlet cavalry charged in from outside the Black Mountain tribe like dazzling flames. The leader of the group was a young warrior. This warrior's aura was incomparably strong. He rode on a scarlet scale colt, held a spear in his hand, and was clad in battle armor. He looked very majestic. The leader of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei, immediately cowered when he saw this group of warriors. He immediately led his men and retreated to the entrance of the sage palace. Kill! The leader of the warriors waved his arm and called out. The dozens of scarlet armor guards behind him immediately spurred their horses forward, brandishing their weapons at Shan Kuei and the others. How dare the people of the Black Mountain tribe kill the special envoy of the barbarian sovereign? They deserved to die. Xian Chong was very direct and decisive. How could Shan Kuei's men be a match for the scarlet armor guards? 5 or 6 of them were immediately killed. This shocked and angered Shan Kuei. It's the scarlet armor guards of the barbarian sovereign city. We're dead meat. Chapter 4906. Barbarian Emperor City was not a big city. It was located in a remote area and could not be compared to the bustling cities of the human race. However, Barbarian Emperor City had an advantage that no other city in southern Barbarian could compare to, and that was Barbarian Emperor City was the birthplace of the current Barbarian Emperor. The current Barbarian Emperor had walked out of the Barbarian Imperial City. He had gone through countless dangers and unimaginable hardships. A young man who had walked out of the Barbarian Imperial City had relied on his own efforts and hard work to become the ruler of the countless tribes in the southern Barbarian land. The history of the current Barbarian Emperor's growth was the history of a loser's struggle. Barbarian Emperor City was originally a small city, and it was not originally called Barbarian Emperor City. It was only because of the current Barbarian Emperor that it was renamed to Barbarian Emperor City. In the eyes of countless people in southern Barbarian, Barbarian Emperor City was a special envoy. especially the Red Armor Guards. They were the strongest soldiers within 1,000 miles radius of barbarian Emperor City. The leader of the Red Armor Guards was called Xian Chong. This guy was also a cruel and merciless person in the area ruled by barbarian Emperor City. If there was any resistance, he would immediately lead the Red Armor Guards to annihilate the tribe. Under such an iron rule, countless human tribes around barbarian Emperor City dared not speak up for fear of offending Xian Chong. But Gu Fei's killing of the barbarian emperor's special envoy was like piercing the heavens. This Xian Chong directly led 1,000 Red Armor Guards to the Black Mountain tribe. Xian Chong did not waste any time. He immediately started killing the Black Mountain tribe. However, what surprised him was that almost all of the Black Mountain tribe's people ran away. There were only 20 people left, and he was not happy that he could not start a massacre. Kill them all. Xian Chong sat on the red scale horse and said proudly, "Yes, Lord General." The Crimson Armor Guards behind him responded in unison with an imposing manner. The Red Armor Guards' combat power was not just for show. They killed 5 or 6 of Shan Kuei's subordinates in one move, which shocked and angered Shan Kuei. At this time, Tian Yuan and the other 3 deities walked out of the Black Mountain tribe's temple. The Scarlet Armor Guards immediately retreated because the auras of these 4 deities were incomparably strong, especially Tian Yuan, who was a true God realm expert. Tian Yuan and the others had no choice but to come out. They had no choice but to come out unless they wanted to die. "So it's you 4 pieces of trash." Xian Chong had long sensed the 4 fellows in the sacred hall. He was surprised to see them come out. Lord Xian, Tian Yuan didn't even dare to look at Xian Chong, who was riding on the red-scaled colt. "Do you want to end it yourselves, or do you want me to do it?" Xian Chong looked coldly at Tian Yuan and the others and said indifferently, he didn't put these guys in his eyes at all. These guys might be supreme rulers in their respective tribes, but in his eyes, they were just a bunch of trash. What Tian Yuan and the rest's expressions changed drastically. Xian Chong was a heavenly god. They were no match for him at all. If their master didn't do anything, they would be dead meat. What an arrogant fellow. He actually dared to ask my subordinate to commit suicide. At that moment, a voice rang out from within the sacred hall. "Who is it? Come out and face your death." Xian Chong was enraged. It had been a long time since anyone dared to act presumptuously in front of him within 1,000-mile radius of the barbarian Emperor City. This fellow was dead meat. "Who the hell do you think you are? Why would I come out just because you asked me to?" The voice continued to resound in the sacred hall. At this moment, Tian Yuan and the rest of the deities were already trembling in fear. The heavenly god aura that erupted from Xian Chong's body was just too strong. The Scarlet Armor Guards behind Xian Chong also retreated far away. "Kill!" Xian Chong roared and leaped from his scarlet scale horse, charging into the sacred hall. However, in the next moment, there was a muffled sound, and then a red figure was directly blasted out of the sacred hall. Boom! It smashed into a stone house 20 or 30 meters away, causing dust to fly into the air. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lord General, the 1,000 Scarlet Armor Guards were even more dumbfounded. The person that flew out from the sacred hall of the Black Mountain tribe was their Lord General. How is this possible? Tian Yuan and the rest of the deities were also dumbfounded. It could not be helped. The scene was just too shocking and unbelievable. Xian Chong was the god of slaughter of the barbarian Emperor City. With his heavenly god cultivation base, there were not many living beings in the entire barbarian Emperor City that could fight against him. However, their master had actually sent Xian Chong, the god of death, flying. In fact, the person who was the most shocked was Xiaoya, who had always been beside Gu Fei. This was because no one could see it more clearly than her. When Xian Chong pounced in, her master had actually grabbed the sarcophagus on the ground and sent Xian Chong flying with it. The stone coffin in Gu Fei's hands was like an extra-large brick. After Gu Fei used the stone coffin to smash Xian Chong, he did not put it down. Instead, he continued to hold it in his hand. Roar! An angry roar came from the ruins of the stone house. In the next moment, the entire stone house exploded. Countless rocks flew in all directions. Some of the rocks were directly turned into dust by the burst of yuan qi. Xian Chong rushed out from the rubble. He was furious. He was sent flying as soon as he made a move. It was too embarrassing. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Xian Chong roared and charged at Gu Fei. His eyes were bloodshot. With a flip of his right hand, a giant halberd appeared in his hand. In an instant, he arrived in the sky above the sacred hall. Go to hell! Xian Chong swung the halberd in his hand with all his might and slashed at the figure in the sacred hall below. Buzz! The halberd in Xian Chong's hand let out a buzzing sound. Endless yuan qi poured down from the halberd. Before the halberd could even strike, the ground below was already filled with sand and stones. Shan Kuei and the others were already scared out of their wits. Even Tian Yuan and the other 3 deities were shocked. They hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. Even the red armor guards, who had retreated far away, were in an uproar compared to Xian Chong's ferocious and domineering ways. Gu Fei remained calm and collected. He protected Xiaoya behind him and grabbed the stone coffin, smashing it at Xian Chong, who was descending from the sky like a god of death. Boom! Xian Chong's desperate strike landed on the stone coffin. Sparks flew in all directions as the halberd's blade sank into the stone coffin. What's going on? In the next moment, Xian Chong turned pale with fright. The yuan qi in his body was being continuously absorbed by the stone coffin. He wanted to retract the halberd, but his hand sank. The halberd was stuck in the stone coffin and could not be retracted. Xian Chong could only make a prompt decision. He let go of the halberd and flew backward. He stared at the stone coffin in Gu Fei's hand in extreme shock. You are only SOSO. Gu Fei reached out and pulled out the halberd that was stuck in the stone coffin. He saw that the hole in the stone coffin was repairing itself at a visible speed. Longevity Coffin? Chapter 4907. The Longevity Coffin was a legend of Nan Man, a legend about the rise of the human race. In the distant past, Nan Man was the world of countless foreign deities, and the human race was just a slave enslaved by the foreign deities. However, a human powerhouse appeared out of nowhere and fought a bloody battle. In the end, he swept across the entire Nan Man with his own strength and suppressed the entire Nan Man, becoming the first barbarian emperor of Nan Man. The Longevity Coffin was the coffin of the first barbarian emperor of the human race. At that time, everyone in the human race hoped that this great hero could be reborn. Therefore, when the barbarian emperor of the human race died, the human race buried his body in the Longevity Coffin. As for whether the barbarian emperor of the human race, who swept across Nan Man and killed so many foreign deities, was reborn in the end, no one knew. That was because the Longevity Coffin had appeared too long ago. Moreover, it was an unfathomable mystery. In the present world, no one knew the ins and outs of the Longevity Coffin. However, everyone who had obtained the Longevity Coffin seemed to have met a tragic end. How is this possible? High up in the sky, Xian Chong stared at the stone coffin in Gu Fei's hand, his voice trembling. This stone coffin was extremely strange. It could actually repair itself. The hole on the stone coffin that was cut by Xian Chong's halberd had completely disappeared. At this time, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei actually defeated Xian Chong. a Heaven Realm powerhouse. Could he be stronger than a Heaven Realm powerhouse? Thinking of this, whether it was Xiaoya, the old shaman in the sacred hall, or Shan Kuei, and the others outside the sacred hall, they were all surprised and delighted. When Gu Fei killed the barbarian emperor's envoy, they were scared to death. One must know that the barbarian emperor was the ruler of Nanman, the strongest existence in Nanman. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Killing the envoy was equivalent to courting death. Therefore, the entire Black Mountain tribe fled, and the entire tribe was finished. Who would have thought that Gu Fei was a wolf in sheep's clothing? He actually had such powerful combat power. Even Xian Chong seemed to be no match for him. If those who left knew about this, their intestines would probably turn green with regret. Ha! I didn't expect the longevity coffin to appear here. If I can offer it to the barbarian emperor, won't I soar? Xian Chong's expression changed several times before he suddenly laughed out loud. He was proud and arrogant, so how could he be willing to stay in a remote place like barbarian Imperial City? Offering up the longevity coffin was definitely a rare opportunity for him to leave the wildlands. That's a good idea, but do you have the ability to take this sarcophagus from me? Gu Fei placed the longevity coffin on the ground and stood with his hands behind his back. Then he smiled at Xian Chong, who was up in the sky. Little fellow, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You think you're invincible just because you took advantage of me? What a joke. As Xian Chong spoke, he flipped his right hand, and a large bow immediately appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and drew the bow. In the next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy frantically gathered towards the man and the bow. 3 spiritual arrows condensed from the spiritual energy of the world appeared on the bow. Powerful Yuan Qi fluctuations erupted from the man and the bow. Everyone was incomparably shocked. At this moment, Xian Chong became the most eye-catching existence. However, Gu Fei remained calm. With a wave of his hand, he sent Xiaoya and the old high priest out of the sacred hall. If they were affected by the shock waves of a battle of this level, the 2 of them would definitely die. He pulled out the halberd beside him and looked coldly at Xian Chong in the sky. Kill! Xian Chong exhaled and released his hand. 3 dazzling arrows shot towards Gu Fei in the sacred hall. The arrows were like meteors chasing after the moon, descending from the sky. Then I'll play with you. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved the halberd in his hand to block the arrows. Clang! One of the arrows was shattered by the halberd in Gu Fei's hand. As for the other 2 arrows, one brushed past his forehead, while the other hit his left shoulder. However, what shocked Xian Chong was that the arrow that hit Gu Fei only pushed Gu Fei back a few steps before shattering. It did not harm Gu Fei at all. My martial body has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. How can a mere arrow formed from spiritual energy hurt me? As Gu Fei spoke, he soared into the sky and charged towards Xian Chong. His aura was imposing and his murderous aura was shocking. Damn it! Xian Chong moved quickly in the sky and kept drawing his bow. He shot one sharp arrow after another at Gu Fei. Gu Fei brandished his halberd and smashed all the incoming arrows away. He strode in the air and caught up to Xian Chong in an instant. He swung his halberd at Xian Chong's head. Xian Chong was taken aback. In the next moment, he moved several meters to the side and dodged Gu Fei's halberd. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Xian Chong's ability to escape was not bad. Looks like I have to be more serious. At this moment, Xian Chong seemed to have changed into a different person. He gave off a cold aura, and a terrifying wave of Yuan Qi erupted from his body. This is your true strength. Gu Fei did not continue to attack. At least you know what's good for you. Xian Chong sneered. His ambition was higher than the heavens. He actually sealed his own cultivation. He sealed his own cultivation to the Xiantian realm, then to the heavenly god realm, and then sealed his own cultivation to the heavenly deity realm. He used this method to accumulate experience and power. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he would break through to the divine king realm and become a divine king. This method was the safest way to break through to the divine king realm. He followed the third son of the barbarian king temporarily. He was very ambitious and was not willing to stay in this small place. Swoosh! At this moment, Xiancheng seemed to have turned into a divine eagle. With a shake of his arms, he disappeared into the void with extreme speed. Huh! Gu Fei was taken aback. Before he could even react, he felt as though he had been struck by a mountain. His entire body fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the ground, filling the air with dust. Roar! Xiancheng's figure appeared again. Both of his palms slammed towards the place where Gu Fei fell. Green palm prints fell from the sky. Rumble! The earth shook, the soil was thrown into the air, and a huge crater was formed on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Could Gu Fei still survive such a fierce attack? Still not dead, Xiancheng slammed dozens of palms before he stopped. He was panting heavily. Even a heavenly god like him would find it hard to endure after slamming dozens of palms with all his might. Seeing this scene, Tian Yuan and the other 3 divine beings were dumbfounded. They could not even withstand a single palm from Xiancheng. Oh no! Chapter 49:08. Gu Fei was actually blasted down from the sky by Xiancheng, who had suddenly erupted. The halberd in his hand had already flown to God knows where. Moreover, Xiancheng had attacked with all his strength and had consecutively sent dozens of palm strikes towards the place where Gu Fei had fallen. He wanted to kill Gu Fei in one fell swoop. Dust filled the air as Xiancheng blasted a huge crater in the ground. "You're not dead yet." Xiancheng panted heavily. He was very confident in his cultivation. He wasn't an ordinary heavenly god. "Sigh, I really won't die." At this moment, a sigh came from the pit on the ground. Then a figure walked out of the pit step by step. It was Gu Fei. Gu Fei was covered in dust. His clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured, but it was obvious that it was only a small injury. Gu Fei shook off the dust on his body and pointed his middle finger at Xiancheng. What? Xiancheng was both shocked and angry. He wasn't this guy's match earlier because he hadn't undone his seal. But now that he had undone his seal, he still couldn't take care of this guy. The 4 deities were overjoyed to see that Gu Fei was fine. Die! Xiancheng didn't waste any time and charged down from the sky. Good timing. Gu Fei spread his legs and got into a horse stance, then threw a punch at Xiancheng. Stomp! Xiancheng's right leg was like a venomous snake, aiming for Gu Fei's head. His foot was already in front of Gu Fei before Gu Fei's fist energy could explode. This surprised Gu Fei. Xiancheng's strength and speed were worlds apart from when this guy first attacked. It was as if he was a completely different person. Gu Fei tilted his head to the side to avoid his opponent's foot, but his opponent's left leg followed him like a shadow, ruthlessly kicking him in the chest. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei flew out again. Boom! He smashed through the high walls of the Black Mountain tribe and rolled out. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The ups and downs of the battle were too great. At the beginning, Gu Fei had crushed Xiancheng and sent him flying. Now, it was Xiancheng's turn to explode and send Gu Fei flying. What was going on? The emotions of the 4 deities were also fluctuating along with the battle. At this moment, they were already in the same boat as Gu Fei. If Gu Fei was killed by Xian Chong, they would be buried with him. Hence, they could only pray that Gu Fei would defeat Xian Chong. Sai, not bad. Let's continue. Gu Fei walked through the hole in the wall, patted the dust off his body, and soared into the sky again. He had an incomparably strong martial body. Xian Chong's attack did not cause much damage to him. On the other hand, his martial body was constantly devouring Xian Chong's vitality. Just like that, the dormant power in Gu Fei's body was gradually awakening. It was as if he had a super treasure, but he could not find the key to open it. Now, he seemed to have found the key. What? Xian Chong couldn't help but be moved. Even a heavenly god would die if he was hit by his heart-piercing kick just now. Why does this guy look like he's fine? I don't believe I can't kill you. Xian Chong was furious. This guy who came out of nowhere had provoked him again and again. He had lost all his face in front of his subordinates. Divine eagle wings. Mountain quaking strike. Xian Chong once again transformed into a divine eagle and increased his speed to the extreme. He appeared above Gu Fei's head in an instant. In the next moment, his fist smashed down on Gu Fei's head. Roar! Gu Fei roared and met the attack with his fists. Boom! Fist against fist, Gu Fei fell from the sky from Xian Chong's mountain-quaking fist. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the ground and created a huge pit. Xian Chong was also sent flying by Gu Fei's fist energy. However, in the next moment, Xian Chong directly pounced on Gu Fei from the sky. The two of them fought their way into the ground. The ground undulated like waves, and cracks appeared on the ground. Even the Black Mountain tribe's sacred hall was on the verge of collapse. In Xian Chong's eyes, Gu Fei was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how powerful his attacks were, he couldn't seriously injure this guy. This made Xian Chong extremely depressed. The most unbearable thing for Xian Chong was that he had suffered a few punches from this guy. These punches caused his blood to boil, and he almost vomited blood. Unknowingly, Xian Chong didn't even know how much of his yuan qi had been sucked away by Gu Fei. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Boom! Two figures broke through the ground and rushed out. Heaven-quaking fist. Heaven-quaking fist. Xian Chong directly used his trump card. His entire body turned into a ball of green light like a green sun and rushed towards Gu Fei. I'll grab it. Gu Fei extended his right hand and directly grabbed the ball of green light. He grabbed the fist hidden in the green light. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei felt an unprecedented force colliding with his opponent's fist. His entire body trembled a few times because of the opponent's fist force. He wanted to dissolve the opponent's fist force, but the fist force was too strong. Gu Fei was sent flying again. Boom, 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 boom. He crashed through 2 stone houses in a row, and then into a 3rd stone house. He was directly buried under the rubble of the collapsed stone house. Is he dead now? This battle made Xian Chong doubt his life. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent. His opponent's cultivation level was not high, but he had an incomparably strong body. The green light on Xian Chong's body began to dissipate. He felt like his body was being hollowed out after that punch. Master, Tian Yuan and the other deities almost couldn't help but flee when they saw this scene. Master, tears welled up in Xiao Ye's eyes. As for the old high priest, he was already paralyzed on the ground. The general is mighty. The general is invincible. The 1,000 red troopers cheered loudly when they saw this. Their general was still the best, after all. That guy had overestimated himself and dared to fight with their general. It's over, it's all over. Shan Kuei and his subordinates were in complete despair. However, at this moment, the sound of a stone rolling was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the pile of rubble that Gu Fei was buried in move. Then, an arm reached out from the rubble. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground when they saw this. He's not dead. How is this possible? Chapter 4909. You still can't kill this guy? Xian Chong was dumbfounded. He had used every ounce of strength he had in that punch, but it still couldn't kill this guy. How else could he fight? At this moment, the pile of rubble started to shake and rocks started to roll down. A man climbed out from the rubble. Who else could it be other than Gu Fei? Tui. After climbing out of the rubble, Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and sat on a rock, panting. His right hand was bent in a strange way. It was obvious that many of the bones in his arm had been broken. However, his right arm was constantly vibrating. The bones in his arm were returning to their original position, and his muscles were rapidly growing and healing. In just a few seconds, Gu Fei's right arm had completely recovered, as if it had never been injured in the first place. Seeing Gu Fei's terrifying recovery speed, everyone was dumbfounded. This was the legendary Undying Body. Even a God King's recovery speed couldn't be this freakish. Hey, that guy in red, don't be a man or a woman. Show me what you got. Gu Fei sat on the rubble and said to Xian Chong in the sky. Xian Chong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Tian Yuan and the other 3 deities were surprised and overjoyed, but they didn't dare to laugh. No one had ever dared to speak to Xian Chong like that. He was a god of death. Who would dare to be impudent in front of him? Was he tired of living? If you don't make a move. Sai, let's rest for a while. Gu Fei wanted to make a move, but he hadn't completely refined Xian Chong's Yuan Qi that had entered his body. His blood and qi were still roiling. Who the hell are you? Xian Chong was truly stunned by Gu Fei. At the same time, he was secretly recovering his Yuan Qi, and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi was gathering towards him. You don't have the right to know who I am. Since you're not going to make a move, it's my turn. As Gu Fei spoke, he stood up from the pile of rubble. Preposterous! Xian Chong was both shocked and angry. He took out something that looked like a carrot and took a few bites. A faint medicinal fragrance filled the air. He put away the carrot, and in the next moment, his face turned red. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all steaming. Fire ginseng? When Gu Fei saw this, he was shocked. A radish-sized fire ginseng must have grown for at least 10,000 years. The medicinal potency it condensed was absolutely terrifying. This guy actually ate the 10,000 years fire ginseng like a carrot. After eating the 10,000-year fire ginseng, Xian Chong's body was undergoing astonishing changes. His natal Yuan Qi was Yin Qi, but this 10,000-year fire ginseng was Yang Qi. If Yin and Yang appeared on the same person at the same time, then there would be a problem. Yin and Yang gathered in his body. 2 completely opposite types of qi clashed and intertwined in Xian Chong's body, causing the qi in his body to multiply. You actually forced me to use this move. Your death was worth it. Xian Chong grinned at Gu Fei. One moment, his face was as red as a branding iron, and the next moment, it was as pale as black ice. It was extremely strange. However, the essence qi that erupted from Xian Chong's body was unprecedentedly powerful. TSK, I know this move of yours too. As Gu Fei spoke, the qi in his body quickly transformed into Yin and Yang qi. His face turned red from time to time, then white from time to time. How is this possible? When Xian Chong saw this, he was really shocked. This was his unique move. How could the other party know it too? Moreover, this guy didn't eat the 10,000-year fire ginseng. Could it be that he had cultivated yin and yang qi in his body? Kill! Xian Chong roared in anger and directly rushed towards Gu Fei. He didn't care too much about Gu Fei. He just wanted to kill this guy first. He struck out with his palm, and yin and yang qi gathered in his palm before exploding out. Eat my yin-yang blazing palm! Xian Chong roared, and the violent palm force instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Have a taste of my yin-yang fist. Gu Fei grinned and also punched out. His punch was different from Xian Chong's fist technique. His fist force was drawn but not released, directly breaking through Xian Chong's mighty fist force. Bang! Kacha! The two fists instantly collided, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. Xian Chong screamed and was sent flying. This time, the battle situation was reversed again. Now it was Xian Chong's turn to be abused by Gu Fei. With just one punch, Xian Chong's right arm was broken by Gu Fei's punch. How is this possible? Xian Chong roared like a madman. In my opinion, nothing is impossible. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly caught up to Xian Chong. Then he punched out again. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's punch landed squarely on Xian Chong's chest, causing it to collapse. Xian Chong was sent flying more than 10 zhang away and directly smashed into a stone house. What goes around comes around. This time, it was Xian Chong's turn to be buried under the collapsed stone house. Now you feel good, right? Gu Fei maintained his punching posture and said with a solemn expression, Lord General, seeing Xian Chong being sent flying by Gu Fei's punch and buried under the rubble, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The two deputy generals immediately led their men and rushed towards the collapsed stone house. The iron hooves of the red-scaled colts caused the ground to shake and dust to fly. These soldiers were not bad. To be able to train such a troop of soldiers, Xian Chong did indeed have some ability. The two deputy generals jumped down from their horses and rushed forward to move the stones. The red armored guards also got down from their horses and rushed forward. The people of the Black Mountain tribe lived in stone houses. They used materials from the local area. These were not ordinary stones, but black rocks that were extremely hard. Being buried under these black rocks was definitely not a comfortable thing. The group of red armored guards quickly moved the stones away and rescued Xian Chong, who was buried under the stones. At this moment, Xian Chong was in an extremely sorry state. His right arm was broken, his chest was caved in, and his body was covered in blood. He was half dead. However, because he was a heavenly god, he wouldn't die even if he suffered such a serious injury. However, he didn't have a terrifying recovery ability like Gu Fei. If he wanted to recover, he would need at least 1 to 2 weeks. General, the two deputy generals carefully carried Xian Chong out. Go! Xian Chong spat out these 2 words from his throat. Front team, clear the path. Back team, defend. One of the deputy generals roared, and the 1,000 red-armored guards quickly got on their horses and started moving. Ha! Gu Fei laughed. You still want to leave at this time? Do you think I'm invisible? Gu Fei said while laughing. At this moment, the red-armored guards' faces were very solemn. They immediately protected Xian Chong and retreated. What are you waiting for? It's your turn. Gu Fei said to Tian Yuan and the other 3 who were watching the show. Yes, master. Chapter 49:10. Trying to escape just because you can't win? Xian Chong was too naive. He was the god of death within 1,000 miles of the barbarian emperor city. As long as a tribe offended him, there would only be one outcome: annihilation by him. However, today he wanted to bring the red armor guards to destroy the Black Mountain tribe. Who would have thought that a freak would appear and defeat him? Thus, he was out of luck. At this time, The 1,000 Red Armor Guards quickly retreated under the command of the two deputies. However, under Gu Fei's command, Tian Yuan and the other three deities charged towards the Red Armor Guards. Roar! The sky ape instantly transformed into a giant ape that was even bigger than a mountain. He directly stomped on the Scarlet Armor Guard. When the Scarlet Armor Guard saw this scene, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. All the Scarlet Armor Guards scrambled to hide in all directions. Boom! As the giant ape's foot landed, more than a dozen Red Armor Guards could not dodge in time and were crushed into meat paste along with their horses. Damn it! A deputy general of the Scarlet Armor Guard bellowed. He leaped up from his horse and charged towards the giant ape. This was a true God realm expert. In the Void Realm, only true God realm beings could be called true deities. Boom! The deputy punched out and blocked the giant ape's palm. Powerful Yuan Qi rippled out in all directions. The surrounding Red Armor Guards were shaken by this force and were in a sorry state. At this time, Hua Xiong, Tian Lang, and Jin Shi were also making their moves. These three were revered as deities by their respective tribes, so they naturally had some skills. Hua Xiong, in particular, spat out a fireball towards the Red Armor Guards. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball blasted into the midst of the Red Armor Guards and exploded. The fire instantly enveloped an area of more than 100 feet in radius. 20 to 30 Red Armor Guards were engulfed by the fire. They screamed and struggled in the sea of fire, but were soon burned to ashes. The heavenly wolf had a pair of wings. With a flap of its wings, astral winds howled, and countless Scarlet Guards were swept into the air. Then they fell from the sky. If they weren't smashed to death, they were at least half dead. The Golden Lion, on the other hand, was extremely ferocious. It directly rushed into the midst of the Red Armor Guards and killed them with a single claw. The armor of the Red Armor Guards was as fragile as paper under the Golden Lion's sharp claws. You guys protect the general and jump. We'll cover the rear. Another deputy general roared at the dozen bodyguards beside him. My lord, the dozen or so personal guards were all shocked because they knew very well that the people who stayed behind might not be able to survive because the guy who defeated the general had not made a move yet. Let's go. Do you want us to be wiped out? The deputy general roared. Yes, my lord. A dozen bodyguards immediately rushed out, protecting Xiancheng. No one would have thought that they would have to flee like stray dogs after coming here in such a menacing manner. Gu Fei didn't care about this. He directly turned and walked into the sacred hall. He then took a bath at the back of the sacred hall and changed into a clean set of clothes before walking out again. In the battle with Xiancheng, he had once again activated a small portion of the power that had been sealed in his body for a long time. His cultivation base still couldn't be judged by the cultivation realms in the Void Realm. Master, Lord Deity, Xiaoya and the old shaman came up to him. How is it? Gu Fei asked. Xiancheng escaped. Xiaoya carefully looked at Gu Fei and said, Master, why did you let Xiancheng go? Xiaoya was puzzled. He's just a kid. I didn't intend to kill him. Gu Fei shrugged and said indifferently. But Xiaoya wanted to say more, but she swallowed her words. Her master naturally had his reasons for doing this. Her master would definitely not let Xiancheng go for no reason. At this time, the battle outside was still going on. The two deputies of the Red Armor Guards were also impressive. They actually managed to stop the four deities from leaving the Black Mountain tribe. Of course, the number of Red Armor Guards that managed to escape was less than 100. It could be said that today was the Red Armor Guards' nightmare. The Red Armor Guards had never suffered such a heavy loss in the barbarian emperor's city. 1,000 Red Armor Guards was enough to wipe out countless tribes within 1,000 miles radius. But today, the most elite army under the third son of the barbarian emperor city was defeated by a small tribe like the Black Mountain tribe, Tian Yuan, and the other deities joined forces to fight against the two deputies of the Red Armor Guards. The two deputies were both true God realm experts, and they fought with Tian Yuan. Huixiong and the other deities attacked from the side. Because they were only at the true God realm, they couldn't interfere and could only harass the two deputies. Even so, Huixiong was still slashed by one of the deputy generals and almost lost his life. Gu Fei walked out of the sacred hall. Greetings, Lord Deity. Shan Kuei and the others quickly knelt down and paid their respects to Gu Fei. Get up. Gu Fei casually waved his hand. Thank you, Lord Deity. Shan Kuei and his men lowered their heads and stood up from the ground. They didn't dare to look at Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked towards the entrance of the Black Mountain tribe and saw three figures fighting in the sky. Tian Yuan was extremely ferocious. Although it was 1 against 2, he could still fight the two deputies of the Red Armor Guards to a stalemate. At this time, the 4 deities had no way back because their hands were stained with the blood of the Red Armor Guards. Now, the so-called deities of the tribe could only follow Gu Fei to the end because the barbarian emperor's strength was well known in the south. The barbarian emperor's special envoy could not die in vain. The Red Armor Guards, under the third son of the barbarian emperor, could not die in vain. Therefore, everyone could predict that a storm would break out in the south. How many years has it been? No one dared to challenge the barbarian emperor. Who is that person in the Black Mountain tribe? The news of the defeat of the Red Armor Guards quickly spread and shocked all directions. Countless tribes who received the news were alarmed. This was a heaven-piercing matter. Everyone was very interested in the fierce man who suddenly appeared in the Black Mountain tribe. One must know that ever since the barbarian emperor unified the south, there were only a few people who dared to resist the barbarian emperor. Moreover, these people who resisted the barbarian emperor were all killed by the barbarian emperor. Even their tribes were completely wiped out. Now that there was someone who dared to fight against the barbarian emperor, the leaders of countless tribes wanted to know who this fierce man was. Countless tribes' spies began to take action. At this time, the battle in the Black Mountain tribe was still going on. Gu Fei had no intention of making a move. If he had to do everything himself, then why did he subdue these subordinates? He asked the old priest to bring a big chair over. He lay on the big chair, crossed his legs, ate the fruit handed by the little girl, and looked at the battle in the sky in front of him. He was very satisfied. The old ape is still hiding his strength. Gu Fei ate a red fruit. The fruit melted in his mouth. It was not a spiritual fruit, but it was very sweet and delicious. Master, has the heavenly ape deity not done his best? The little girl said in surprise. The others were also surprised. If the old ape wants to play, then let him play. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. The 3 of you go and get me the 1,000 years fire ginseng from Xiancheng. Gu Fei said to Huixiong and the other 2 deities. Yes, master. Chapter 49:11. The result of the battle in the Black Mountain tribe was beyond everyone's expectations. The Scarlet Guards, under the third son of Barbarian King, were defeated. The news spread and shook southern Barbarian. This happened in the area under the jurisdiction of the third son of Barbarian King. Man Yao was so angry that he directly smashed the throne in the palace. Xian Chong was carried directly to the palace. He was lying motionless on a stretcher. His body was stained with blood. This was the masterpiece of the 3 great gods, Huixiong, Tianlang, and Jinshi. They caught up to the group of Scarlet Armor Guards that were protecting Xiancheng, and then the group of Scarlet Armor Guards was abused by them. They didn't kill Xiancheng, but he was miserably beaten. God knows how many bones in his body were broken, and everything on him was taken away by the 3 gods. Of course, The three gods' target was the 1,000-year fire ginseng because it was what their master wanted. They naturally didn't dare to neglect it. Damn it! In the palace, the third son of barbarian king, Man Yao, was trembling with anger. Someone go and kill that guy for me. Man Yao stood in front of the throne and glanced at his subordinates. No one in the palace spoke. Xian Chong, lying on the stretcher, was a warning. Who would dare to provoke the unknown existence of the Black Mountain tribe? Since these fellows were able to stand in the main hall of the barbarian Emperor City's city lord estate, they were all incomparably shrewd fellows. All of them wanted to protect themselves, so it was better to let others do the arduous and thankless work. A bunch of trash. Why should I raise you? You're better off raising a group of pigs. Man Yao scolded the people below. Everyone in the palace had a dignified expression. Although they were scolded, no one spoke. These guys were really good at enduring, really pissing me off. Man Yao said while gasping for breath. He was very disappointed. Although he was the city lord of Barbarian King's city, he didn't have many subordinates. This was much worse than when he was in Nanman City. In Nanman City, he could call the wind and summon the rain. In this barren place, he was like a dragon trapped in a small pond. These years, he was going crazy. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to do nothing? Dream on. Man Yao roared at the people in the hall. City Lord, don't you feel bored? If that's the case, why don't you send out the City Lord's order and summon all the tribes in your territory to come and destroy the Black Mountain tribe? An old man walked out and said to Man Yao, Old Mo, that's a good idea. Man Yao's eyes lit up. He was the city lord of Barbarian Emperor City, and there were countless human tribes in his territory. He had the authority to command these tribes in his territory. Moreover, these tribes had to obey the orders of him, the city governor of Barbarian Emperor City, and those who disobeyed would be seen as rebels and would be annihilated. Then pass down my city lord's order. Order all the lords of the various tribes to lead their elites to Barbarian Emperor City at once. Man Yao shouted. He would do what he thought and never hesitate. His decisive personality was similar to his father's. Yes, City Lord. Then, old man Mo left the hall after receiving the order. Soon, messenger eagles soared into the sky from Barbarian Emperor City and flew in all directions. Meanwhile, the battle at the Black Mountain tribe came to an end. The two deputy generals of the Crimson Armor Guards didn't manage to leave the Black Mountain tribe alive. In the end, they were killed by Tian Yuan in the mountains outside the Black Mountain tribe. However, everyone was only happy for half a day when news came that the city lord of Barbarian Emperor City, Man Yao, had issued a city lord order to the surrounding tribes, gathering all the lords and gods of the tribes, and he intended to attack them together. This, Shan Kuei and the others were shocked. No one expected Barbarian Emperor City to retaliate so quickly and fiercely. They actually wanted to summon all the tribes and divine spirits to annihilate them. On the other hand, Tian Yuan, Huaxiong, and the other divine spirits were still calm, because Xian Chong was one of the strongest fighters in Barbarian Emperor City. Of course, the third son of Barbarian Emperor Man Yao had never fought before, so no one knew how strong he was. In fact, the reason why Gu Fei didn't kill Xian Chong and let Huaxiong and the others torture Xian Chong was to provoke the third master of Barbarian Emperor City to make a move. However, the third master didn't play his cards normally. He actually summoned all the heroes to besiege Xian Chong. Since that was the case, then he would play with him. Gu Fei directly ordered the gods of Tian Yuan, Huaxiong, Tian Lang, and Jin Shi to move their respective tribes to the Black Mountain tribe so that they wouldn't be defeated by the third master one by one. And the third master of Barbarian Emperor City needed time to summon all the lords and divine spirits in his territory. Taking advantage of this time, Gu Fei could also make some arrangements. However, even if Gu Fei defeated Xian Chong, there were still not many people who were optimistic about his chances. After all, Barbarian Emperor didn't rule South Barbarian in a day and night. His cultivation base and combat strength were definitely the first in South Barbarian. How could this guy who came out of nowhere be a match for Barbarian Emperor? If Gu Fei wanted to compete with Barbarian Emperor, it was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg and digging his own grave. After the people of the 4 major tribes learned that their gods had surrendered to Gu Fei, more than half of the people of the 4 major tribes also dispersed. There were only a few thousand people who really stayed. This made the 4 great gods feel very helpless. The power of Barbarian Emperor was really unimaginable. Those who left will come back. After saying such a sentence, Gu Fei directly entered the temple and didn't see anyone. He wanted to study the incomparably strange longevity coffin. This longevity coffin was interesting. It seemed to have a life of its own and could even devour vitality. All the attacks that hit the stone coffin couldn't really cause any damage. Gu Fei was really curious. Was there really a great hero buried in this stone coffin? No one could answer Gu Fei. At this time, the stone coffin in front of him was completely silent. There was no aura coming out. It was natural, as if it was born from heaven and earth. Could it be? A possibility came to Gu Fei, and he couldn't help but be inexplicably shocked. This stone coffin had the power to bring the dead back to life. Could it be the legendary heavenly embryo? The so-called heavenly embryo was a place that was nurtured in the spirit veins of heaven and earth. In this place, living beings could often be born. However, there were people who wanted to be reborn, so they buried themselves in the heavenly embryo, using the characteristics of the heavenly embryo to want to be reborn against the heavens. The so-called heavenly embryo was actually incomparable to the chaos embryo. The chaos embryo gave birth to heaven and earth, while the heavenly embryo gave birth to innate life. Forget it. Who cares who was buried here? What does it have to do with me? Gu Fei directly threw the longevity coffin to the side. At this time, the Barbarian Emperor city was incomparably lively. The entire city seemed to be filled with people, and the roars of wild beasts could be heard everywhere. And this was still in the city. The scene outside the city was even more spectacular. The outskirts of the Barbarian Emperor city were densely packed with people. Banners fluttered in the wind, and killing intent soared to the sky. All the tribes within 1,000 miles had sent their most elite soldiers to the Barbarian Emperor city. Chapter 49:12. The current Barbarian Emperor city had never been so lively. The territory of Barbarian Emperor city had a radius of 1,000 miles, with Barbarian Emperor city as the center. Within this 1,000 miles, there were countless human tribes. This place might be a remote and desolate place to Manyao, but in the void realm, the spiritual energy was dense. Even a remote and desolate place could give birth to powerful creatures. So many people came. It's really unexpected. Under the scorching sun, Yao stood on the city wall and looked at the densely packed army outside the city. His blood began to boil. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Among the 5 regions of the Void Realm, Southern Barbarian was much weaker than the other 4 regions. However, the people of Southern Barbarian were brave and good at fighting. It wouldn't be easy for the other 4 regions to defeat the Barbarian Emperor. For thousands of years, Southern Barbarian had been under the rule of the Barbarian Emperor. The other forces couldn't extend their tentacles into Southern Barbarian. This was the world of the Barbarian Emperor. The Barbarian Emperor used troops against the outside world, but he ruled by force internally. No one dared to resist. But now, in a small place like the Barbarian Emperor city, there was someone who dared to resist the Barbarian Emperor. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Moreover, It was in the place where the barbarian emperor rose. This was extraordinary. Young master, haven't you been suffering from not having a chance to show off? Now is your chance to shine. An old servant in green stood behind Man Yao, looking at the high-spirited man, Yao. He was also a little excited. It's not that father doesn't know my ability. He's just afraid that I'll threaten Big Brother's position. That's why he demoted me to this remote place. Man Yao sneered. As the third son of the barbarian emperor, he wasn't the first in line to inherit the throne. There were still Big Brother and Second Brother in front of him. However, his Big Brother and Second Brother weren't as talented as him. However, the first son of the barbarian emperor, Man Xiong, had been by the barbarian emperor's side since he was young. When he was in his teens, he followed the barbarian emperor to conquer the world. His prestige in southern barbarian was not small. His second brother was a hedonistic son who liked to hang out in brothels. However, no one knew whether he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger or not. Man Yao was a very high-profile person. This was also the reason why his father, Man Emperor, chased him to the barbarian emperor's city. This time, he easily gathered the armies of 127 tribes. All 127 tribal gods rushed to barbarian emperor's city after receiving his city lord's order. An army of hundreds of thousands. Although it was a mixed army, the tribes here constantly attacked each other, fighting endlessly. Everyone was brave and fierce, and their combat strength was not weak. Of course, when compared to the regular army under the command of the barbarian emperor, these ragtag troops naturally couldn't compare at all. Let's go back to the main hall and meet those so-called tribal gods. Man Yao waved his sleeves, jumped off the city wall, and headed towards the city lord's mansion with the old servant. At this time, all the divine spirits of the 127 tribes had gathered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. All the people, including all the non-humankind creatures, were standing in the main hall obediently. No one said a word. It was extremely quiet. In fact, all of them knew why this third lord had summoned them here. Needless to say, he wanted them to be the vanguard, the cannon fodder. However, even if they knew that the third lord of the barbarian emperor's city wanted them to be cannon fodder, they didn't dare to not come, because those who didn't listen to the order would be seen as traitors. The consequences of rebellion were very serious. They would be directly annihilated, and the entire tribe would be finished. Even the tribal gods wouldn't be able to escape. They would be directly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. Third Lord has arrived. A voice came from outside the main hall, and then the light at the entrance of the main hall dimmed. A figure walked in with majestic steps. Compared to the grand scene in Barbarian Emperor City, the Black Mountain tribe was much more deserted. There was not a single person in the huge Black Mountain tribe's territory. Most people were gathered around the Black Mountain tribe's divine palace. Everyone felt that they would only be safe if they gathered around Gu Fei. This was not wrong, because even Tian Yuan, Huixiong, and the other foreign races' gods were gathered around the divine palace. Gu Fei, who was regarded as a supreme deity by them, was now in the divine temple, idly listening to the old priest introduce the situation of the surrounding tribes. However, because of the limitations of the old shaman, he didn't know how many human tribes were scattered across the entire barbarian emperor city. At this time, even if Gu Fei didn't cultivate, the qi in his body would constantly devour the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth. A small part of the yuan qi that was sealed in his body had also awakened. If Xian Chong came to cause trouble now, he could slap this guy back to his grandmother's house. Master, how confident are you? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Gu Fei smiled. You don't know? The old shaman's hand trembled when he heard this, and the bowl of meat soup fell to the ground. The old shaman quickly picked up the bowl. At this time, in the courtyard of the divine palace, a large bronze cauldron was boiling a large pot of meat soup. This was the meat soup that Shan Kuei and his men had hunted in the nearby mountains. The prey that Shan Kuei and his men hunted included wild boars, birds, and even a large snake. Their method of processing the prey was also very simple. After cleaning it, they directly chopped it up and threw it into the cauldron to cook. This kind of meat soup was very delicious. Gu Fei was also a human, and he also needed to eat. He also drank meat soup and drank liquor with Xiaoya and the rest. Outside the divine palace, Shan Kuei and his men were also using the cauldron to cook meat soup, or building a bonfire to roast the prey that they hunted. The people of the primitive tribes ate simple food. Thousands of people ate together, and the Black Mountain tribe was filled with smoke. It was a peaceful scene. Regardless of which world they came from, they all worked hard to eat their fill. Everyone worked hard to survive. It was that simple, as long as they could survive. Gu Fei felt a little emotional. Wasn't he also fighting for survival? You guys don't have to be so afraid of me. I'm also a human. Actually, the gods are just some powerful living beings. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Fei said to Xiaoya and the old shaman. Xiaoya and the old shaman were shocked. This was the first time they heard of such a saying. Humans could also defeat the gods, but the gods were all high and mighty, as though they were above the mortals. To the old shaman and the rest, the gods were powerful and mysterious existences. However, the arrival of Gu Fei had shattered their understanding. Those mysterious and powerful gods trembled in fear in front of a human like Gu Fei. This scene shocked Xiaoya and the old shaman. At this time, in the barbarian emperor's city, which was about 300 miles away from the Black Mountain tribe, the army of 127 tribes started to move out, heading towards the Black Mountain tribe. Chapter 49:13. When the army of barbarian sovereign city charged towards the Black Mountain tribe, the people of the Black Mountain tribe were cooking meat soup and barbecuing their prey. In the evening, the sunset glow was like blood. Smoke rose from the chimneys of the Black Mountain tribe. The atmosphere was calm and peaceful. No one knew how long this peaceful scene would last. The barbarian sovereign city was only 300 li away from the Black Mountain tribe. With the speed of the army of barbarian sovereign city, the vanguard of the army would reach the Black Mountain tribe by tomorrow morning or noon at the latest. This was because there was an air force in the army. It was the winged army of the winged tribe. Every soldier of the winged tribe rode a winged beast. The speed of the winged army was much faster than the army on the ground. The winged tribe sent out all their elites this time. All 5,000 winged army were dispatched. This was the strength of the winged tribe. 5,000 winged army was equivalent to 5,000 winged beasts. Only the winged tribe could send out so many winged beasts because the guardian deity of the winged tribe was a god realm-winged beast king. Only the king of the winged tribe could control so many winged beasts. The king of the winged tribe wasn't stupid. It wouldn't bring its 5,000 winged army to the Black Mountain tribe. Even someone as powerful as Xian Chong was crippled. It wasn't a match for Xian Chong. The 5,000 winged army wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between the teeth of that guy in the Black Mountain tribe, because the Heavenly Ape, Fire Bear, Heavenly Wolf, and Golden Lion tribes were subdued by that guy. The Heavenly Ape was a heavenly god. Unless the head of the winged tribe was kicked by a donkey, it wouldn't dare to bring its troops to the Black Mountain tribe alone. After nightfall, the army of barbarian sovereign city was still advancing. Wherever they passed, all the powerful beings retreated. Even some powerful solitary cultivators retreated quietly, who dared to block their path. This was the army of the Third Lord. Man Yao led the army until late at night before setting up camp. He wasn't in a hurry. This time, he took it as a chance to relax. Staying in the barbarian sovereign city for the past few years was too boring. It was rare for him to have an excuse to summon the tribes in the territory. In fact, if Gu Fei didn't kill the envoy of the barbarian sovereign, Man Yao wouldn't have the authority to summon all the tribes in the territory, even if he was the third son of the barbarian sovereign city. No one dared to blatantly raise an army in the southern barbarians. Anyone who raised an army would be regarded as a traitor and would have their entire clan exterminated. At this time, Gu Fei already knew that the army gathered by the third son of the barbarian emperor city was less than 100 miles away from the Black Mountain tribe. Barbarian King's army would arrive at the Black Mountain tribe tomorrow, the army of the Barbarian tribe, and barbarian sovereign tribe. Heavenly Ape, Huixiong, Tian Lang, and Jin Shi were all sent out by Gu Fei. In the Black Mountain tribe, Gu Fei was the only one in charge. The night passed peacefully. Early in the morning, after Man Yao's army ate and drank their fill, they began to march. Countless people silently marched through the mountains. Only the sound of footsteps and the roars of beasts could be heard. Man Yao, on the other hand, was sitting on a throne carried by dozens of people. There were 2 maids serving him, pouring tea and wine for him, and feeding him fruits. This guy was really enjoying himself, but the others were having a hard time. However, no one dared to complain. At noon, Man Yao's army was less than 50 li away from the Black Mountain tribe. City Lord, the Coiling Dragon Gorge is just ahead. Should we stop and reorganize before continuing? At this moment, a middle-aged general clad in battle armor rode a red scale colt and charged over from the front. Coiling Dragon Gorge? What is that place? Man Yao lazily said as he reclined on his throne. It's a dangerous place where one man can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. The general said with a solemn expression, "Ha! Do you think the people of the Black Mountain tribe would dare to ambush us in the Coiling Dragon Gorge?" Man Yao laughed out loud. In his eyes, the people of the Black Mountain tribe were like a plate of loose sand. The person who defeated Xian Chong might be someone impressive, but under the iron hooves of his army, even a god king would be ruthlessly crushed. But the general wanted to say more. "Then send someone to take a look," Man Yao said disapprovingly. "Yes, City Lord." The general accepted the order and left. Soon, the winged army soared into the sky towards the Coiling Dragon Gorge. The Coiling Dragon Gorge was a natural stronghold. The gorge wasn't straight, but twisted like a dragon coiling between the mountains. Moreover, the gorge was very long, at least 20 to 30 li. After passing through the gorge, they would enter the territory of the Black Mountain tribe. Of course, Man Yao's army could take a detour and not go through the Coiling Dragon Gorge. However, taking a detour would take at least 2 days. How could Man Yao be willing to spend another 2 days? His army directly crushed the Black Mountain tribe and killed that person. Then they returned to the city. This wasn't Man Yao's first time as a commander. He commanded hundreds of thousands of troops. He was a general under his father, Man Emperor. However, he was eccentric and sometimes even acted on his own, disobeying orders. That was why he was chased to this remote place by his father. This time, he only wanted to satisfy the craving of leading an army of a few 100,000. In fact, there was no need to mobilize so many people to get rid of the Black Mountain tribe. Right at this moment, streaks of fire shot into the sky from the Coiling Dragon Gorge and hit the dozens of winged army soldiers who were flying above the Coiling Dragon Gorge. With a series of loud noises, the dozens of winged soldiers turned into fireballs one after another and fell from the sky. At this moment, a thick fog came out from the Coiling Dragon Gorge. Soon, The entire coiling dragon gorge was shrouded in fog. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. There was actually an ambush in the coiling dragon gorge. Just a bunch of clowns. Who's going to kill them? Man Yao, who was sitting on his throne, said indifferently. Man Yao's subordinates were speechless. No one wanted to take action. My wind fire halberd will belong to whoever can kill them. Man Yao took out a halberd and waved his hand. The halberd flew out from his hand and stabbed into a nearby rock. Stone fragments flew everywhere. The halberd was surrounded by fire energy. The surrounding flowers and trees were swaying, and an invisible wind was swirling around the halberd. Heavenly divine weapon. Seeing this, the eyes of the tribe's subordinates turned red. This was a heavenly divine weapon. Who wouldn't be greedy? Who wouldn't want it? With a great reward, the hesitant tribe's subordinates immediately took action. Chapter 49:14. There weren't many heavenly gods in the barbarian emperor's city, and it wasn't easy to forge a heavenly god weapon. In the void realm, there were very few blacksmiths who knew how to forge weapons. In the eyes of the gods in the barbarian emperor's city, a heavenly god weapon was a priceless treasure. Everyone wanted one. After all, a heavenly god with a heavenly god weapon could increase one's battle prowess by at least 30%. This was why so many gods fought over Man Yao's windfire halberd. Like a group of demons dancing in the air, one after another, the non-humankind gods revealed their true forms, rose into the sky, and directly rushed into the coiling dragon gorge, striving to be the first. A human-shaped god spirit transformed into a huge black bird. With a flap of its wings, it charged into the coiling dragon gorge at an incredible speed. There was also a humanoid god whose body swayed and turned into a barbarian elephant the size of a small mountain. This barbarian elephant ran wildly on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Wherever the barbaric elephant passed, be it trees or boulders, they were all broken and smashed into pieces. The other gods dodged. If they were hit by the elephant, even if they didn't feign death, they'd be half dead. This lunatic. Some gods couldn't help but curse. He really won't wake up early without benefits. Man Yao, who was sitting on the throne, sighed. He finished the wine in his cup in one gulp, and the maids beside him quickly poured more wine for him. The dozen or so deities charged straight into the coiling dragon gorge, but it was completely silent inside. Not a single sound could be heard from within. It was as if the dozen or so gods had vanished into thin air. What's going on? Seeing this, the other gods who were about to intervene couldn't help but be shocked. Even Man Yao furrowed his brows. A trap. The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. Even if there was a trap, it couldn't kill a dozen gods at once. What kind of trap could kill a dozen gods silently? You go in and take a look. Man Yao pointed at the gods and ordered. The gods were dumbfounded. They didn't want to enter the coiling dragon gorge, but who dared to disobey Man Yao's order? This subordinate obeys. The four deities had no choice but to step forward. Who didn't know this third master's temperament? Whoever dared to disobey would be in danger of being beaten to death at any time. Roar. The four gods roared as they soared into the sky, revealing their true forms in the air. A rainbow-colored snake, as thick as a water bucket, appeared in the sky, directly diving into the coiling dragon gorge. That was the divine spirit of the heavenly serpent tribe, the seven-colored divine serpent. It was a true god-level divine serpent that was extremely powerful and poisonous. Even a heavenly god expert would die from its bite. As for the other three godly spirits, one was a black striped tiger, one was a tree demon, and one was a blood monkey. These three godly spirits were all true god rank. When the four great real gods took action, it was naturally extraordinary. A strong wave of primordial energy erupted from the 4 real gods, and the surrounding fog was dispersed. These 4 true gods were very careful, but as soon as they entered the coiling dragon gorge, there was no sound. This caused the gods outside the gorge to be stunned. What's going on? What the hell is going on? The other gods couldn't stay calm anymore. What? Man Yao stood up from his throne. His eyes were filled with malice. Did the Black Mountain tribe really have this kind of ability? Could it be that the fella that defeated Xian Chong hid in the gorge and personally ambushed the 7-colored divine serpent and the other gods? If that was the case, then it wasn't an injustice for the 10 godly spirits and the 4 true gods from before. That fella even crippled a heavenly god like Xian Chong. Young lord, this old servant will go, and take a look. At this moment, the old servant silently appeared beside Man Yao. All right, be careful. Man Yao looked at the old servant and gave him a special reminder. Yes, young lord. After saying this, the azure-robed old servant disappeared like the wind without any warning. This time, in the mist-shrouded coiling dragon gorge, there was the dull sound of yuan qi colliding. However, this sound quickly disappeared. What? Man Yao waited anxiously for half an hour, but the old servant still didn't come out. He was shocked and furious. What kind of trap did the Black Mountain tribe set up in the coiling dragon gorge? No one knew better than Man Yao how powerful this old servant was. He was a half-step divine king. Even Man Yao himself might not be able to take him down. A half-step divine king was trapped in the coiling dragon gorge just like that. Kill them all. I don't believe that those fellas can stop my army. Man Yao roared. Then the horns sounded and the flags fluttered. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers began to charge into the coiling dragon gorge. The leader of the Soaring Wing tribe led the 5,000 Soaring Wing army and charged into the coiling dragon gorge from the sky. However, what happened next left Man Yao dumbfounded. After entering the coiling dragon gorge, the vanguard troops that were enveloped by the mist fell one after another. The 5,000 Soaring Wing army fell from the sky like dumplings. The 5,000 Soaring Wing army was annihilated just like that. Even the overlord of the Soaring Wing tribe was smashed into meat paste. Retreat. Retreat. Motherf asterisk cur. Man Yao roared. He soared into the sky, arrived at the entrance of the coiling dragon gorge, and slammed his palm into the gorge. Rumble, an extremely powerful palm force erupted from his right palm, dispersing more than half of the fog that shrouded the entrance of the coiling dragon gorge. Within the coiling dragon gorge, the ground was littered with people. None of them were breathing, as if they were already dead, causing Man Yao to be infuriated. You cowardly scoundrel! Do you dare come out and fight me? Man Yao roared at the coiling dragon gorge. However, there was only his roar in the gorge. No one answered him. The coiling dragon gorge was able to stop the army of the barbarian emperor's city. Man Yao was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. Even he didn't dare to enter the coiling dragon gorge. Go get the heaven shaman priest. Man Yao roared at his men. Yes, city lord. One of the men rode a divine eagle and soared into the sky, flying towards the barbarian emperor's city. The heaven shaman priest was second only to the city lord, Man Yao. Moreover, this heaven shaman priest was a heaven shaman of the shaman tribe. In southern Barbarian, the shaman tribe was very powerful. Even the barbarian emperor needed the help of the shaman tribe to maintain his rule. This time, the heaven shaman priest didn't follow Man Yao to attack the Black Mountain tribe. Meanwhile, in the depths of the coiling dragon gorge, a group of deities were lying on the ground like dead dogs, being watched by Tian Yuan and the others. Master's formation is so powerful, it really stopped the army of hundreds of thousands. A big bear shrouded in flames said, "Master is really awesome. I'm afraid. He has a powerful background. We don't need to be afraid of man, Yao, anymore." Tianyuan nodded.